And now, the official Hard Knocks Fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 7-3 as a professional, 29 years old, and stands 5 feet, 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 154 1/2 pounds, fighting out of Michigan top team in Detroit Jiu-Jitsu Academy. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Jason, the Finisher Fisher. And in the red corner for Big Four Motors and Advantage Ford, he's 10-2 as a professional, 25 years old, and stands 5 feet, 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 155 pounds, fighting out of Jeff Jocelyn MMA from Toronto. Please welcome the defending Hard Knocks lightweight champion, Ryan Dixon. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Okay, gentlemen, this is for the Hard Knocks lightweight title. We've gone over the rules. Obey your protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now. Come out ready to fight.
Adam Cheadle with some last instructions for our fighters. The lightweight title on the line here. 5-minute rounds possible between these two fighters. And again, Ryan Dixon hasn't been to a third round yet here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Jason Fisher also saying that this fight will be 100% his and not to expect it to last very long. Comes out with a front kick, does Fisher.
Big punches there from the finisher.
And again, we've seen Dixon take tons of punishment early in his fights here in the Hard Knocks cage, coming back to win every one of them.
Big kick there, nice kick so far. Jason Fisher's leg kicks, he's had a couple inside, couple outside, and all of them have landed well.
Fisher setting the pace so far. Kick there to the midsection. And another front kick, raising a bit of a mark on the stomach of the defending champion, Ryan Dixon.
I think a little frustration here at these kicks. I know Ryan Dixon, one of those guys who's extremely hard on himself, and now he's very hard on the leg of Jason Fisher with that big right outside leg kick.
Yeah, snapping kick that left a footprint. Again, Fisher coming in with a big leg kick of his own.
Look for Dixon to try and time that kick. If it comes in a little too thick, he's going to go for the takedown. Trains with the University National Champion Brock Badgers.
Also trains with Elias Theodoro, UFC fighter, as well as Sergey Yuskevich, another title fighter, another title holder here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Trying to catch that kick, as you said, Jeremy, just missing it. There was a kick that came all the way through to Ryan Dixon's face earlier. That one going well over Dixon's head.
Dixon just returning from Thailand, where he spent 6 weeks there. And again, worked with some of the best Thai fighters in the world.
Yeah, you mentioned one of the trainers there put on all of his championship belts and didn't have enough room on his body with the 9 on his body and 2 extra on the table. Now Dixon with a nice takedown, rushes through, and now is on top. But I believe he's bleeding, Jeremy.
Well, he took a couple good shots, and Jason Fisher very good from the top and leaving an ankle exposed. And you look at Dixon, he's trying to hold on. Good work by Jason Fisher here as he's stepping through, and now Dixon turning through, and he's in on that leg, trying to get a submission. Good work by Jason Fisher coming in behind, though, and countering the submission. And you're right, Ryan, a little bit of blood coming from the left eye of Ryan Dixon.
Yeah, a bit of a mouse growing now on Dixon. Not that that's an unfamiliar sight to Hard Knocks fans.
And you heard Dixon turn to his coach, say, hey, what's the time? And right accurate there, Jeff Jocelyn, 1:45 left.
Now looking for the rear naked choke. Jason Fisher gave it up. Again, not wanting to sacrifice position for the hold. Nice elbow there.
And that's the difference between, the excellent fighters that these two are and some of the, earlier fighters that may give up those, give up a good position to attempt a submission that they're never going to get.
Again, nice work here from Fisher on top. He's controlled Ryan Dixon's hand and has been able to land damage, although now Dixon frees that hand up. And again, some high-level jiu-jitsu work here from the top from Jason Fisher, looking to win the Hard Knocks lightweight title.
Nice hammer fist being landed here by Jason Fisher, staying busy. And you notice he's got that arm in a chicken wing position, and that's preventing Ryan Dixon from using it to defend his head. And Dixon being careful to keep that arm inside, because if he loosens it from his leg, he'll be in a dangerous position to give up a submission.
And a big elbow there coming from Fisher. Dixon, again, defending well, Jeremy. He is taking damage, no doubt, but so far he's been fairly good at timing those shots and holding them off. The elbow now just into the hand of Ryan Dixon. Not that that hurts any less, but certainly protecting his face from taking any more damage. So Ryan Dixon, the defending champ, finding himself on the bottom for most of round one. It was Jason Fisher, the challenger, with the advantage. Ryan Dixon and Jason Fisher getting ready for the second of 5 possible rounds in this title fight. 5-minute rounds for these professional fighters. 10-2 for Dixon, Fisher 7-3. Both of them looking to use this fight as a springboard to the sport's highest level. Another high kick coming in there from Jason Fisher.
Jason Fisher very effective with his legs, whether it's an inside leg kick that caused Ryan Dixon to collapse, or that high kick right there that landed and opened a welt, and then a front kick that landed right on the chin. But again, Ryan Dixon, extremely tough, extremely strong.
Yeah, resilience has been a hallmark of his Hard Knocks career thus far. We've seen him in 3 fights, and in all 3 fights, I would suggest a 10-9 round the other way against Ryan Dixon, but he won every single one of those fights, finishing all 3. So again, Fisher with a nice combination. Dixon ducking under the blow.
There's another
changing leg kicks there. Dixon trying to find his range. Seems like Fisher's got a little bit of a longer reach there, Jeremy. When he does come in, Dixon's counters aren't landing with the placement that I'm sure he's looking for.
A nice little short elbow there, and again, seeing the way that Fisher throws and reacts. A nice check there by Fisher.
Fisher spinning back fist, that lands. Doesn't really phase the champion though. And a little bit of a low blow. They immediately both recognize it, touch gloves, and we'll get a bit of a moment here to recover. As much as 5 minutes if necessary for the challenger.
And obviously it was completely incidental. And that's, again, the respect. And, of course, our fantastic crew here is going to get a quick look at that crotch shot. And, again, accidental, and it happens sometimes in the sport. And a nice show of respect here as they get right back to the action.
So Fisher and Dixon in round 2. Again, trying to find the range as Ryan Dixon hasn't really tagged Fisher with anything too serious yet. A couple right hands have snuck through, but overall, it's been the challenger carrying the bulk of the striking so far.
There's another good shot by Jason Fisher. He threw the front kick, and as Dixon came in to counter it, Fisher landed a good straight right hand.
Trying to throw that overhand right and then follow it up with a wide left. Again, that big kick to the head, but Dixon putting his hand up, blocking the kick.
And Dixon does have knockout power. So a danger that Jason Fisher has to look out for.
Yeah, we did see it in his last fight here, breaking the jaw of his opponent. Nice inside leg kick. Now Fisher looking to swarm after Dixon slipped. Dixon holding onto the leg, trying to find an advantage. Fisher coming out and throwing a back fist, falling towards Dixon as he was getting up.
Very impressive striking from Jason Fisher. He's taking every opportunity he can to keep the pressure of the striking on Ryan Dixon. Even in an instance that normal people wouldn't have striked, they wouldn't throw that kind of sliding back fist. But Jason Fisher made sure that he's trying to land as often as possible. Knowing the chin of Ryan Dixon, he has to try and land from different angles, and something that maybe Dixon hasn't been able to experience before.
Again, Fisher's been able to tag Dixon almost at will here, Jeremy, but Dixon unable to find his range in the early going here now into round two. Just a minute and 30 left in the second round. And Ryan Dixon, again, with another leg kick there, seems to be the only thing that he's landed with any kind of consistency, and it is raising a welt above the knee of Jason Fisher.
Well, and anything you could do to slow it down. Again, it's a 25-minute fight. We're only in round two of five-minute rounds, so lots of fight left. But so far, Dixon is on the receiving end of most of this striking from Jason Fisher, including that nice straight right again, followed by another one.
And again, answered with a leg kick. Another straight right hand gets through.
There, I think a missed opportunity for Dixon there. He had Jason Fisher turned away and didn't take the swing, but maybe a bit gun shy just because of some of the unorthodox strikes that Fisher has been throwing out.
Nice combination from Dixon there. Again, Dixon landing another right hand. That one just colliding the two of them.
You're going to watch Dixon with his front hand. Instead of throwing a jab, he's actually throwing a jab, and then he's throwing an elbow. Nice attempt here by Jason Fisher for the takedown. There's a switch from Ryan Dixon inside of the leg. If he can put pressure, he can end up inside control if he can get that leg underneath him.
But just short time left in round number two. Shooting for the takedown was Jason Fisher, and he'll end this round on top. Couple of false starts from our fighters there coming out of the corner. They meet at the center of the cage now, though, and the third round is underway. Again, it's Ryan Dixon versus Jason Fisher for the 155-pound lightweight title. Dixon, the champion, Fisher, the challenger. And again, Fisher throwing that high head kick, but not able to connect.
The combo there that missed from Jason Fisher, but that's a nice knee that landed.
Again, Fisher doing everything he can to land with strikes and has been doing a good job of doing so far here in the fight. That a front kick that misses. And again, Dixon seemingly coming forward a little more here, Jeremy, throwing the head kick after looking it off. Backing off. Again, another slip, pretty much right in that same spot, Jeremy, that he slipped last round. And again, trying to find the reach, trying to find the range as the champion. Fisher is dialed in and has been landing strikes during all three rounds. Ryan Dixon taps his leg as if to say, "Thank you, sir. Can I have another?"
Oh, blood sport action there. That's straight from Thailand right there.
Throwing a kick to the midsection. Again, Fisher now coming forward a little bit more, but Dixon just standing there, taking all the punishment he can offer. Makes you think back, Jeremy, to a Rocky fight where Rocky would just get beat up for 10 rounds and come back with a knockout in 12.
Well, and Dixon again has a very tough chin, but he's taking a lot of damage, including these knees from Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher continuing to punish Ryan Dixon. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining in round 3 of 5.
And again, Dixon looking none the worse for wear here, Jeremy, after taking those shots. A couple of those knees were right to the face. And nevertheless, Dixon keeps coming forward. Another nice combination there.
Well, and these punches from Fisher are not coming with as much power as they were in round 1. Obviously, the cardio, you've got to save enough energy to make it through all 5 rounds.
And big breaths now coming from Fisher. His mouth is open, and you can see his whole chest moving as he takes those deep breaths.
Well, and why not, Ryan? He has been pretty dominant so far in this fight. Everything he's been doing has been landing effectively, but Ryan Dixon keeps coming.
Yeah, you certainly can't question the chin of Ryan Dixon as he keeps coming forward through all kinds of punches. Although this is the latest I've seen still a clear face from Ryan Dixon in a fight.
Good pressure again. Now the punches, now the pace starting to pick up from the champion. Champion looking to defend his belt for the very first time. Won it at Hard Knocks 38. Nice Superman punch by Jason Fisher. Now he's coming forward, has those hands locked in behind the butt of Ryan Dixon. A nice takedown right up in front of us here at our broadcast position. But Ryan Dixon immediately trying to switch. Jason Fisher swarming. And now Jason Fisher going to work from the top. And this is a good thing for Fisher, who looked to be tiring out on the feet and now on a top position can look to work against Ryan Dixon.
And again, in round 1, he was able to get on top, get his hooks in like he has now, and land a bunch of damage from the front. But we know that Ryan Dixon is very effective on the ground, so we'll see what the champion can do here. Now scrambling to a half guard.
Lots of blood pouring from the nose of Ryan Dixon.
And again, now to a full guard from the champion. But again, Fisher on top, as he has been, pacing this fight, getting this fight done. And again, the long fight, the 25-minute fight, if you will, from Ryan Dixon is seemingly the game plan. As an elbow lands there, he doesn't care about losing rounds as long as he wins fights.
Well, it's a big elbow by Jason Fisher. These are landing and doing a lot of damage to the face of Ryan Dixon. And I think that if this is anybody else, and attempted an armbar there, I think if this is anybody else on the bottom taking these elbows, we're cringing and the fight might be over. But Ryan Dixon, very tough, showing his championship medal right now against Jason Fisher. Short time remaining in round 3.
Yeah, just about 10 seconds to go here in the 3rd round. 2 more rounds possible here as the champion tries to land a couple blows, but not able to really do much there from a defensive perspective. And Jason Fisher, 3 rounds to none for the challenger at this point. Dixon had some offense in that round, but Fisher certainly carried the round. And now we'll see what the cardio is for both of these fighters as Jason Fisher goes into the 4th round for the first time, as does Ryan Dixon. And we are in the championships rounds here at Hard Knocks 42. In case you missed it earlier, Hard Knocks 43 will feature Nick Ring on the card, as well as a couple of title fights as we return to the Mark and McPhail Center in Calgary. Some early strikes and a big punch there from the challenger. The champion collapsing to find the takedown.
Has the hands locked, and good work turning Jason Fisher away from the cage, and has the arm or the leg underneath the leg of Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher turning away, and this is a submission spot where Ryan Dixon likes to work. He likes to scoop underneath that same leg. So if you watch, if Jason Fisher starts to shrimp out or try to push his hips up towards Ryan Dixon, he's going to attempt a submission on the left leg of Jason Fisher. But as it is, Ryan Dixon has a lot of time to work from a top position and has to do some damage here to Jason Fisher because he's trailing maybe 3 rounds to none.
Yeah, at this point, I think you have to think that if you're Ryan Dixon, you are behind 3-0, and you've got to come out and win this fight. And we know he's a very effective jiu-jitsu practitioner, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him isolate and find a finish from this position, as he's done throughout his career, especially here in the Hard Knocks cage, winning all 3 of his fights by submission. So Dixon now continuing to work from the top, trying to find a spot. Again, jiu-jitsu, a game of patience, where you need to wait for your opening, wait for your opportunity to find a submission. They often say you don't get a submission, your opponent gives you one, and you have to wait for that opportunity.
Well, sometimes with trailing 3-0, you have to take that submission, and that's something that Ryan Dixon may have to do here. A high guard from Jason Fisher, which is a very dangerous guard to strike in, because if you strike and you overextend too much, you can give up a bad position. And Ryan Dixon falling back and perhaps going for a knee bar or some other position, but I think that's something that he wants to avoid, because the last thing he wants is to give Jason Fisher a break on top.
So again, the champion on top in round 4 of this lightweight title fight. Ryan Dixon and Jason Fisher both looking to make a statement, both looking to get to the sport's highest level and use the lightweight title as a springboard to it. Again, it's Ryan Dixon on top here. Fisher maybe looking for a triangle, abandons it.
Well, Dixon was able to swim his arm out and get out of the triangle, but Fisher, good job at being able to stand up.
Uses that standing up to try and get away. Dixon, though, now aggressive against the cage, trying to lock up against the knees in a double leg, but unable to do so. Good defense from the challenger.
And I think this is a position, although Ryan Dixon wants to take this fight to the ground so he can lay some punishment, I think Ryan Dixon will want to get this fight back standing. Although Fisher was getting the better of it, he appeared to be slowing down, whereas Dixon seemed to be speeding up. So maybe this is one of those things where to get some confidence, win a round, and move on into the 5th round. But I think that Ryan Dixon right now trailing by 3 rounds, so he needs to do something. A nice front quarter by Jason Fisher to take the back now of Ryan Dixon.
Yeah, Jason Fisher very effective here in this fight. Ryan Dixon now opened up his neck there momentarily, Jeremy, but Fisher unable to grab onto it. Now trying to find it. He may have a choke in here. The champion in trouble, defending against the hands, trying to roll away from the challenger here. Jason Fisher with the body triangle, and Dixon trying to break his away from it, doing a good job of defending, Jeremy, but again, in trouble with a minute to go here in round number 4.
Jason Fisher has been swarming this whole time, and Ryan Dixon has got to find some way to push the pace on Jason Fisher and get him to be uncomfortable. So far, Fisher has been very comfortable taking on Ryan Dixon and being in good positions. Yes, Dixon has put him in a couple bad positions, but the challenger so far has been pretty dominant, minus a couple minutes here in the 4th round.
Again, trying to flatten out the champion is the challenger, Jason Fisher. Been in control for most of the fight to this point. Said if he wanted to win, he needed to push his pace 100% of the time, and has been doing so here. 8 seconds to go now, 5 seconds in round 4. We'll be headed to a 5th and final round here in this title fight, the lightweight title on the line. They may go the distance. Different look on the stool of Ryan Dixon than we're used to seeing on the other side. Jason Fisher is ready to go. He pops up knowing that he's just 5 minutes away from becoming the likely Hard Knocks champion, and he's got it's going to be interesting to see if he comes out with that kind of aggression that he's shown in the first 4 rounds, or whether or not it's a little bit more defensive here in round 5 and just try and stymie Dixon's offense.
Jason Fisher, one of those guys who always wants a finish, and so you see him throw the punches. The one thing about keeping the offense going can leave you open, but it also keeps your opponent retreating, which is what Ryan Dixon needs to not do in this situation. He has to come forward, throw caution to the wind.
So again, looking for an opening, trying to find the spot. We've seen Ryan Dixon throw knockout power before. And his coach is telling him in the 5th round he's going to have to let everything go and throw everything he's got if he wants to win and take home the title. Again, very effective striking here from the challenger. Fisher in the blue shorts, the blue trunks for Dixon. As again, we see Fisher just coming forward, landing punches, landing damage, throwing strikes, throwing the high kick. I mean, Jeremy, he's thrown everything, including the kitchen sink at Ryan Dixon, and Dixon just keeps on coming. Nice slam there from the challenger.
Well, and the challenger, Jason Fisher, knows this is the position that he wants to be in to win the fight. This is, if you end up on top, that just not only sends a message to the judges that you've won all these rounds, but sends a message to the community that you're fresh here in this last and final championship round.
So Fisher again up against the cage. Dixon may have found a leg, tried to find it, but very quickly Fisher scatters back to try and take some of the pressure away.
Well, at this point, Ryan Dixon has to do anything he possibly can to try and secure a victory, and he has a leg extended, trying to work with it. If nothing else, if Ryan Dixon can use this position to get free of underneath Jason Fisher, that is a win in itself.
And you can see Fisher now tucking his own knee behind his leg so as to not allow Ryan Dixon the ability to grab it and throw a knee bar or a heel hook on, and playing defense here at this point with 2:40 to go in this championship fight.
It's easy enough for me to say, but I think at this point Ryan Dixon has to try and stand up. And as he stands up, he leaves himself open for the possibility of a heel hook submission, but he also puts himself in a good position. And he does have the heel now. Lots of pressure putting on by Dixon. Fisher
trying to pull it out. Looking for a submission, cranking on that heel. No seeming issue here from Fisher. Didn't look like he was feeling like it was too much pain, but Dixon now trying everything he's got, trying to put pressure on that joint, trying to make the challenger quit, trying to keep his title, and unable to do so. He's going to have to stand up.
Well, there's a win for Ryan Dixon in the position, because when he started this position, he was underneath Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher could ride this out. Now Ryan Dixon is in a position where he can ground a pound. In the guard right now, he's got 1 minute and 42 seconds at which he has to end this fight. If he goes to the clock, it's going to be a decision. He must end this fight here in the next minute 30.
Short time now for the defending champ to take his belt home. The champion looking to hold on and walk away the victor here. Jason Fisher said he trained too hard not to take the title home with him, and he's trying to prove that here. Ryan Dixon trying to prove what a champion has, as he's got a minute left, and he's going to have to finish Jason Fisher if he wants to win this fight. Trying to isolate an arm.
Good position, trying to work to a mount is Ryan Dixon, pushing down that knee, stepping through. Good work from Fisher.
You can hear the corner of Fisher telling him to scoot out, trying to get him to go, trying to get him away from this position. But so far, Ryan Dixon now trying to find an opening, trying to find a limb. Submission likely the only option at this point, as 40 seconds of ground and pound might not be enough. And again, trying to find some position to win this fight.
30 seconds remaining now in this fight. Ryan Dixon trailing on the judges' scorecards more than likely. Big punches landing now. 20 seconds for the champion. He has to finish the fight here, or it's going to be a title win for Jason Fisher.
And again, now just 10 seconds left. We get the final clap from the official, and Ryan Dixon stands up, not going to finish the fight that way. And with just a few seconds left, Jason Fisher, your likely champion. Ryan Dixon with a scream of frustration after that fight. A very impressive fight from the challenger and likely new champion, Jason Fisher.
All judges score the fight 49-46. For the winner by unanimous decision and new lightweight champion, Jason the Finisher Fisher!
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Hard Knocks 43, a presentation of the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship, coming to you live from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, at the Mark and McPhail Center. I'm Ryan Ballantyne, alongside Ari Tobe, the president and CEO of the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. And Ari, 42 cards in the books, 43 may be the best card we've ever had.
This is for sure the best card we've ever had. Former UFC guy on the mend making a comeback. Some other guys that really ought to be in the UFC. This card from top to bottom is world class. You guys are going to love it.
And now we'll, Ari, also tonight, Nick Ring, hometown hero, comes back to fight for Hard Knocks.
Yeah, we're really excited to have Nick Ring. You know, he hurt his knee and he hasn't fought for a while. And we really want to get him back into the UFC, which means we've got to get him some great fights and get him some great exposure. And tonight's his first fight back from his injury, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can do.
And now we'll bring in Jeremy Ballantyne. Of course, 2 title fights also on the card tonight in both our light heavyweight and welterweight divisions.
These are fights that would normally be headliners. You talk about the size of this card at Hard Knocks 43, it's a triple main event. Sergey Juskevich is going to be defending his welterweight title against Laurent T. Nelson. Misha Serkinov defending his light heavyweight title against Sean Asher. These guys are all outstanding athletes, and it's going to be an exciting night of fights, Ryan. I can't wait for it.
Well, we've kept you waiting long enough. Let's head inside the cage now to Doug Denance.
Welcome, fans, to the Big Four Motors and Advantage Ford presentation of Hard Knocks 43. I have just one question for you. Are you ready? Well, that's what I wanted to hear. To get things underway and officially begin, please rise for the singing of our national anthems by country music singer and songwriter, Calgary's own Sarah Curl.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in of their son's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh
My opponent for this fight is Patrick LeBlanc, and I know he is 0-1, and he's from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta.
My opponent's name is Kyle Messenger. He fights out of Elite Fitness in Calgary, Alberta. I know he's taller than me. I know he's younger than me. I know it's his first fight.
To win this fight, I'm going to outwork my opponent. I'm going to outstrike him, probably get him up against the cage, and just beat it to him, get him hurt, get him down, finish him.
My strategy in this fight is to deal with a little bit of height difference and reach difference. I'm an animal, I'm getting inside, I'm coming swinging, I'm going to swing for the fencing.
Even though it's my amateur debut, I feel super prepared for this fight. Been training for over a year. Just really looking forward to showing everybody what I can do and how much skill I really have.
Kyle Messenger, your last name might be Messenger, but I'm here to deliver. Punches, kicks, knockout blows, whatever it takes. It's game time, bud.
This Hard Knocks fight is an amateur bout in the 145-pound division and is brought to you by Print Calgary. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Market McPhail Center. I am Ryan Ballantyne, cage side alongside Jeremy Ballantyne, as we get set to bring you some of the best MMA action that the world has to offer tonight, starting with Pat LeBlanc coming to us out of Rocky Mountain House with a record of 0-1, and Pat trying to get Jeremy back to an even record in his amateur MMA career.
This is a guy who comes in as an older fighter. He's 41 years old, but he has spent 3 years trying to focus and get his MMA game where it needs to be. He said he wasn't necessarily as prepared as he could have been for his last fight, but this time he said, I've spent time. He's even trained 5-minute rounds as opposed to 3-minute rounds that are under the rules here in the amateur division. So let's look to see if he can keep that gas tank going and be effective throughout the fight.
Now, Jeremy, you mentioned amateur rules here in Calgary. Some differences from professional rules and some differences from amateur rules in other jurisdictions. Why don't you run over the Calgary Commission rules?
Under the Calgary Commission, there is it's 3-3-minute rounds, and there is no traditional ground and pound. So oftentimes, if you're watching professional mixed martial arts, when they take a guy down, they're going to try and hit him in the head. They can't do that in the amateur division here, so it's just designed to protect amateur fighters, to make sure that they get all of the training that they need to be able to go in, and when they can go into the professional ranks under the unified rules, that they haven't taken too much damage. It's to make fighters have longer careers and to train them to work more on jiu-jitsu. The other couple things, there are no twisting leg locks, also no knees or elbows to the head at any time. So that's just a couple of the differences in the rules, Ryan.
Yeah, also you've got 3-3-minute rounds, 90 seconds between rounds, as opposed to just the 60 seconds we'll see with the pros tonight. A very dynamic card here tonight. Lots of pro fights as well, some amateur fights to start us off here tonight. I believe we've got 4 amateur fights on the card tonight, and a lot of them should be good ones, including this one here. Again, you mentioned Pat LeBlanc, 41 years old, and when I asked what he wants a worldwide audience to know about him, he said he wants you to know he's just getting started, and this is not something that he may have got into late, but that doesn't mean that he's going to be calling it quits anytime soon.
Well, it looks like we're going to get to see some extra bit of Pat LeBlanc as the mouth guard has been left back in the locker room. And again, that's another thing with the amateur fighters as they get used to their careers, that they just have to make sure that they account for those things. But this card is an outstanding one. We have a great home here at the Market McPhail Center. It's going to be jam-packed for our main event this evening, which sees Nick Ring, the UFC veteran Calgarian, and he is going to be taking on Jason Sandcraft. It's going to be a very exciting main event. Ryan, I know that you're looking forward to that one as well. We have 2 title fights tonight, and only on a card with the magnitude of this one would you see 2 title fights and a fight where you've got a UFC veteran in Nick Ring who's doing a hometown fight, and I know that it's just going to be a great night, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. When we see Nick Ring coming into the Calgary cage. The first time we've seen Nick Ring in a cage here in Calgary since UFC 143, what Dana White at the time called one of the worst cards he's ever seen. The highlight of that card was the undercard for those of us that were in attendance to see it. Nick Ring got a victory that night against Court McGee to effectively win his Ultimate Fighter season, if you will, because of course Nick Ring was on the Ultimate Fighter, was injured, and had to leave. Court McGee wins that season, I believe, and then Nick Ring avenges kind of his injury, failing out by beating Court McGee in what might have been the final on that season.
When you look at our two fights that are on the that are up for titles, you've got Misha Serkinov, who is coming off a huge win over Rodney Wallace. It's a knockout. It's in every one of our highlight packs. Massive knockout of a guy who had never been stopped like that before, and he was able to get that finish dramatically and has garnered a lot of attention. They're saying if he can put together one or two more wins against strong opponents like he has with Sean Asher, he's punching his ticket to the UFC.
Yeah, speaking of guys that are ready to get into the cage, we have Pat LeBlanc enters the cage, the Hard Knocks cage, for the first time in his second fight. Now that he's got all his gear in place, he steps into the cage. He is ready to go. And as Pat settles into the blue corner, we will await his opponent.
And his opponent.
So you saw it in the pre-fight video. Kyle Messenger is coming down to the cage now. Pat LeBlanc saying he's going to be the one who delivers tonight. Kyle Messenger will certainly have a say in that, though. Coming in, I believe this is his amateur debut for this fighter. Primarily a Muay Thai fighter, Jeremy, but said he wanted to extend his skills. He's done that, and you can also hear a healthy response from the crowd here in Calgary.
And I think that is his Muay Thai record, actually, is that 0-1. So perhaps that's why that's listed there. But he's been training for 18 months, and he said, I don't want to step into the cage until I'm ready, and I think that I've got all these skills that I'm going to need to step in and do a good showing. A lot of times these guys, these young amateurs, when they step in, they're fighting for themselves, absolutely, but they're also fighting for the pride of their gym. Their gym has faith enough in them to say, hey, you're ready to step in the cage and represent us. And you can't imagine the influx of fighters that come into a gym if Elite Training Center, for the example with Kyle Messenger, has two fighters on the card. If both those fighters win dramatically, you can imagine there are going to be some fighters and some new people that are going to want to go to that. So that's a lot of times what these guys are fighting for. So not only do they have the weight of fighting their opponent, their amateur debut, but to represent their gym and their city.
Yeah, and Kyle Messenger is going to step into the cage looking to do just that. It's always interesting hearing about guys and why they end up where they are. And he said he was just walking by Elite one day, decided to walk in, and that was 18 months ago. He's been training ever since. So the guys at Elite brought Kyle Messenger along.
As we take a look at the tail of the tape, 40 years old for Patrick LeBlanc, 5'6". There's going to be a big height advantage for Kyle Messenger. LeBlanc weighed in a little bit underneath the 145-pound weight class, but everything else pretty much the same.
Now for our official fighter introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knock fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 0-1 as an amateur. He's 40 years old and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in at 141 pounds. Fighting out of Iron Fist MMA from Rocky Mountain House. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Patrick Cyborg LeBlanc. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's in his amateur debut. He's 25 years old and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of Elite Training Center from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Kyle Messenger. This bout will be contested under the amateur rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Andy Social.
Andy Social will be our referee as Hard Knocks 43 looks to get underway here. Pat LeBlanc out of the blue corner in the black and white trunks, the gray trunks for Kyle Messenger out of the red corner. And officials just making sure the doors are closed. Both fighters are ready and a bit eager to step out of their corners. We are underway. They touch gloves, and immediately a jab comes from Messenger.
Well, and you can see Messenger, the way that he's standing, is going to be trying to use his length. And even there, Pat LeBlanc missing with the kick because he's not in the range, but a good forward pressure here by Messenger.
And again, a nice jab for Messenger before getting him into the clinch. Both of them exchanging knees, and Messenger has LeBlanc up against the cage.
Nice pressure here, causes the takedown, and now Kyle Messenger can get to work. But again, he cannot strike the head of a downed opponent, so you'll see a lot of body shots. And a lot of fighters who are in a mount like Kyle Messenger is right now may transition to something like that, which is that top mount armbar that his jiu-jitsu coach, Anderson Goncalves, works with. So again, this is a good position for Kyle Messenger.
Yeah, Messenger trying to throw the legs away from the cage. Again, avoiding and now looking for a submission. Here it is, and just about almost tapped. Did Pat LeBlanc. I thought this fight was over momentarily, but just tapping his back once. Now breaking into the armbar. This one may not last long as Pat LeBlanc is done. Kyle Messenger delivers and picks up the win in his amateur debut. Messenger goes to 1-0. Pat LeBlanc falls for the second straight time.
Kyle Messenger is jacked. He is excited, and why shouldn't he be? The continuity to move from one submission that wasn't working to one that would was excellent work of jiu-jitsu. He transitioned to the armbar. The initial submission attempt might have even been a setup from the start, just to know that his opponent would try and defend it and leave himself open for the armbar. But great work by Kyle Messenger and everything that he did in this fight. It was fantastic.
You can see congratulations coming from his coaches here as Messenger wins his amateur debut. Tough one for Pat LeBlanc, fighting a much taller fighter and a guy with a lot more reach, and he certainly used that reach to his advantage in the early going of the fight. You can see the happiness there on the face of Kyle Messenger, and the official decision will be coming here momentarily. Messenger will get his first win in his MMA career. Now with that official decision, we head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official decision brought to you by Print Calgary. The winner in the red corner by tap out due to armbar, Kyle Messenger.
Kyle Messenger is your winner momentarily. He will have some words here with Jeremy Ballantyne in the center of the cage.
Kyle, I know you are excited. You came out here, you did your gym proud, you did yourself proud. Talk about what it feels like to get this win.
Just a lot of hard work paying off. More than anything, it's been over a year in the gym. I trained my butt off. I live there as much as I can. I finally got out here and showed what I could do. It feels awesome.
Talk about the finish with us. You were isolating an arm, and it looked like you were going for that arm bar the whole time. Talk us through that finish. It was an excellent technique.
I don't know, just everything's rushing through my head right now. It's kind of crazy. Just set it up, be patient. My corner's telling me be patient, wait for it. And it came. He gave it up, something we do every day in the gym, and I just did what I do, and I finished it.
Great job. Let's give him one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Messenger.
Just want to thank all my coaches, everybody at the gym, and I want to say a special thank you to my fiance, Tina. Thank you, babe.
Kyle Messenger, ladies and gentlemen.
Kyle Messenger picks up a win in his amateur debut. Ari, you're a guy who's all about cage control. Once he got him up against the cage, it seemed like it was a matter of time for Kyle Messenger.
Yeah, he got him down, he got on top of him, he went for one submission and he worked it into another one. It was a great armbar, it was a good transition, and it was a great finish.
Now, on the other side, Pat LeBlanc fighting a guy who was a lot taller than he was. How tough is it to get inside that reach?
Well, you know, if a guy understands how to use his jab, it's very difficult to get inside that reach, and short guys got to figure that out.
So Kyle Messenger, your victor here in the first fight at Hard Knocks 43. Let's learn more about our next fighters right now.
My opponent's name is Will Wu. Fights at Gracie Baja here in Calgary. He's a big, tall guy. His record is 0-0, and I'm looking forward to making it a memorable fight for him.
My opponent for this fight is Murray Hunter. He's from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, and he's looking for his first win, just like me, but I'm not going to let him have it.
I'm a well-rounded fighter, fighting at Iron Fist in Rocky Mountain House. We train all aspects of MMA up there, so I'm not real worried about where the fight goes. We can go to the ground, stand up. I'm comfortable everywhere.
For this fight, I plan on being bigger, faster, and stronger than Murray Hunter everywhere, and winning dominantly.
Can't wait to get in the cage. I'm really looking forward to the fight. Will, better bring your best game.
Look, I'm a giant. I'm 6'8", and I'm going to fight like I'm 6'8". You're going to have a rough night, Murray Hunter. Good luck.
This Hard Knocks fight is an amateur bout in the 205-pound division and is brought to you by Triple Fox Medical. And now, let's meet the fighters.
A light heavyweight fight here at Hard Knocks 43. Murray Hunter coming down to the cage now as he looks to take on Will Wu. 0-1 as an amateur is Murray Hunter. Lost his first fight due to a choke, Jeremy, but says he's ready to get in the cage and even up that record at 1-1.
Well, and again, this is a guy who came into his first fight perhaps not as prepared as he would like to be, and that's just one of those lessons that can go out to all those amateur fighters, is that you need to make sure as best as you can that you are prepared in every aspect of the game, the striking, the grappling, and if you come across a situation that you haven't practiced 100 times, at least you're not necessarily ready to step in. Murray Hunter has fixed that situation. He's ready to step in the cage now.
I often ask guys what got them into MMA in the first place. Murray said he was taking his kids to karate classes and saw on the wall that they offered adult MMA classes. Figured, well, while I'm here with my kids, I might as well do something on my own. Started MMA, has not looked back, been training for the last 3 years, and figures while he's a well-rounded fighter, grappling is his strength. So we should see what he's able to offer here.
MMA is addictive, and it's one of those things that when you step into the cage and when you step into the gym for the first time and you get that feeling, those endorphins that come and the soreness the next day, but the feeling of satisfaction, it's addicting and you want to go back, and Murray Hunter, a great example of that.
So Murray Hunter foregoing the lap around the cage as we await his opponent.
And his opponent.
Now coming down to the cage, Will Wu, and we saw in our last fight, Jeremy, a height differential of 4 inches. This one, a little more than that. Will Wu, one of the tallest fighters we've had here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship, stands 6'8", as he comes down ready to make his amateur debut.
And as he's walking down right here, you cannot tell how tall he is, but wait until somebody stands next to him. He is very, very tall, and he knows that he has to use that. He mentioned in his pre-fight video that he's a giant. He's got to use that reach. He's got to keep people away from him, and you can see there the difference in the height. And Will Wu, a very tall fighter, but the reason that he said he started fighting is because he wanted to be able to compete with his brother, and you can see kind of his brother pass in front of the camera there. His brother's a very big man, and so Will Wu looking to step into the cage for the very first time and see if he can use that length and that strength that he's had from fighting his brother for so long in the cage.
Trains out of Gracie Baja here in Calgary. Also had some Taekwondo as a child before starting to train for MMA. Has been training MMA for the last 5 years. And when I asked why he trained so long before stepping in the cage, he said he needed to make sure his skills were where they need to be in the cage, rather than what we do see with some amateur fighters, where they step into the cage in a way to gauge their skills and see how much further they need to go. Will Wu taking the opposite approach, being very patient before getting into the cage. And I always ask guys, Jeremy, how they're going to beat the guy. How do you expect to finish the guy? And he said, well, I think I'm going to look for the gogoplata. So if he pulls it off, it would be the first one in Hard Knocks history, I believe. 42 events in, don't know that we've ever had a go-go finish.
Well, and again, the only tough part with the Gogo Blada is you kind of need to be in a bad position to get that started. So hopefully he's not wanting to end up on his back. But with that length, I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to pull off a difficult technique like that, because he's got such length. He has to duck to get in the cage. As we take a look at the tail of the tape here, and it will really show here, 6'8", an 8-inch height advantage for Will Woo's going to turn into a large reach advantage. 23 years old for Woo, still a young man. 37 for Murray Hunter. Just the one fight for Hunter, a little bit of extra cage experience.
Well, we'll head inside the cage now for our official fighter introductions. Here's Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 0-1 as an amateur, 37 years old and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in at 201.5 pounds. Fighting out of Iron Fist MMA in Rocky Mountain House, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Murray Fireball Hunter. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, in his amateur debut, he's 23 years old and stands 6 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in at 201.5 pounds. Fighting out of Gracie Baja Fitness Refinery from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Will Woo. This bout will be contested under amateur rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Andy Social.
Andy Social will be our referee. Of course, you can hear the fans of Will Woo in the crowd wooing him rather than booing him. Less a Ric Flair woo and more of a Hawk and Lube woo. But nevertheless, Will Woo gets set to take on Murray Hunter, and immediately a kick to the midsection. Will Woo trying to cut off the cage and use that length early. A big punch here. Murray Hunter could be in trouble, drops down to his knee, cannot swarm with more punches, but Will Woo now looking for a guillotine.
Well, Will Woo's got it deep, and it looks like he's going for the Cody McKenzie guillotine. He switched the grip, but now Murray Hunter's able to get out, and right now Murray Hunter is blinking pretty heavily. He might be seeing some stars.
Again, Woo throwing punches, has Hunter up against the cage. Andy Social right in the middle of it. He takes him down to the ground now. A knockdown, and Will Woo knows what's working and gets him to stand right back up.
And again, Woo with using this length. That's a big shot back from Murray Hunter, so there's showing he's got some fight, now some body shots. That's a pretty bad knee, though, from Will Woo.
2 knockdowns for Will Woo early in this round, but Murray Hunter continues to come forward. Not even a minute in, Jeremy. Murray Hunter's been knocked down twice, but now a nice takedown slams the big man down to the ground. Will Woo immediately back to his feet.
Entertaining fights here in the amateur 205-pound division, and now Will Woo with that arm-in guillotine and such length. He's actually reached across and is in his arm there. He's kind of got a forearm across the neck, so interesting technique. And again, you have to have your own different set of skills and move set when you're that tall.
Taking now, trying to take the back of Murray Hunter. Hunter getting a little bit of time to recover here up against the cage. Woo with, again, a knee to the midsection, and those don't have to travel very far, so there can be a lot of power on that. Again, more punches, big punches from both men now as Woo is staggering, and he gets in on Murray Hunter. He's not sure where he is right now, Jeremy. He's swinging wildly. Hunter is firing punches and landing. This one, both fighters rocked in round number 1.
This is fantastic. Now Will Woo in, looking, try to get a head and arm throw, but Murray Hunter landing these nice shots, and now a good throw takedown, and perhaps showing that toughness that you get from all the work that Murray Hunter has done, and he survived those 2 big early shots and now is the aggressor, and both fighters taking an extra breath, and why not? That was a very busy first half of the round.
Hunter bleeding from somewhere, in trouble here as Woo looks to lock in a triangle. Those big legs finding a home. He's got a triangle in, but there might still be room, Jeremy, because of the length of Woo's legs, to get some air in there for Murray Hunter as the triangle choke gets a little deeper, pulling it down. And here's this fight is over. Murray Hunter upset with the official, didn't think he tapped, but nevertheless, this fight is called. Will Woo wins, and here's it from the Calgary crowd.
Well, and again, this is a lesson. You can see all the blood from Murray Hunter's nose that has collected on the chest of Will Woo, but one of those things that when you are in a triangle position and you're in the top and you feel that triangle, you feel that one arm and head in, you need to deal with it immediately. You need to abandon all other techniques and deal with that triangle. And what happened was Murray Hunter felt comfortable in there. He felt comfortable, and then Will Woo locked it down. And as soon as it was locked down, all she wrote.
Yeah, you could see just a moment ago on the face of Murray Hunter a big smile, not upset at the result, an amateur fight. So he knows that the consequences of that mean nothing when you turn professional. But nevertheless, both fighters rocked in that fight. Both fighters showing power. Murray Hunter showing resiliency to get back in it. Once he got down to the ground and Will Woo was able to find his bearings, he was able to then to again secure the victory. So Will Woo continues to get worked over as he wins his amateur debut here tonight at Hard Knocks 43, and again survived a bit of a stumbling attack, Jeremy. He was throwing punches out on instinct more than style, more than skill, more than training, but nevertheless he comes away with a winner. Now with our official decision, here's Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by Triple Fox Medical. The winner by referee stoppage due to triangle choke in the very first round. In the red corner, Will Woo.
So Will Woo is your winner, and he wins his amateur debut. He is 1-0. It was an exciting fight from both these guys as they threw the hands back and forth, and again, they rocked each other, and it was the early survivability by Murray Hunter that enabled the fight to continue going. But again, once his triangle position got in, I think the referee stopped it just for the good health of Murray Hunter. It looks like we have some post-fight analysis from Ryan Ballantyne and Ari Tobe. Let's hear from them now.
Will Woo, your winner in this fight. Ari, both fighters rocked in round one. Hunter goes down twice. Looks like he might have Woo on the ropes before Woo secures the triangle choke for the win. A very entertaining amateur fight.
Very entertaining amateur fight. You know, when a guy is 6'8", it's not just his arm reach that you have to worry about. Those legs are triangles waiting to happen, and he made it. He made it happen. He did a really great triangle.
Now on the other side, Murray Hunter showing significant toughness coming back after being knocked down twice, almost getting a win of his own.
Yeah, those guys were both rocked at some point in that round.
So Will Woo is your winner in this fight. To learn more about our next two fighters, we'll take a look at this video.
My opponent for this fight is Tyler Kobayashi. He lost his first fight by decision. I know he's 0-1 and he's hungry for this win.
My opponent's name is Nick Felber. I know that this is his first MMA fight, so should be interesting to find out what he's got.
My footwork and my speed is definitely going to be an advantage for me in this fight. I plan on hopefully taking Tyler down and taking it to the ground, but if he wants to stand up and brawl with me, I'm here for him. I'm ready for anything that he throws at me.
My strategy for this fight is to go out there, not leave it in neutral the whole time. Go out, see what he's got, apply some pressure, and just do what I do.
I'm going to win this fight because I train harder than Tyler. I train twice a day, every day. I push myself, and I'm going to prove to Calgary that I'm a real fighter.
I'm going to win this fight because this time I'm going to be more prepared than I was last time. Last time some stuff happened that was out of my hands. You know, it is what it is. But through that, I gained 9 minutes of cage experience, something he doesn't have, and I plan on using that to my advantage.
This Hard Knocks fight is an amateur bout in the 135-pound division and is brought to you by Floors of Elegance. And now, let's meet the fighters.
A 135-pound amateur fight sees Nick Felber walking down to the Hard Knocks cage. making his amateur debut, Jeremy, and an amateur that I'm very excited to see what he can bring based on what we know about his skill set. A very fast fighter, a very quick fighter with good striking skills, should present a challenge in his amateur debut.
And Nick is one of those guys, again, who really worked on the game. We can't stress it enough. You have to make sure that you are ready to fight before you step in the cage. If you come in unprepared, you're going to leave in not a good way. And Nick Felber has made the necessary preparations, trains at Independent MMA, which is a local gym here in Calgary that has a lot of great fighters in their camp, including Smaino Rama, who we've seen here, who is a champion in his own right, a heavyweight. So when you have all these great guys all training in one gym, you're going to get better by osmosis because they continue to beat you up until you stop them, and then when you get in the cage, everything appears easy.
Asked Nick why he got into MMA, and he said what it did was help center his life after the loss of his grandfather. He said he felt himself spiraling out of control after that happened. He was very close to his grandfather, found himself in an MMA gym, started training, and found that that was a great way to get back and refocus his life and center it around combat sports. Nick Felber, a very interesting guy to talk to and very intrigued to see what he's able to bring here in the cage.
Mixed martial arts can provide an outlet for some of those guys who don't necessarily have that outlet in their everyday life to get out the aggression, to get out things, and that's why it's such a great sport, and it teaches discipline. You talk to all of these fighters about why they are better people because of mixed martial arts, and they say it's focused me, it's made me a better person, I'm disciplined, not just in MMA, but in all aspects of my life.
Nick Felber steps into the blue corner as we await his opponent.
And his opponent.
Coming down to the cage now, Tyler Kobayashi coming to us with an 0-1 record. We saw him last at Hard Knocks 41, Jeremy, in a fight against Ali Wasuk that had all kinds of problems. It was on, then it was off, then it was on, then it was off, then it was on, and Tyler didn't find out he was fighting for sure until just before the event began as doctors cleared his opponent. So that had to mess with his mindset a little.
Well, it's when you are getting ready for a fight, you have to put yourself in a mindset. You have to do your proper warm-up. You have to do your rituals, all the things that you do to get ready to step out into the cage and to flip the switch, to use a cliche, but probably the best way to describe it. And when you've been kind of pushed one way and another, the emotional side, Tyler Kobayashi brought a lot of people to watch that fight, and he was emotionally broken up when he found out that the fight was canceled just 2 hours prior to. Then the fight was back on an hour and a half, and this just had to do with some irregular heart rhythms from his opponent. They brought in a specialist to make sure that his opponent was safe, but like you said, Ryan, just a couple minutes before the show started, they found out they were fighting. They rushed in a quick warm-up. He says now he was not ready to step out in the cage. Some unfortunate things happened. He says he's ready now, and you're going to see the full fighter that is Tyler Kobayashi.
Yeah, Tyler telling me he considers this fight debut 2.0 because he feels like this fight will be more along the lines of what he was expecting in his first fight, and we'll see whether or not that ritual and that continuity for him really trains better. But also, Jeremy, a very enlightened look at his amateur record, knowing that it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things as long as you continue to gain experience.
And again, when you switch to a professional and you're a professional, now your record as an amateur doesn't matter. Perhaps some MMA junkies like myself might look at it, but as we take a look at the tail of the tape, 31 years old is Tyler Kobayashi, 24 for Nick Felber. Felber will have a little bit of a height and reach advantage. Kobayashi mentioning that 9 minutes of cage experience, invaluable, and he's right. Having that extra cage experience is going to be a big help to him. But again, these guys are both starting to make their careers, great athletes. Looking forward to this fight.
Now for our official fighter introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings. In his amateur debut, he's 24 years old and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 135 pounds. Fighting out of Independent MMA from Calgary. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Nick the Fury Felber. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler. He's 0-1 as an amateur, 31 years old, and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 134 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Dynamic MMA from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Tyler Kobayashi. This bout will be contested under amateur rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Adam Cheadle, our referee at this 135-pound weight class fight, as Tyler Kobayashi comes out of the red corner in the white trunks with the green trim, the black trunks for Nick Felber out of the blue corner. The fighters are ready and we are underway. They meet at center, touch gloves, and get right to it. Felber trying to throw that leg kick immediately after Kobayashi threw the jab. Felber driving in and finds himself on the wrong end of a takedown.
Excellent job by Kobayashi there. He had the nice snap kick, and then when Felber came forward, he gave space, and as soon as Felber started chasing him, that's when he was able to slip in and get the double leg. Excellent work on that sequence.
So Kobayashi now working into the mount. There's a bit of a guillotine on, and this fight is over. Nick Felber choked out Tyler Kobayashi with the top guillotine. Jeremy pulls off the submission victory. Debut 2.0 goes exactly as planned.
And you have to be incredibly strong to be able to get that top guillotine after not having it. And you can look at Kobayashi as a lighter fighter. He's a very big man. So using that strength, using that tool that he has to be able to secure that submission. And again, that's got to be a feeling of redemption for him because he got to get all his preparation done.
Yeah, you can see the smile on the face of Tyler Kobayashi. Also, Nick Felber in the blue corner. A little disappointed with his amateur debut, but sometimes that'll happen to a guy. You get the rush of coming in, you get all that adrenaline, and then you find yourself on the wrong end of a submission. So a tough loss there for Nick Felber, but Tyler Kobayashi gets the win here, and as a result, will even his record at 1-1. Looks like the official decision is in. We'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official decision brought to you by Floors of Elegance. The winner, due to tap out to guillotine choke at 32 seconds of the first round. In the red corner, Tyler Kobayashi.
Kobayashi, your winner. We'll head inside the cage with Jeremy.
Tyler, I'll get you here. I just want to have a quick chat with you. The last time we saw you, Hard Knocks 41, it was a bit of a rough go for you. Your fight was on, it was off, it was on. You didn't really get the time to prepare to come out, and you felt that you came out flat. This time, didn't come out flat. How did the extra preparation help?
I think it showed in the performance. Came out here, just reacted and did what I do.
It was an excellent sequence that you had with the snap kick and then giving the space to set up the double leg. Once it was there, were you looking for the guillotine right away?
Some things you just react, you see something, you go for it. Sometimes it is nice to plan, but I'm an amateur, I'm still learning, so for now it's just go with whatever happens.
Now as an amateur, you have that win under your belt. What's next for you?
Get back into the gym tomorrow and have some fun.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Kobayashi.
Tyler Kobayashi gets a victory here to even his record at 1-1. Ari, not often you see a guy get a takedown, work it into the mount, and then secure a guillotine choke from the top.
No, you don't often see that move, but what I really liked was he's a young fighter with not very much experience, but he was calm, cool, and collected in the cage, which is really important, and it was a great job.
Now on the other side, Nick Felber's got to go back to the drawing room. Maybe better to lose that quickly in his first fight so he can kind of throw that one away and get focused on his next fight.
Yeah, I don't mind if these guys win or lose when they're starting their career. What I really want is for them to get experience and learn about what other guys are doing, because understanding the feel of that move before it gets on is really what allows you to stop it.
Now you're a wrestler from way back, Ari. When you're looking at a guy who secures the takedown like Kobayashi did in this one, it's got to put a smile on your face.
Anytime a guy gets a takedown, I love it. Anytime a guy stuffs a takedown, I love it.
So Tyler Kobayashi victorious in this, his second MMA fight. We'll learn about our next two fighters right now.
My opponent for this fight is Justin Basra. I know he's got solid skills in wrestling, seen a lot of his videos. He's got some good kickboxing too. My plan is to stuff the takedown, punch his face in. Maybe I'll look for my back also.
My opponent's name is Jason Fournier. He's 1-0 from Calgary, from PMA Karate School, and he's a good around stand-up athlete.
I don't have a ton of experience in the cage. I know when I go in there, it's going to be a lot of action-reaction. There might not be a lot of thought, so it's going to be if it stays on our feet, great, that's where I want to keep it. If not, I'm comfortable on the ground too.
You can expect me to be dominant in every way. It doesn't matter if it's standing on the ground, wrestling, boxing. I've trained too hard to lose this fight.
I haven't been in the cage for a long time, but I've been working hard. He's obviously been working hard too. We're going to bang hard, we're going to put out a good fight. It's going to be an entertaining show.
I'm going to win this fight because I'm Justin Basra and I believe in my capabilities. Jason, this is going to be a long night. You're not going to win this fight.
This Hard Knocks fight is an amateur bout in the 145-pound division and is brought to you by Taylor Construction. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage now, Justin Basra out of Elite Training Center here in Calgary, and 1-0 as an amateur, Jeremy, and a dominant performance in his first fight.
Yeah, he fought against Clay Dixon in Hard Knocks 38 right here at the Market McPhail Center, and they thought with two wrestlers that it was just going to be a wrestling match, but there was some good striking being in there as well. There was some wrestling. Obviously, Justin Basra, one of the top wrestlers in the country, has placed in the top 6 consistently for the last, I think it was 8 years. He's been in the top 6. He's been a national team member as runner-up, second place. And again, having this wrestling background and that base just gives you an opportunity to really only focus on the striking aspect and the grappling aspect, because you know that wrestling is always there to fall back on.
Yeah, it's interesting talking to Justin about his training, because he said, well, I don't stop training, so there's no camp for a fight. It's just train, 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 fight, train, train, train. And that's how Justin goes through life as a Hard Knocks fighter.
Well, you can see Lewis Hewitt, who is in the corner of Justin Basra, so that's a pretty good guy to be training with every single day, because Lewis Hewitt is one of the top fighters in this country at the 145-pound weight class and 135 pounds as well. So you look at a guy who has the wrestling background, and now he's training with one of the better strikers and grapplers, and he has all the tools to put together a career in mixed martial arts. And he says, I want to win an amateur belt, then I want to move on to professional. And he wants to do all of this, and you can hear the big crowd pop, and he wants to do all of this just to set himself up for a career as a professional mixed martial artist.
So Justin Basra steps into the blue corner as he awaits his opponent.
And his opponent.
So now we meet Jason Fournier, came down to the Hard Knocks cage once before and is ready to step in and extend his opening MMA career win streak to 2 as he won his amateur debut.
Well, and he's a type of guy who really likes to go in and study his opponent. He said he's watched Justin Basra's wrestling, he's watched his Muay Thai, he's watched everything that he can get his hands on to know what kind of fighter he's coming up against. And some fighters like to watch tape, some fighters don't, but Jason Fournier thinks it's a great advantage to be able to know what your opponent has to bring.
It's interesting, I talk to guys from PMA Karate a lot, and typically when you hear that his opponent is coming back, and when you talk to Justin about Jason, you said, okay, well, what are you expecting from your opponent? He said, well, I expect him to have good striking because he's from a karate gym. Well, typically what we've seen from guys here in the Hard Knocks cage from PMA is, in fact, they have a solid ground game and they just use the striking to set that up.
Well, and it comes again from that same thing. He has now, you talk about Basra's wrestling base, Fournier has that striking base, so he knows he can always fall back on that, so then he can focus on the wrestling and on the grappling. And so they tend to use that, the PMA karate fighters tend to use that grappling whenever the opponent comes inside. They immediately don't feel uncomfortable and try and create space to get the striking. They say, okay, well, if you want to get inside and let me get a hold of you, that's fine. I'm happy with that.
Despite getting the win in his last fight, he was upset with the results, said he spent far too much time on his back. So we'll see if he's able to correct that tonight. And he knows a solid takedown defense is an absolute must against a wrestler of Justin Basra's caliber.
And it was a split decision against Idris Animashawn, and a lot of people thought that split decision went the wrong way. And even Jason Fournier says, I don't think I won that fight. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, 34 years old for Jason Fournier, the height the same, the weight the same, the record the same. Makes it a lot easier to do these tail of the tapes when everything is exactly the same.
Yeah, nothing separating these two guys but 7 years in age. And now we will head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official Hard Knocks Fighters introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 1-0 as an amateur, 27 years old and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of Elite Training Center from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Justin Basra. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he is also 1-0 as an amateur, 34 years old and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in at 145 pounds. Fighting out of PMA Karate from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Jason Fournier. This bout will be contested under amateur rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Adam Cheadle, our referee, as Justin Basra comes out of the blue corner in the red trunks, the red corner and the black trunks. For Jason Fournier out of the red corner, as both fighters are awaiting the official start of their fight, and we are underway here at Hard Knocks 43.
Basra immediately going for the leg attack. Good stuff by Jason Fournier. Knew that it was coming, perhaps baited that front leg to have Justin Basra come in. But again, showing that wrestling, getting those double underhooks, that's a position a wrestler works all the time.
Yeah, nice throw there to get the top position in the guard of Fournier. Again, no punches to the head of a downed opponent under the Calgary Commission rules, so a dangerous position to be in, especially if you leave an arm dangling. Basra landing shots from the top now. Jeremy doing the damage he can do from this position. Typically what you'll see in Calgary is a lot of fighters will look for side control rather than the mount or the guard position because then you can land those knees to the midsection.
Well, and Basra has advanced into a half guard, and Jason Fournier trying to hold on to the half guard. Good movement by Basra, though Fournier is holding on to that arm, so good work by Basra to recognize the danger, and now he is in the side control, and now you'll see him start to try and throw knees as often as possible. And you see that Jason Fournier has an arm trapped in between the legs, but now it's free as he switches to a half guard.
I talked to Basra yesterday about going to a decision in his first fight as he throws that kind of body slam down onto Fournier, and he said that he wants a finish, Jeremy, but he's not willing to put himself in a potentially risky position to get one. So expect a very patient game here from Justin Basra on top.
It's a smart game plan. It's the George St. Pierre style of fighting, which is I'm going to dominate every aspect of this, but I'm never going to put myself at a risk to lose the fight. And if Justin Basra can mimic that philosophy, that's not necessarily a bad thing, as now he's got an arm triangle in a very dangerous position here, as Basra, all he needs to do is get to the side of Jason Fournier, and it's going to be very difficult trying to soften him up with punches to the side, remaining busy.
Those punches, though, did cost him the arm triangle position. Now Fournier able to get back to his feet. Right up in front of us here on the cage. And Basra trying to throw again, working the takedown, using those wrestling skills to wind up in side control. Justin Basra, I believe that's 2 points.
That would be 4 points, actually. Feet to back, so 4 points for Justin Basra.
Apologies to the wrestlers out there.
That's right. Don't worry, I got your back, cauliflower heads. As he works here, Justin Basra from this top position, the takedown was a nice over-under, got to the side, and you can see the movement ability of Justin Basra as he's able to go side to side. And again, that wrestling background, this is a position that wrestlers work all the time.
Yeah, Justin Basra on top, just 15 seconds left here in round number 1. Basra's been on top for most of the first round here, Jeremy, but Fournier's done a good job of getting out of the position, getting back to set. While it won't give him the points on the judges' scorecard, it certainly definitely will keep it that 10-9 round, despite the fact that Basra's been on top for most of it.
That's definitely, like you said, Ryan, a 10-9 Justin Basra round. And here's the good thing. When I was talking to Justin Basra, he says, I asked him what the comparison is to a wrestling match to an MMA fight. He said, well, the rounds are exactly the same length, so that doesn't change. But the difference is, instead of getting about 15 seconds to rest in between rounds, they give me 90 seconds to rest. He says, if I wrestled an entire match and then they gave me 90 seconds, I'd be ready to wrestle again. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, here's a good look at the over-unders. So he's got, this is actually the double unders earlier on, and good work by Justin Basra on the takedown. But you talk about an energy tank and having to keep it full and to be effective throughout the entire fight. That is what Justin Basra brings, is that conditioning to be able to be effective at, you know, the last seconds of the third round.
So Justin Basra wins the first round on our scorecards. I'm not going to pretend that I know what the judges are thinking, but they're thinking that Basra won as well. Fournier, on the other hand, will need to come out a little more aggressive in this one. Maybe try and keep it standing, Jeremy. Avoid getting down to the ground, because it certainly seems like Basra's had the advantage when the game has gone to the ground thus far, doing an excellent job of keeping Fournier down and putting him into a dangerous position. He had that shot at the arm triangle, but was unable to finish. Fournier maybe in a tough spot. A deep breath here from Fournier coming out of the corner, the red corner, as we wait for the cage doors to be closed. Referee Andy Social right in the middle of things, and we are back underway for round number 2.
And again, right to the takedown and right to side control is Justin Basra, so perhaps a little bit of a heavier foot there from Jason Fournier, or perhaps he thought after stuffing the takedown that Justin might be a little less apt to try for it, but a nice body slam there by Basra, and a little bit of, I guess, dirty play in the amateur division as he's using that knee, as he's circling around. That knee ends up on the head of Jason Fournier, and pushes itself forcefully to the ground, so a little extra damage.
Looking for the arm-in guillotine choke here. Basra has to let it go. Fournier doing a nice job of rolling through it, but then Basra almost a blow to the head here. Again, illegal under the Calgary Combative Commission rules for amateurs. And it's one of those things where instinct says elbow, the rules say don't, and you could see the elbow get cocked and then at the last second veer into the collarbone of Jason Fournier.
And this is a good position for Justin Basra, and he's not throwing these punches with too much force, because if he does, Jason Fournier will be able to pass and attempt actually an arm triangle of his own from the ground. But there's that arm triangle position that we were just talking about. Justin Basra getting it, he's locking it in, and he needs to continue to transition through and get to the same side as the arm triangle for this technique to be effective.
And there he is on the other side. There's the tap. You were right, Jeremy. Just step over and you'll win. Justin Basra, your winner here with an arm-in triangle choke, or an arm triangle. A very good job for Justin Basra to pick up his second MMA victory.
The important thing is you don't have to know 100 techniques, kind of. You need to know 2 or 3 or 4 techniques, excellent, that you can get them from all sorts of angles. If you can do that, you're going to be an effective fighter.
It's the Ronda Rousey armbar theory. If you can find it and you can take it, you can win yourself a championship.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely right. Justin Basra, your winner here after a very impressive performance with several takedowns and immediate takedowns. Did not want to wait for the takedown to develop. As soon as the bell rang for both rounds, he was looking for the takedown. Justin Basra doing what works best for him. Just waiting on the official results. In the meantime, Jason Fournier will have to go back to the drawing board somewhat as he falls for the first time here in his amateur career. The official results are in. We will head inside the cage now to Doug Denance.
And now, the official decision brought to you by Taylor Construction. The winner, due to tap out, due to arm and head choke, at 1 minute 28 seconds of the second round. In the blue corner, Justin Basra.
Justin Basra is your winner. He'll be center of the cage with Jeremy.
Justin, I enjoy coming in here to talk to you because you always bring so many fans here to this Markham McPhail Center. You did it last time. You did it again. Another dominant performance. Talk us through the win.
Just been training all around. Last fight, I wasn't feeling 100%. This one, I was feeling perfect. No injuries, no nothing. And just got to give a big shout out to my coaches, Louis Sweat, Francois Duval, and Mike Dunn. All awesome guys. Always put a lot of time in with me. Build my confidence.
Now, you have a strong wrestling base. You've been placing in the top 6 at Nationals for the last decade. Tell us, how good is it to have that base so you can focus on other aspects of your training?
It's good, but I'm still new to the sport, so I feel like I'm relying a little bit too much in it when I'm not comfortable. But I'm not just another wrestler in the business. I'm the best in the business. Check the results.
2 good fights. Are you wanting a title fight coming up?
Listen up, 145 amateur division. I just proclaimed myself the champ. Anyone has a problem with that? June 26th, we can meet here and figure it out.
So Justin Basra claiming he's the champion at 145. Let's see if anyone tries to take it away. Thanks again. Once again, your winner, Justin Basra.
Justin Basra victorious to move to 2-0 at 145. Ari, again, as a wrestler, you've got to be very happy when you see a guy go takedown, 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 submission.
Yeah, cage control wins fights. Basra's got a big wrestling background, and guys got to understand that you're not going to beat him unless you knock him out or stop him from getting a takedown. What I liked Basra did in this fight was not only did he take his guy down, but he moved, he got into half guard, he was in side position, he was doing knees to the body, he got a submission, it was good.
Now, you've talked, Ari, about the knees to the body from that side control position, intimating that it's the next big thing in MMA. Nice to see the amateurs getting in on this early.
Yeah, I think that side control really is the dominant move on the ground right now, because you can strike with your legs and you can also strike with your hands, and the guy on the ground can't defend both his body and his head.
So Justin Basra wins this fight. Let's learn about our next 2 fighters right now.
My opponent's name is Riley Pequin. I know his background is karate. I heard he's been doing a little bit of wrestling and stuff like that, and he's not too strong on the ground.
My opponent's name is Levi Armstrong. I know he's a big, strong guy. He's going to try and come and punch me in the face, but I think I'm going to put a pace on him.
Going into this fight, I'm pretty comfortable either standing up or going to the ground. I know he likes to do his spinning kicks and stuff like that. I'm prepared for all of it. I've been training for it, and obviously if I have to, I'll take it to the ground.
My strategy for this next fight is going to be movement. Movement is going to be key. I can't get stuck flat-footed, because if I'm flat-footed, I'm probably going to get smoked in the face. So I'm just going to try and keep moving, circle a lot.
I'm coming into this fight pretty confident, and I'm almost positive I'm going to come out on top. Can't really predict the fight until it happens, I guess, but I'm going to go in there and do the best I can, and most certainly I will come out on top.
I've already had a tough loss in my amateur career. I know what it feels like to lose, and I don't plan on losing again. Levi, you better be ready to go.
This Hard Knocks fight is at a catch weight of 200 pounds and is our amateur main event of the evening, and is brought to you by X92.9. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage, Levi the Oak Armstrong, coming down from 205 to 200 as Riley Pequin moves up to 205 to 200 for this fight. Both of these guys, probably 2 of the bigger physiques that we see here in the amateur division in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Both of them have wins on their record. Neither of them have fought a guy of equivalent size. This one should be very interesting.
This has fight of the night written all over it. There's sometimes when you watch a UFC event when somebody says, what was the fight of the night? Well, it was this guy versus this guy. And people say, well, I didn't necessarily see that on the main card. Well, this fight is going to be outstanding. These guys are both phenomenal athletes. They're incredibly strong. They punch well. They grapple well. They when you look at them side by side, they look very similar. Their fighting styles are similar. The difference is, the only difference is Levi Armstrong more of a grappler, Riley Pequin more of a striker, but both are excellent at all phases of fighting.
Yeah, you said more of a grappler for Levi Armstrong. He did win his last fight just 7 seconds into the second round. He won with a kick to the midsection. His opponent was unable to continue. And funnily enough, Jeremy, both Levi Armstrong and Riley Pequin's last fights both came against a brother from the Tordoff family. Devin Tordoff losing to Riley Pequin, and his younger brother losing to Levi Armstrong on the same card earlier in the night. So both Levi Armstrong and Riley Pequin beating the Tordoffs, and now they move into the next stage of that tournament, now facing each other after beating similar opponents earlier in their career.
The two men fighting in this fight fought brothers.
Yes. And now we await his opponent.
And his opponent.
So now we see Riley Pequin coming down to the cage, dominated his last fight. If you haven't seen Riley Pequin's last fight, you need to check it out on the Hard Knocks Fighting app, available on both the Android and the Apple Store, because quite frankly, it was just jumping spin kick, jumping spin kick, jumping spin kick, and all of them landed.
His highlight kick is on MMAJunkie.com. It has over 500,000 views. And it's worth it. So go, if you haven't seen it, check it out. You can get it, of course, on the Hard Knocks website. But you see a guy here who has the ability at 205 pounds, as big as he is, he's very flexible, and he can do those high aerial moves. That's going to just give another aspect that his opponent has to watch out for. And a lot of times when you can threaten something like that, that opens up so many other things in your game. If you threaten that spinning back kick that's so effective, and then you're able to say, okay, well, he's set for that, I've got a nice easy takedown there. A lot of times the threat of the move is sometimes better than the move itself.
Riley told me that before this fight he started wrestling, which amazed me that you could get 3 fights into an MMA career without ever really working your wrestling. And he said he knows now the value of wrestling in the MMA game, and what he was missing in his game before was wrestling. It'll be very interesting to see if he puts those skills to the test here.
Well, it's such a important part of it, and he's going to have to know his wrestling to be able to counter the strength of Levi Armstrong. As we take a look at the tail of the tape here, Levi Armstrong is 24 years old, 22 for Riley Pequin, 6'1" for Armstrong. Both of them have winning records, and again, these are very, very strong fighters, and I'm looking forward to this fight.
Now for our official introduction, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knocks Fighters introduction. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 1-0 as an amateur, 24 years old, and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in at 199 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Tilt MMA from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Levi "The Oak" Armstrong. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's 2-1 as an amateur, 22 years old, and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in at 199 pounds. Fighting out of PMA Karate from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Riley Pequin. This bout will be contested under amateur rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Andy Social.
Andy Social will be our referee for this amateur main event between Riley Pequin and Levi Armstrong. Armstrong, the red and white trunks out of the blue corner. Pequin, the red shorts out of the red corner, as we are just about underway here. And the fighters touch gloves and get set.
Watch for the kicks to fly early from Riley Pequin. And on the same match, you watch that Levi's going to try and catch him just like he did right there. Nice knee from Riley Pequin. And these are big boys. They're shaking our broadcast position as they came close to us.
Yeah, Armstrong trying to pull Pequin down, him not having anything of it. Pulled him back up and threw a knee to the chest for good measure. Armstrong, though, does have Pequin up against the cage. Pequin landing another big knee to the midsection.
Those are very nice knees. Those are high-class knees that are being thrown.
Pequin now landing a couple punches. Armstrong responding with some of his own. Nice work in the clinch here from both fighters, landing big rights and lefts. And now Armstrong teeing off. He's got Pequin up against the cage. He's in trouble. This fight is over. Armstrong, your winner. Pequin knocked down. A TKO up against the cage. The referee stepping right in.
And Riley Pequin is upset, but not upset at the official. He's just upset that he got caught. And it's one of those things that happens to any fighter. And Levi Armstrong was teeing off on Riley Pequin. Riley Pequin was trying to stay tough, trying to stay in there, trying to take it. But sometimes, even with your hands up, even with not landing those big shots, when you are as big as Levi Armstrong, some of those shots are going to do some damage, and they showed it right there.
Yeah, great fight from Levi Armstrong, landing tons of punches up against the cage. Riley Pequin goes down and was unable to answer, and as a result, the referee steps in appropriately to stop this amateur main event.
Levi Armstrong just showing there he is the oak. He's very strong against a very strong opponent, and when he started teeing off like that, he landed some big shots, and I don't know if Riley Pequin is upset or just upset at the result that he didn't move out of the way.
You can see former amateur champion Phil Towler in the corner of Levi Armstrong. Looks like the official decision is in, and we can head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by X92.9. The winner by TKO by referee stoppage in 52 seconds of the very first round. In the blue corner, Levi Armstrong.
And now in the center of the cage with the winner, here's Jeremy.
Levi, you come into this fight saying you're expecting Riley to be throwing some unorthodox things and that you had trained for that. Did that fight go exactly how you planned it?
Yeah, kind of. I just wanted to stay in close to make sure he didn't catch me with one of those kicks.
When you were up against the cage, he threw some big knees against you and you ate them, and then once you came out, you were swinging for the fences. Talk us through the finish.
I'm just tensed up when he was going to kick. It doesn't, if you're ready for it, it doesn't really hurt, so gets me going when I get hit. I love it, so just swung for the fence and he went down.
Good job. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your winner, Levi Armstrong.
Levi Armstrong, your winner in your amateur main event. Ari, always good to see two big fighters go toe-to-toe, and that's what we got here in our amateur main event.
The fans love that. They're big fighters, and they absolutely went to take the other guy's head off. That was a great, entertaining fight.
Now, we saw Riley Pequin up in trouble against the cage, was unable to make his way away from that. What does he need to do in that situation?
You know, I actually think that when you're in trouble in a situation, what you need to do is anticipate that situation. So in his case, he probably didn't want to be on the cage in the first place.
So Levi Armstrong, your winner in that fight. Now we're going to take you to some highlights from a past event. Keegan Oliver taking on Robert Nelson from Hard Knocks 41. Keegan Oliver and Rob Nelson renew hostilities in the Hard Knocks cage. Nelson coming out of the blue corner in the black and white trunks, the white shorts for Keegan Oliver out of the red corner. As these two fighters get set to fight as professionals, one of them will be walking away with his first professional victory. No touching gloves for the condition, and you can hear the fans recognizing the sign of disrespect.
Well, it's one of those things that you try and put yourself in a mindset, and Keegan Oliver does that. You'll see that doesn't matter what happens in this round, he's going to put his hands up at the end of it, and he's pushing forward. Has Rob Nelson up against the cage. Nelson with that arm in guillotine, but no pressure as of yet. He's got to be able to get those hips through, and Keegan Oliver able to pop his head out.
Yeah, Oliver originally trained at the Gracie Gym first, and was also a very high-level wrestler but no fear from him in that standing guillotine there.
Well, before he was going to make his professional debut, see a throw there from Rob Nelson. Right before he's about to make his professional debut, he got hit by a car. I saw him the day after. He was walking around. He said, just because I got hit by a car doesn't mean that I got to show that I'm a wuss. So he's very tough despite his small size.
Nelson in control of this fight through the early part of round number 1. Again, 3 5-minute rounds here for the professionals. Trying to drag Oliver around, Oliver having none of it, and gives Nelson a knee for his trouble.
Well, Nelson trying for this throw, but Keegan Oliver doing an excellent job in being able to stymie the offense so far of Rob Nelson. Yes, Rob Nelson has been more in control, but it really hasn't been effective other than perhaps the one throw where his head ended up on the ground.
There it is. This fight's over. There was a tap on the far side of the cage. I won't pretend I can tell you what the choke was, but it was definitely a choke as Keegan Oliver gets his first pro victory.
And for me, I'm supposed to know what's going on, and I think here's what ended up happening with the position that they were in. It's actually a neck crank on the far side. He's putting some pressure on that neck, and once the pressure is there and you're bending that neck in the wrong position, that's when you're able to secure that victory. And good work by Keegan Oliver.
The winner by tap out due to rear naked choke at 1 minute and 45 seconds in the very first round. In the red corner, Keegan the Condition Oliver.
So that was a win from Keegan Oliver at Hard Knocks 41. You heard our confusion on the broadcast. You heard a rear naked choke as the official victory, but Jeremy, it was a bulldog choke for the win from the Condition Keegan Oliver.
One of those techniques that was used in early days of mixed martial arts and is starting to make a comeback. Sometimes these things ebb and flow, and a bulldog choke is one of those newer techniques that's coming in after a resurgence after being an older technique.
Well, our next 2 fighters are ready. We'll learn more about them right now.
I'm fighting Derek Falk. He's from Ontario, comes from a very good gym. This is his first professional fight, and I look to give him a rude awakening to the pro ranks.
My opponent's name is Keegan Oliver. He's a good wrestler, very durable, tough opponent, and he's a good all-around fighter.
I look to go out there, put on another good performance. I finished my last 2 fights in the first round, and this fight's going to be no different.
My strategy tonight going to this fight is to push the pace. I want to fight each minute hard. I plan on going in there and outstriking and outworking my opponent. And if it goes to the ground, it goes to the ground. If it stays standing, I'm more than happy to keep it standing as well.
I look to go up there and keep my undefeated record going here in Hard Knocks, and there's nothing that Derek Falk can do about it.
I plan on coming out as a victory. I feel very strong, I feel very tough, and I think I'm ready to go. And thank you everyone for coming out, and I hope you guys enjoy a fun 125er fight.
This Hard Knocks fight is our very first professional bout of the evening in the 125-pound division, and is brought to you by Grey Eagle Resort and Casino. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage out of the blue corner, Derek Falk making his pro debut, Jeremy, but this guy's no slouch. A 2-time Eastern Canadian champion, as well as an undefeated high school wrestling career. This guy knows how to deal with wrestlers, and that's why he may be a perfect opponent for Keegan Oliver.
Well, he was also 3-0 as an amateur before coming in to make his professional debut. So not only does he have that wrestling background, but he has been training mixed martial arts for 8 years and was able to put all of that together into that undefeated amateur record. A very exciting athlete at 125. 125. He's very big. You're going to see the difference when he and Keegan Oliver get close to one another, just the musculature difference between the two fighters.
Yeah, you mentioned he's been training MMA for 8 years, said that he wanted to add a skill, perfect that skill, and then start to add the next skill. So it was wrestling, followed by boxing, followed by Muay Thai, followed by Jiu-Jitsu, training very slow and very deliberately so that when he did finally get into the cage, he was ready. And after 8 years of training, he's ready to make his professional debut.
It's interesting that stories are so similar for his opponent, Keegan Oliver, who started with wrestling, went to Jiu-Jitsu, then went to boxing, then went to kickboxing. So they have very similar stories in the way that they developed, and it's the proper way to develop. And you look at a guy here in Derek Falk, who is that two-time Eastern Canadian champ, and not an easy thing to go back-to-back. And living in Ontario, it's very difficult to put an undefeated high school season because their high school tournament, their high school championships have hundreds of entrants in each weight class. There's so many people. They call it the OFSA World Championships for a reason. It's very difficult. You have to wrestle 8 or 9 times just to get to the finals. So for what that season, that undefeated season, is a very good indication of the type of athlete you're getting in Derek Falk.
Just some last-minute maintenance here at the cage for our fighter's safety, of course, as Derek Falk gets ready to step into the cage as a professional for the very first time, and he does that here at the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship.
And trying to get some hometown love, although he's all the way from Ontario, so a little bit tougher to get it, especially when you're fighting a Calgary fighter. But Derek Falk is going to show why he said he's ready to step in as professional and to prove a point that he's ready to go at 125.
So Derek Falk steps into the blue corner as we await his opponent.
And his opponent.
So now we see again Keegan, the condition Oliver, 2-3 as a professional in his MMA career. But Jeremy, 6-0 as an amateur and 2 wins as a professional here in the Hard Knocks, or in 2 wins as a professional. Keegan Oliver has 7 fights in the Hard Knocks cage, all of them victories.
He is a type of guy that never is satisfied with being mediocre. He tries to get better each time that he's in. He's really focused on that striking, that boxing. He's done some professional boxing fights, and he's undefeated as a professional boxer. So this is a guy who came in when he turned professional, perhaps not as ready to turn professional as he would have thought at the time, but recommitted himself and spent some time at Dynamic MMA to kind of put all the skills that he had together. He had boxing, he had wrestling, he had jiu-jitsu, but he didn't know how to put them all together into a complete package. So went to a gym that focused on MMA specifically, and since then has won 2 straight.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about their respective records. Keegan said to me that he felt a little disrespected by the fact that Derek Falk would take this fight knowing that he has 11 MMA fights between 6 amateur and 5 pro fights, and you know, his 500 career wrestling matches, and 18 fights between MMA and boxing. And he said that, you know, Derek shouldn't have taken this fight because he's not got my experience level. Derek said that he got the call for a fight at 125 and took the fight regardless of the record.
We take a look at the tail of the tape here. 5'7" for Keegan Oliver. He's a little bit taller. They both weighed in at the 125-pound limit, and of course that professional experience of 2 wins and 3 losses for Keegan Oliver. Derek Falk making his professional debut.
Now we'll head inside the cage to Doug Dinez.
And now the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, in his professional debut, he's 22 years old and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Bruckman Martial Arts from Oshawa, Ontario. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Derek Manchild Falk. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's 2-3 as a pro, 25 years old and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Dynamic MMA, Gracie Baja from Calgary. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Keegan the Condition Oliver. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Andy Social.
Andy Social, our referee, as Keegan Oliver gets set to step in against Derek Falk in his last fight in the Hard Knocks cage. Keegan Oliver not touching gloves when they came out to center.
He won't this time either.
Whether or not that changes tonight, I don't expect it to.
It never has. It never will.
But we'll see what happens. It's as common as Oliver raising his hands as though he's won every round, regardless of the results. No touching gloves here. And again, Oliver and Falk underway here. Our first pro fight of the evening. Some nice kicks thrown by both fighters.
And remember, these fights are under the full unified rules, so you're just going to see the full striking to the head and a nice tight guillotine. Keegan Oliver got the double leg takedown, but Falk in very tight on the guillotine, trying to stay tough. Oliver looks very calm in the situation, but he's in a lot of trouble here.
But he's asleep. This fight is over. Keegan Oliver choked unconscious. Derek Falk making short work of the Condition in his pro debut.
And as we await to see that Keegan Oliver is going to wake up, I'm sure he will in just a few seconds here. But when you land and you get that double leg and the guillotine is there, you have to land inside control. If you land in your opponent's guard, you're going to be in pretty big trouble, as we saw right there with Derek Falk securing his professional victory. And again, you look at Derek Falk, his first instinct was not to run around and brag. It was to make sure his opponent was okay. And that's, again, a staple of mixed martial arts. There's huge respect between opponents back and forth, despite the no touching gloves.
Yeah, Derek Falk, you could hear him call out to the referee, he's asleep, he's asleep. And that was the case. Keegan Oliver with his head hanging on the stool. Again, it's one of those things, Jeremy, with a guillotine especially, where you're fine, you're out. And that certainly seemed to happen to Keegan Oliver. He wasn't attacking the arm. He wasn't at all defending. He looked very comfortable, as you mentioned. And then all of a sudden, Falk rolled it over a little bit, put that extra added pressure on, and that was the end for Keegan Oliver, who saying to his coach Vince he's fine, just disappointed with the result. And you can see here during the replay that Falk really putting the pressure on there, and Oliver not having much, again, wasn't necessarily concerned about it, was feeling all right about it, stacking up his weight. But then you can see as he rolls over here, and you can see that arm go limp, that was it, and this fight was over. Now for our official decision, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official decision, brought to you by Grey Eagle Resort and Casino. The winner by referee stoppage due to guillotine choke at 30 seconds of the first round. In the blue corner, Derek Manchild Falk.
Derek Falk is your winner. He'll be center of the cage with Jeremy.
Derek, I'll let you just give your handshakes there, then I want to have a quick chat with you. Your professional debut, you are still undefeated. You were 3-0 as an amateur, now 1-0 as a professional. You knew Keegan was a wrestler. Is that why you're waiting for the guillotine choke?
I knew he was a super tough guy. He can grind it out for 25 minutes if you let him. So I knew he was a good wrestler, and in the back of my mind, I thought, if he shoots in hard and gets my legs and not getting him back, he's a good wrestler. So I drew him into the choke and I sunk it on. Luckily, I know he likes to shoot early in the fight, so that the dry skin, the choke gets on and it's hard to get out.
Now, one thing that's a staple of mixed martial arts is when you have a victory and your opponent is in a rough position, your first thought was not to celebrate the victory, but to make sure that your opponent was okay. Talk about that and why it's respect is so prevalent in mixed martial arts.
Yeah, you know, me and Keegan and everyone else at 125, everyone else in here, we're all living the same dream. We're all trying to be the best fighters that we can be in, and that was just a product of a good choke. And I didn't mean any animosity towards it, so I'm not going to dance around like I did something really cool. All it was a technique. I applied it, and then afterwards I want to make sure my opponent's okay.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Derek Falk.
So Derek Falk is your winner in this fight. Ari, the first time Keegan Oliver has lost in the Hard Knocks cage, and it's one of those situations with a guillotine especially, you're fine, you're asleep, and that's what happened to Keegan Oliver tonight.
Well, the guillotine really is the thing that deters a double leg. And if you do a double and give up your neck and get caught in a guillotine when you're dry and the other guy's got arm strength, you're in trouble. And I think what we're seeing sometimes now is guys start with a double and they move off to a single to defend the guillotine. And so I think Keegan went for the double, maintained the double, allowed the guillotine, hoped he didn't get choked out, and it didn't go very well.
Now on the other side, Derek Falk expertly applying that technique and using the guillotine when Keegan shot in, also showing off some decent wrestling skill by landing in his guard.
Yeah, he used the guillotine, he got the submission, but for a wrestler to go to a guillotine, I actually don't like that. That's not a high percentage move, and David Falk's not going to be able to do that against the best guys because he's going to get taken down and ground and pounded more often than he's going to get the submission. So it was a good submission, it worked, but it's not a long-term UFC move.
So Keegan Oliver falls to Derek Falk in that fight, and now we will take a closer look at one of our Hard Knocks fighters, Devin Smith, in a segment we call Out of the Cage.
To be a successful fighter, I think you really need to put in a lot of hours, a lot of work, be patient, and just don't quit, and literally give it everything you got. You can't, it's not something that you can just do half-assed. You've got to give it everything or you won't be successful.
What does it take to be a fighter?
To answer questions from my family who just don't understand.
What does it take
to change the perception of who I was to the man I am today?
What does it take to never give up, even though I have every reason to?
What does it take
to train every day, even though my body's screaming at me to quit?
What does it take
to come back from an injury that the doctors told me would end my career? So, what does it take to be an MMA fighter?
What do you think?
Devin Smith is a professional mixed martial artist with a record of 0 wins and 1 loss. He fights out of La Ronge, Canada, and had an extensive amateur background before turning professional.
I got started as a child. I was a huge fan of Muhammad Ali, and so I idolized him. I watched all of his old fights and everything, and then as I got older, I just grew into all types of combat sports, and I had some friends who were traveling to Asia, and they talked me into going, and I decided to go and learn kickboxing in Thailand while I was there. And I was so excited, and I kept telling everybody, and then finally, when it came down to it, I told so many people that it was too late to back out, so I kind of talked myself into it like that. And that's pretty much how I got into fighting, is I just told so many people about it that eventually, even though I was terrified, I had to do it.
After losing his professional debut to Hard Knocks regular Justin Schmidt, Devin changed venues for his training, transitioning to Progressive Fighting Academy in Lethbridge.
Now I train at Progressive Fighting Academy in Lethbridge, and it's been fantastic. For pretty much all of my previous fights, I'd trained just with friends in a garage, and though it was good and it got me pretty far, it's a completely different experience at Progressive Fighting Academy. There's just a ton more guys to train with, a ton more knowledge, and it's really brought my confidence and all my
experience and talent up to a new level for sure. Martial arts has been, I'd say, pretty helpful to who I am and where I'm at now. I think without it, I probably wouldn't be doing up to anything good for sure. You know, it's really calmed me down from where I was when I was younger, and kept me physically fit and active and put me in a really good spot. I'd say the training has really helped me just stay level-headed and calm in a lot of situations where it's given me a lot of self-control, where I think some people are lacking that. Just training and competing for a fight and knowing my capabilities and everything has really helped me to just have good control of myself. I definitely think mixed martial arts and the success I've had has been pretty helpful with how I handle any situation now. There was a point where the success almost at first got me in more trouble because it gets to your ego, and then it also, you get a lot of people who almost want to test themselves. Oh, this guy's a mixed martial artist, and this guy's done this or that. But as time has passed and fights have passed, I've won and I've lost, and really that's where I know the competition is. And outside of the cage, it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. To where back in the day, it would almost, I'd want to prove myself to anyone. Now I know what I'm made of, where I'm at, and I don't need to prove myself to anyone. Honestly, I don't know what's in a person that can make them a fighter. You know, I think even among fighters, there's people who are completely different. Like myself, before a fight, I keep telling myself I'm not going to do this again, and almost talking myself out of it. And then I fight, and then afterward, I tell them there's no way that I couldn't not do it again. You know, I love it so much, but there's always moments that are like almost completely opposite. So it's hard to say what it is in me that gives me that drive.
Devin has great support from his family. His first training partner was his younger brother, Austin, the kitchen sink Smith. Austin, along with Devin's parents, have been instrumental in the success that Devin Smith has had.
My brother's had one fight with Hard Knocks and did very well. And since then, he's trained with me, but not as consistently. But I'm looking forward to seeing him hopefully back inside the cage. And I think that he will have as much success as me, if not more, in Hard Knocks. He got started in mixed martial arts a lot younger than I did, so I think he's got the potential. He's got a lot more opportunity than I did at his age. So I'm looking forward to having him back and attending his fights. My dad pretty much comes to all my fights. He loves watching them, and my mom has never watched a fight, and I don't think she ever will. She's terrified. She's always the first one I call after a fight, but she never wants to see it. She just won't do it. She's always afraid for me and just doesn't like that. But she's always supported me. She'll never watch it.
Starting his career in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship with 5 straight wins in the heavyweight and light heavyweight divisions, Devin Smith relied on takedown defense and damaging punches for success. As the level of opponents increased, Devin found himself lacking in one major aspect of MMA.
Since my 2 losses with Hard Knocks, I've since went to Progressive Academy in Lethbridge and really developed on all my areas of weakness. And in those 2 fights, there was a lot to learn from them. So I feel like I've developed a lot since then. The fight with Phil Towler, it was really weird for me because I knew what to expect from him, and he did what I expected. And then somehow I still got caught. It's sort of a rookie mistake. And I'd love to relive that over again, but because I think it could go differently. And then my fight after that with Justin Schmidt, like I said, it was a really exciting fight. It's not one that I'm ashamed of. I feel like we put on a good show, and it was sort of back and forth, and I just didn't have an answer. And going to Lethbridge and training, I think, has given me that answer. After my last fight, I really thought that I'd be successful in that one. And though I lost, it was an exciting fight, I think, and I've watched it lots of times, and it really was fun to watch. And I feel like this will just give me a chance to get a win and as well be exciting just like the last fight, so I'm really looking forward to it. Right now, I'm coming off a few losses, and this is almost my make or break moment right here. And I've been training hard, and like I said, I'm now at a very good gym, and I feel like this is my time to shine, and this is really get me to the next level in the sport.
So that was a very close look at Devin Smith, a fighter in our next fight coming up. Jeremy, Devin Smith, very familiar to Hard Knocks fans.
Well, he should be. He currently holds the record for most wins in the Hard Knocks cage, and his opponent, Trenton Rowell, is going to be in tough. But Trenton Rowell has been 2-1 since the resurgence of his MMA career, where he started out 0-2, took a break, committed himself to training. Trenton Rowell is going to be a serious test for Devin Smith.
So Devin Smith versus Trenton Rowell coming up next. We'll learn more about them right now.
My opponent's name is Devin Smith. You know, he's a Saskatchewan boy. Get ready to rumble.
My opponent's name is Trenton Rowell. I know that he's 2-3 as a pro. I've seen one of his fights, but that's about it. I don't know what to expect from him, but I'm not too worried.
I think you're looking to see a good stand-up game between both of us. Lots of fight experience, have lots of skills. Should be a good battle.
My plan for this fight is basically like every other fight, keep it standing, keep it exciting. I'm not sure what he's going to do, but I'm going to go for the exciting knockout finish.
Let's get to work, Food. Let's go to work. Let's fight, Devin. I'm ready for this.
I'm here to make a statement in Calgary. I want the exciting finish. I want Calgary to know what I'm about, and I'm going to go for that knockout, and I'm going to get it.
This Hard Knocks fight is a professional bout in the 205-pound division and is brought to you by Big 4 Motors. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage now, Trenton Rowell, who comes to us with a record of 2-3, and Trenton comes to us the first time we saw him, Jeremy, the only time we've seen him in the Hard Knocks cage. Did not take very long to make a lasting impression on fans. Unfortunately, not the impression he wanted to make, as he was quickly choked out by Zach Chalmers.
Yeah, Zach Chalmers locked in a guillotine and was able to finish it standing. And Zach Chalmers, a very strong fighter, and does Atlas stone lifting, so was able to put that pressure on the neck of Trenton Rowell. And Trenton, when I asked him about that, he said, look, I learned from that one. I learned that when I shoot in, I have to finish it right away, and if I'm going to finish it to the ground, I need to finish in side control. It's a good lesson to learn, but Trenton Rowell has a record of 2-3, but since he's returned to mixed martial arts, he's 2-1. And when talking to his opponent, Devin Smith, he said that's the fighter preparing for, the Trenton Rowell who's 2-1, and has put together 2 good wins in those victories.
Yeah, those last 3 fights coming from 2013 till now. The 2 losses you're speaking of, Jeremy, took place in 2008, so not necessarily relevant to the career and current trajectory of Trenton Rowell. It was interesting, when I asked him about that chokeout, Jeremy, he said it took him a lot of extra guts to get back in the cage after that happened to him, but nevertheless, he stepped back in the cage. He secured a victory with a rear naked choke kind of a rear naked choke neck crank combo, but nevertheless, Trenton Rowell was a winner, and he's coming in on a win streak as he fights Devin Smith. And now we await his opponent.
And his opponent.
So now we see Devin Smith coming down to the cage, our former amateur light heavyweight champion, our former amateur heavyweight champion before turning pro and coming into us with a record of 1-1. Devin Smith has some of the most powerful hands that we've seen in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship.
He has hands that can end people with one shot. He knocked out his very first opponent in the Hard Knocks cage with a knockout in 8 seconds, and has very strong power in those hands. And on the flip side, though, he was one of those things that he always depended on that striking power, and when he went up against guys who were wrestlers that were able to take him down and neutralize that striking ability, he found himself in trouble. That's why he changed, committed to the Progressive Fighting Academy in Lethbridge. He moves down there and does camps down there and splits between there and his home in La Ronge, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, an interesting trajectory for him, because La Ronge to Lethbridge is not an easy drive. It's certainly more than, it's 2 days either way, and so unless he can get kind of that 10-day or 12-day break, not necessarily the greatest choice for him to get down there. So tough for him to get to Lethbridge, but nevertheless has been down training with PFA, one of the more famous gyms in the world of MMA now, as you see UFC fighter Jordan Meehan coming out of there, and really stepping up is Devin Smith.
Jordan Meehan making his home in Lethbridge as well, and they do some cross training as well. And Devin Smith is one of those fighters that always is exciting, always throws big punches, always wants to land, always wants to finish the fight, and he's looking to make a statement now. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, 33 years old is Trenton Rowell, and 26 for Devin Smith. Rowell with the professional experience advantage, but Devin Smith with more fights in his career, and it's going to be a very interesting fight here at the 205-pound division.
Now for our official introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Code Coatings, he's 2-3 as a professional, 33 years old and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in at 202 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Iron Fist MMA from Rocky Mountain House, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Trenton Rowell. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's 1-1 as a professional, 26 years old, and he stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 203 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Progressive Fighting Academy from La Ronge, Saskatchewan, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Devin, Mr. Boom Truck Smith. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Andy Social.
Andy Social, our referee. Devin Smith will be coming out of the red corner in the black trunks. The black trunks with gray trim for Trenton Rowell coming out of the blue corner. The tattoos might be the easiest way to tell these two apart, as Devin has lots and Trenton has none. They touch gloves in the center of the cage, and this fight is underway. Again, now Rowell pushing forward, driving Smith up against the cage. A big slam right here in front of us, and Trenton Rowell on top of Devin Smith here in the early going.
Well, if there was a playbook on how to beat Devin Smith, this is it. You got to take him down. You got to stay heavy on him. If he is standing, he's incredibly dangerous. And Trenton Rowell, again, this is not the 0-2 Trenton Rowell. This is 2-1 Trenton Rowell, who has really committed himself to the sport and the way that he trains. And you're just seeing it right here as he puts the pressure down on Devin Smith.
Smith trying to scramble out from underneath, but Trenton Rowell continuing to lay on top and hold Smith down, looking to advance his position, now landing an elbow. And again, now Smith turning the tables and winding up in Rowell's guard, and now looking to go to work from the top.
Well, you can hear a pop from the crowd, and Devin Smith, no stranger to the Calgary crowd, has had lots of fights here in Calgary, so he does develop some fans, especially with that big knockout power.
And again, on top, looking to drop bombs here. A big elbow from Devin Smith there, right up against the cage, and looking to find a hole in the defenses of Trenton Rowell. And when Devin Smith hits you, he hits you hard, and he's trying to do that here and finish the fight here in the early going of round one, putting some punishment on Trenton Rowell.
And I thought I saw Trenton Rowell tapping out, but perhaps the referee is in a better position than I am. But Devin Smith is landing these big shots. And like you said, Ryan, every time that Devin Smith lands a shot, his opponent definitely feels it, even if it doesn't hit clean.
Now on to the back of Trenton Rowell. Devin Smith continuing to land punches. Now standing up so that he can land more damage, get a little more leverage behind those punches. Rowell covering up wisely, doing so, intelligently defending, so not in danger of losing the fight from this position. But now he might be in trouble here. Devin Smith is landing punches. Andy Social right on top of the action, and this fight is over. Devin Smith, your winner, due to unanswered strikes.
And a good stoppage by our official, stepping in and protecting Trenton Rowell from himself. Rowell, a very tough fighter. Nobody can deny that. But Devin Smith was laying down huge shots. And again, he's talked about making a statement in this fight that he was dangerous again. He just showed it right there.
was in a bad position, but got out of it immediately and then started laying down those signature blows. And Devin Smith may be starting to make a recurrence here as a contender in the 205-pound division.
Yeah, a nice fight there from Devin Smith as he put the boots to Trenton Rowell. Rowell, very successful takedown, but after that, or a slam rather, into a takedown, but unfortunately was unable to progress from that decision. And as a result, Devin Smith is your winner here as he gets another win, make it 2 in a row for Mr. Boom Truck out of PFA in Lethbridge. Now for our official decision, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by Big 4 Motors. The winner by TKO due to strikes at 2 minutes 15 seconds of the first round. In the red corner, Devin, Mr. Boom Truck Smith.
Devin Smith is your winner. He'll be center of the cage with Jeremy.
Devin, I'll grab you here in the center of the cage. Well, you started your career with the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship, knocking people out over and over and over again, and then you ran into trouble, and people might have thought that you weren't the same fighter anymore. Are you back?
I'm definitely back, you know. I worked on everything and all those weaknesses where I was getting dominated on the ground, and so take me down now. I got stuff there too.
So once he did take you down, it was a nice double leg. You didn't panic, and we were able to get top position. What do you credit the ability that you have now to fight off your back and get into a position that you feel comfortable with?
It's definitely all from being at PFA in Lethbridge. Progressive Fighting Academy. Those guys are taking me down and beating me up on the ground every day, and so that's what I work on constantly.
Now, with your commitment and the travel that you make to go all the way down to PFA from your home in Saskatchewan, what does that say about your career? Are you ready to make the next step?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it says. I'm committed to this. I'm going to go as far as I can, and I think that's pretty far.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Mr. Boom Truck, Devin Smith.
Devin Smith victorious, Ari, in a fight that goes to the ground. Could be the first time we've said that. Looks like he's adapted his game to include some work on the mat.
I really like Devin Smith. He started out his career as a striker, a Muay Thai guy, and he really has suffered on the ground. And I know he spent a lot of time and effort working on his ground game, so to see him get a reversal and a ground and pound victory is great.
Now, Devin also moving up in the Hard Knocks record books. That, I believe, is his 8th victory in the Hard Knocks cage between amateur and professional belts, the most active fighter in Hard Knocks history.
Hey, it's really, really important for guys to get a lot of fights. The best young fighters in the world are getting 10 and 20 fights a year, and we need to get our local guys that number of fights.
So that's it for Devin Smith as he puts another win in the record books. And now we'll take you to the main event from our last card at Hard Knocks 42, Ryan Dixon versus Jason Fisher.
And now, the official Hard Knocks Fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 7-3 as a professional, 29 years old, and stands 5 feet, 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 154 1/2 pounds, fighting out of Michigan top team in Detroit Jiu-Jitsu Academy. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Jason, the Finisher Fisher. And in the red corner for Big 4 Motors and Advantage Ford, he's 10-2 as a professional, 25 years old, and stands 5 feet, 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 155 pounds, fighting out of Jeff Jocelyn MMA from Toronto. Please welcome the defending Hard Knocks lightweight champion, Ryan Dixon. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Okay, gentlemen, this is for the Hard Knocks lightweight title. We've gone over the rules. Obey your protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now. Come out ready to fight.
Adam Cheadle with some last instructions for our fighters. The lightweight title on the line here. 5-minute rounds possible between these two fighters. And again, Ryan Dixon hasn't been to a third round yet here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Jason Fisher also saying that this fight will be 100% his and not to expect it to last very long. Comes out with a front kick, does Fisher.
Big punches there from the finisher.
And again, we've seen Dixon take tons of punishment early in his fights here in the Hard Knocks cage, coming back to win every one of them.
Big kick there, nice kick so far. Jason Fisher's leg kicks, he's had a couple inside, couple outside, and all of them have landed well.
Fisher setting the pace so far. Kick there to the midsection. And another front kick, raising a bit of a mark on the stomach of the defending champion, Ryan Dixon.
I think a little frustration here at these kicks. I know Ryan Dixon, one of those guys who's extremely hard on himself, and now he was very hard on the leg of Jason Fisher with that big right outside leg kick.
Yeah, snapping kick that left a footprint. Again, Fisher coming in with a big leg kick of his own.
Look for Dixon to try and time that kick. If it comes in a little too thick, he's going to go for the takedown. Trains with the University National Champion Brock Badgers. Also trains with Elias Theodoro, UFC fighter, as well as Sergey Yuskevich, another title fighter, another title holder here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Trying to catch that kick, as you said, Jeremy, just missing it. There was a kick that came all the way through to Ryan Dixon's face earlier. That one going well over Dixon's head. Dixon just returning from Thailand, where he spent 6 weeks there. And again, worked with some of the best Thai fighters in the world.
Yeah, you mentioned one of the trainers there put on all of his championship belts and didn't have enough room on his body with the 9 on his body and 2 extra on the table. Now Dixon with a nice takedown, rushes through, and now is on top. But I believe he's bleeding, Jeremy.
Well, he took a couple good shots, and Jason Fisher very good from the top and leaving an ankle exposed. And you look at Dixon, he's trying to hold on. Good work by Jason Fisher here as he's stepping through, and now Dixon turning through, and he's in on that leg, trying to get a submission. Good work by Jason Fisher coming in behind, though, and countering the submission. And You're right, Ryan, a little bit of blood coming from the left eye of Ryan Dixon.
Yeah, a bit of a mouse growing now on Dixon. Not that that's an unfamiliar sight to Hard Knocks fans.
And you heard Dixon turn to his coach, say, hey, what's the time? And right accurate there, Jeff Jocelyn, 1:45 left.
Now looking for the rear naked choke. Jason Fisher gave it up. Again, not wanting to sacrifice position for the hold. Nice elbow there.
And that's the difference between, the excellent fighters that these two are and some of the, earlier fighters that may give up those, give up a good position to attempt a submission that they're never going to get.
Again, nice work here from Fisher on top. He's controlled Ryan Dixon's hand and has been able to land damage, although now Dixon frees that hand up. And again, some high-level jiu-jitsu work here from the top from Jason Fisher, looking to win the Hard Knocks lightweight title.
Nice hammer fist being landed here by Jason Fisher, staying busy, and you notice he's got that arm in a chicken wing position, and that's preventing Ryan Dixon from using it to defend his head. And Dixon being careful to keep that arm inside, because if he loosens it from his leg, he'll be in a dangerous position to give up a submission.
And a big elbow there coming from Fisher. Dixon, again, defending well, Jeremy. He is taking damage, no doubt, but so far he's been fairly good at timing those shots and holding them off. The elbow now just into the hand of Ryan Dixon. Not that that hurts any less, but certainly protecting his face from taking any more damage. So Ryan Dixon, the defending champ, finding himself on the bottom for most of round one. It was Jason Fisher, the challenger, with the advantage. Ryan Dixon and Jason Fisher getting ready for the second of 5 possible rounds in this title fight. 5-minute rounds for these professional fighters. 10-2 for Dixon, Fisher 7-3. Both of them looking to use this fight as a springboard to the sport's highest level. Another high kick coming in there from Jason Fisher.
Jason Fisher very effective with his legs, whether it's an inside leg kick that caused Ryan Dixon to collapse, or that high kick right there that landed and opened a welt, and then a front kick that landed right on the chin. But again, Ryan Dixon, extremely tough, extremely strong.
Yeah, resilience has been a hallmark of his Hard Knocks career thus far. We've seen him in 3 fights, and in all 3 fights, I would suggest a 10-9 round the other way against Ryan Dixon, but he won every single one of those fights, finishing all 3. So again, Fisher with a nice combination. Dixon ducking under the blow.
There's another
changing leg kicks there. Dixon trying to find his range. Seems like Fisher's got a little bit of a longer reach there, Jeremy. When he does come in, Dixon's counters aren't landing with the placement that I'm sure he's looking for.
A nice little short elbow there, and again, seeing the way that Fisher throws and reacts. A nice check there by Fisher.
Fisher spinning back fist, that lands. Doesn't really phase the champion though. And a little bit of a low blow. They immediately both recognize it, touch gloves, and we'll get a bit of a moment here to recover. As much as 5 minutes if necessary for the challenger.
And obviously it was completely incidental. And that's, again, the respect. And of course, our fantastic crew here is going to get a quick look at that crotch shot. And again, accidental, and it happens sometimes in the sport. And a nice show of respect here as they get right back to the action.
So Fisher and Dixon in round 2. Again, trying to find the range as Ryan Dixon hasn't really tagged Fisher with anything too serious yet. A couple right hands have snuck through, but overall it's been the challenger carrying the bulk of the striking so far.
There's another good shot by Jason Fisher. He threw the front kick, and as Dixon came in to counter it, Fisher landed a good straight right hand.
Trying to throw that overhand right and then follow it up with a wide left. Again, that big kick to the head, but Dixon putting his hand up, blocking the kick.
And Dixon does have knockout power. So a danger that Jason Fisher has to look out for.
Yeah, we did see it in his last fight here, breaking the jaw of his opponent. Nice inside leg kick. Now Fisher looking to swarm after Dixon slipped. Dixon holding onto the leg, trying to find an advantage. Fisher coming out and throwing a back fist, falling towards Dixon as he was getting up.
Very impressive striking from Jason Fisher. He's taking every opportunity he can to keep the pressure of the striking on Ryan Dixon. Even in an instance that normal people wouldn't have striked, they wouldn't throw that kind of sliding back fist. But Jason Fisher made sure that he's trying to land as often as possible. Knowing the chin of Ryan Dixon, he has to try and land from different angles, and something that maybe Dixon hasn't been able to experience before.
Again, Fisher's been able to tag Dixon almost at will here, Jeremy. but Dixon unable to find his range in the early going here now into round 2. Just a minute and 30 left in the second round. And Ryan Dixon again with another leg kick there. Seems to be the only thing that he's landed with any kind of consistency, and it is raising a welt above the knee of Jason Fisher.
Well, and anything you could do to slow it down. Again, it's a 25-minute fight. We're only in round 2 of 5-minute rounds. So lots of fight left, but so far Dixon is on the receiving end of most of this striking from Jason Fisher, including that nice straight right again, followed by another one.
And again answered with a leg kick. Another straight right hand gets through.
There, I think a missed opportunity for Dixon there. He had Jason Fisher turned away and didn't take the swing, but maybe a bit gun shy just because of some of the unorthodox strikes that Fisher has been throwing out.
Nice combination from Dixon there. Again, Dixon landing another right hand. That one just colliding the two of them.
You're going to watch Dixon with his front hand. Instead of throwing a jab, he's actually throwing a jab, and then he's throwing an elbow. Nice attempt here by Jason Fisher for the takedown. There's a switch from Ryan Dixon inside of the leg. If he can put pressure, he can end up inside control if he can get that leg underneath him.
But just short time left in round number 2. Shooting for the takedown was Jason Fisher, and he'll end this round on top. Couple of false starts from our fighters there coming out of the corner. They meet at the center of the cage now, though, and the third round is underway. Again, it's Ryan Dixon versus Jason Fisher for the 155-pound lightweight title. Dixon, the champion, Fisher, the challenger. And again, Fisher throwing that high head kick, but not able to connect.
A combo there that missed from Jason Fisher, but that's a nice knee that landed.
Again, Fisher doing everything he can to land with strikes, and has been doing a good job of doing so far here in the fight. That a front kick that misses. And again, Dixon seemingly coming forward a little more here, Jeremy, throwing the head kick after looking it off. Backing off. Again, another slip, pretty much right in that same spot, Jeremy, that he slipped last round. And again, trying to find the reach, trying to find the range as the champion. Fisher is dialed in and has been landing strikes during all 3 rounds. Ryan Dixon taps his leg as if to say, "Thank you, sir. Can I have another?"
Oh, blood sport action there. That's straight from Thailand right there.
Throwing a kick to the midsection. Again, Fisher now coming forward a little bit more, but Dixon just standing there, taking all the punishment he can offer. Makes you think back, Jeremy, to a Rocky fight where Rocky would just get beat up for 10 rounds and come back with a knockout in 12.
Well, Dixon, again, has a very tough chin, but he's taking a lot of damage, including these knees from Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher continuing to punish Ryan Dixon. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining in round 3 of 5. And again, Dixon looking none the worse for wear here, Jeremy, after taking those shots. A couple of those knees were right to the face. And nevertheless, Dixon keeps coming forward. Another nice combination there. Well, and these punches from Fisher are not coming with as much power as they were in round 1. Obviously, the cardio, you've got to save enough energy to make it through all 5 rounds.
And big breaths now coming from Fisher. His mouth is open, and you can see his whole chest moving as he takes those deep breaths.
Well, and why not, Ryan? He has been pretty dominant so far in this fight. Everything he's been doing has been landing effectively, but Ryan Dixon keeps coming.
Yeah, you certainly can't question the chin of Ryan Dixon as he keeps coming forward through all kinds of punches. Although this is the latest I've seen still a clear face from Ryan Dixon in a fight.
Good pressure again. Now the punches, now the pace starting to pick up from the champion. Champion looking to defend his belt for the very first time. Won it at Hard Knocks 38. Nice Superman punch by Jason Fisher, and now he's coming forward, has those hands locked in behind the butt of Ryan Dixon. A nice takedown right up in front of us here at our broadcast position, but Ryan Dixon immediately trying the switch, Jason Fisher swarming, and now Jason Fisher going to work from the top. And this is a good thing for Fisher, who looked to be tiring out on the feet and now on a top position can look to work against Ryan Dixon.
And again, in round one, he was able to get on top, get his hooks in like he has now, and land a bunch of damage from the front. But we know that Ryan Dixon is very effective on the ground, so we'll see what the champion can do here. Now scrambling to a half guard.
Lots of blood pouring from the nose of Ryan Dixon.
And again, now to a full guard from the champion. But again, Fisher on top, as he has been, pacing this fight, getting this fight done. And again, the long fight, the 25-minute fight, if you will, from Ryan Dixon is seemingly the game plan. As an elbow lands there, he doesn't care about losing rounds as long as he wins fights.
Well, it's a big elbow by Jason Fisher. These are landing and doing a lot of damage to the face of Ryan Dixon. And I think that if this is anybody else, and attempted an armbar there, I think if this is anybody else on the bottom taking these elbows, we're cringing and the fight might be over. But Ryan Dixon, very tough, showing his championship medal right now against Jason Fisher. Short time remaining in round 3.
Yeah, just about 10 seconds to go here in the third round. 2 more rounds possible here as the champion tries to land a couple blows, but not able to really do much there from a defensive perspective. And Jason Fisher, 3 rounds to none for the challenger at this point. Dixon had some offense in that round, but Fisher certainly carried the round. And now we'll see what the cardio is for both of these fighters as Jason Fisher goes into the 4th round for the first time, as does Ryan Dixon. And we are in the championships rounds here at Hard Knocks 42. In case you missed it earlier, Hard Knocks 43 will feature Nick Ring on the card, as well as a couple of title fights as we return to the Mark and McPhail Center in Calgary. Some early strikes and a big punch there from the challenger. The champion collapsing to find the takedown.
Has the hands locked, and good work turning Jason Fisher away from the cage, and has the arm or the leg underneath the leg of Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher turning away, and this is a submission spot where Ryan Dixon likes to work. He likes to scoop underneath that same leg. So if you watch, if Jason Fisher starts to shrimp out or try to push his hips up towards Ryan Dixon, he's going to attempt a submission on the left leg of Jason Fisher. But as it is, Ryan Dixon has a lot of time to work from a top position and has to do some damage here to Jason Fisher because he's trailing maybe 3 rounds to none.
Yeah, at this point, I think you have to think that if you're Ryan Dixon, you are behind 3 rounds to 0, and you've got to come out and win this fight. And we know he's a very effective jiu-jitsu practitioner, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him isolate and find a finish from this position, as he's done throughout his career, especially here in the Hard Knocks cage, winning all 3 of his fights by submission. So Dixon now continuing to work from the top, trying to find a spot. Again, jiu-jitsu, a game of patience, where you need to wait for your opening, wait for your opportunity to find a submission. They often say you don't get a submission, your opponent gives you one, and you have to wait for that opportunity.
Well, sometimes with trailing 3 rounds to 0, you have to take that submission, and that's something that Ryan Dixon may have to do here. A high guard from Jason Fisher, which is a very dangerous guard to strike in, because if you strike and you overextend too much, you can give up a bad position. And Ryan Dixon falling back and perhaps going for a knee bar or some other position, but I think that's something that he wants to avoid, because the last thing he wants is to give Jason Fisher a break on top.
So again, the champion on top in round 4 of this lightweight title fight. Ryan Dixon and Jason Fisher both looking to make a statement, both looking to get to the sport's highest level and use the lightweight title as a springboard to it. Again, it's Ryan Dixon on top here. Fisher maybe looking for a triangle, abandons it.
Well, Dixon was able to swim his arm out and get out of the triangle, but Fisher, good job at being able to stand up.
Uses that standing up to try and get away. Dixon, though, now aggressive against the cage, trying to lock up against the knees in a double leg, but unable to do so. Good defense from the challenger.
And I think this is a position, although Ryan Dixon wants to take this fight to the ground so he can lay some punishment, I think Ryan Dixon will want to get this fight back standing. Although Fisher was getting the better of it, he appeared to be slowing down, whereas Dixon seemed to be speeding up. So maybe this is one of those things where to get some confidence, win a round, and move on into the 5th round. But I think that Ryan Dixon right now trailing by 3 rounds, so he needs to do something. A nice front quarter by Jason Fisher to take the back now of Ryan Dixon.
Yeah, Jason Fisher very effective here in this fight. Ryan Dixon now opened up his neck there momentarily, Jeremy, but Fisher unable to grab onto it. Now trying to find it. He may have a choke in here. The champion in trouble, defending against the hands, trying to roll away from the challenger here. Jason Fisher with the body triangle, and Dixon trying to break his away from it, doing a good job of defending, Jeremy, but again, in trouble with a minute to go here in round number 4.
Jason Fisher has been swarming this whole time, and Ryan Dixon has got to find some way to push the pace on Jason Fisher and get him to be uncomfortable. So far, Fisher has been very comfortable taking on Ryan Dixon and being in good positions. Yes, Dixon has put him in a couple bad positions, but the challenger so far has been pretty dominant, minus a couple minutes here in the 4th round.
Again, trying to flatten out the champion is the challenger, Jason Fisher. Been in control for most of the fight to this point. Said if he wanted to win, he needed to push his pace 100% of the time, and has been doing so here. 8 seconds to go now, 5 seconds in round 4. We'll be headed to a 5th and final round here in this title fight, the lightweight title on the line. They may go the distance. Different look on the stool of Ryan Dixon than we're used to seeing on the other side. Jason Fisher is ready to go. He pops up knowing that he's just 5 minutes away from becoming the likely Hard Knocks champion, and he's got it's going to be interesting to see if he comes out with that kind of aggression that he's shown in the first 4 rounds, or whether or not it's a little bit more defensive here in round 5 and just try and stymie Dixon's offense.
Jason Fisher, one of those guys who always wants a finish, and so you see him throw the punches. The one thing about keeping the offense going can leave you open, but it also keeps your opponent retreating, which is what Ryan Dixon needs to not do in this situation. He has to come forward, throw caution to the wind.
So again, looking for an opening, trying to find the spot. We've seen Ryan Dixon throw knockout power before, and his coach is telling him in the 5th round he's going to have to let everything go and throw everything he's got if he wants to win and take home the title. Again, very effective striking here from the challenger. Fisher in the blue shorts, the blue trunks for Dixon. As again, we see Fisher just coming forward, landing punches, landing damage, throwing strikes, throwing the high kick. I mean, Jeremy, he's thrown everything, including the kitchen sink at Ryan Dixon, and Dixon just keeps on coming. Nice slam there from the challenger.
Well, and the challenger, Jason Fisher, knows this is the position that he wants to be in to win the fight. This is, if you end up on top, that just not only sends a message to the judges that you've won all these rounds, but sends a message to the community that you're fresh here in this last and final championship round.
So Fisher again up against the cage. Dixon may have found a leg, tried to find it, but very quickly Fisher scatters back to try and take some of the pressure away.
Well, at this point, Ryan Dixon has to do anything he possibly can to try and secure a victory, and he has a leg extended, trying to work with it. If nothing else, if Ryan Dixon can use this position to get free of underneath Jason Fisher, that is a win in itself.
And you can see Fisher now tucking his own knee behind his leg so as to not allow Ryan Dixon the ability to grab it and throw a knee bar or a heel hook on, and playing defense here at this point with 2:40 to go in this championship fight.
It's easy enough for me to say, but I think at this point Ryan Dixon has to try and stand up. And as he stands up, he leaves himself open for the possibility of a heel hook submission, but he also puts himself in a good position. And he does have the heel now. Lots of pressure putting on by Dixon. Fisher
trying to
doesn't
pull
seem
it
fazed.
out. Looking for a submission, cranking on that heel. No seeming issue here from Fisher. Didn't look like he was feeling like it was too much pain, but Dixon now trying everything he's got, trying to put pressure on that joint, trying to make the challenger quit, trying to keep his title, and unable to do so. He's going to have to stand up.
Well, there's a win for Ryan Dixon in the position, because when he started this position, he was underneath Jason Fisher. Jason Fisher could ride this out. Now Ryan Dixon is in a position where he can ground and pound. In the guard right now, he's got 1 minute and 42 seconds at which he has to end this fight. If he goes to the clock, it's going to be a decision. He must end this fight here in the next minute 30.
Short time now for the defending champ to take his belt home. The champion looking to hold on and walk away the victor here. Jason Fisher said he trained too hard not to take the title home with him, and he's trying to prove that here. Ryan Dixon trying to prove what a champion has, as he's got a minute left, and he's going to have to finish Jason Fisher if he wants to win this fight. Trying to isolate an arm.
Good position, trying to work to a mount is Ryan Dixon, pushing down that knee, stepping through. Good work from Fisher.
You can hear the corner of Fisher telling him to scoot out, trying to get him to go, trying to get him away from this position. But so far, Ryan Dixon now trying to find an opening, trying to find a limb. Submission likely the only option at this point, as 40 seconds of ground and pound might not be enough. And again, trying to find some position to win this fight.
30 seconds remaining now in this fight. Ryan Dixon trailing on the judges' scorecards more than likely. Big punches landing now. 20 seconds for the champion. He has to finish the fight here, or it's going to be a title win for Jason Fisher.
And again, now just 10 seconds left. We get the final clap from the official, and Ryan Dixon stands up, not going to finish the fight that way. And with just a few seconds left, Jason Fisher, your likely champion. Ryan Dixon with a scream of frustration after that fight. A very impressive fight from the challenger and likely new champion, Jason Fisher.
All judges score the fight 49-46. For the winner by unanimous decision and new lightweight champion, Jason the Finisher Fisher!
So that a recap from our main event from Hard Knocks 42, Jeremy. A very impressive performance from Jason Fisher. He dominated Ryan Dixon all 5 rounds and comes away with the championship.
It was a big win for him, and including in the end of the 5th round, his knee did pop out of place. So to tough out that victory really shows the heart that Jason Fisher has to take on someone like Ryan Dixon and to dominate him the way that he did.
Now, all fight fans like to see finishes, and there's been no shortage on the card tonight. Every fight but one ending in the very first round.
Well, you look at a fight like we just saw in our amateur main event where Levi Armstrong took on Riley Pequin, and both these guys are physical specimens and came out, and Levi Armstrong landed some huge shots to Riley Pequin to the point where the official was forced to step in, and it was a good stoppage. Riley Pequin upset with his performance, but he knows that he'll come back.
Now, also some surprising results when you look at Keegan Oliver getting choked into unconsciousness just 30 seconds into the first round. Not something we've seen from the condition.
Well, we call him the Condition, and he calls himself the Condition because he normally goes throughout the entire fight. He's very good at making sure to pace the fight so that he can keep some distance. He got the good double leg, but didn't end in a very good position. Has to get to the side, and Derek Falk, with a nice dry head of Keegan Oliver, was able to slap on that guillotine choke and secure the victory.
So up next, we're going to take a look at our main card of the evening with our fight preview.
The main event at Hard Knocks 43 sees Jason Zentgraf take on Calgarian Nick Ring in his hometown. For Zentgraf, coming off a very impressive submission victory against Jordan Curry. And Nick Ring, a legend in mixed martial arts in the city of Calgary. He was 10-0 when he went to the Ultimate Fighter, did very well there, ended up beating the eventual champion in Court McGee. And now he comes home and is able to fight in front of his hometown crowd, and the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship couldn't be happier to see this matchup. These are two top 185-pounders, and it's one of those fights that has a lot of implications. Nick Ring, more the grizzled veteran, although he's still a very young man, but Zentgraf on his way up. A young guy, he's 8-2. He's only had 2 setbacks in his career. He's had impressive victories over Hard Knocks fighters Clay Davidson and Rod Richter. So this is a guy who presents a serious challenge to Nick Ring. And for Nick Ring, trying to prove that he is one of the top 185 pounders in the world, and he can do that with an impressive victory over Jason Zentgraf. Defending Hard Knocks light heavyweight champion Misha Cirkunov taking on Sean Asher. Asher is riding a 5-fight win streak, and he already has 2 wins in 2015. We're only 5 months in. For Misha Cirkunov, coming off a victory against UFC veteran Rodney Wallace, in which he landed a very devastating kick. It's on all the highlight reels. It's been on all the websites, and it was one of those things. Rodney Wallace, not a guy who gets stopped. He'd had 3 fights in the UFC against guys like Phil Davis and Brian Stann and did not get stopped. Misha stopped him in the first round with a highlight reel high kick. He's athletic. He's strong, he's stronger than any light heavyweight I've ever seen, and he's got a background in judo, wrestling, striking. He is a complete package as a fighter. Sean Asher has an incredibly rounded game that is going to be very dangerous for the champ Misha Cirkunov. He showed that he had knockout power against Kelly Pennington, and he showed equally that he has the skills and submissions against Michael Cockrum. So these are 2 guys who have well-rounded skills, who are great athletes, physical specimens, both competing for this 205-pound belt that really is the pinnacle of MMA. Anybody says the champion at 205 is the man, and this is no different. The winner of this fight really will be the king of the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. The sky's the limit for these guys, but the winner is going to garner a heck of a lot of attention. Hard Knocks welterweight champion Sergey Juskevich taking on Laurent T. Nelson. Now for Juskevich, no stranger to Hard Knocks fans, and Sergey is leg lock. He's won 5 of his last 6 fights by a leg lock. It is vicious. He gets it from anywhere. His only loss to a UFC fighter, Forrest Petz. So this guy is the real deal. He proved it in his last victory over Joel Powell, a top contender in Canada, when he won the belt. Now Laurent T. Nelson is a former Bellator fighter. He's got great knockout power in his hands. He showed that in a dominant victory over Ricky Musgrave, where he just laid down some huge shots, and Musgrave had no answer, and he was able to knock him out in the first round. He had a tough decision loss against Murad Makhachev in Bellator, but this is a guy who has all of the tools and abilities to be a top fighter, and it's going to be a tough fight for Sergey Juskevich. Juskevich is going to be going for that leg lock. It's not a surprise, but he does have those other tools. He does have that sambo background. He does have that ability to strike. His striking is very underrated. So we're going to see whether Laurent T can stop the leg lock, and if he does and neutralizes it, let's see what our welterweight champion has to offer, and I guarantee this is going to be one of the fights of the night.
Well, a good look at our triple main event tonight. 2 title fights, as well as Nick Ring taking on Jason Zentgraf. But make sure that when you head out, you download our app, Hard Knocks Fighting, available in both the Apple and Android stores. Jeremy, a very in-depth app with some behind-the-scenes looks as well.
Lots of behind-the-scenes looks, some special things that you won't find anywhere else. Also, you have an opportunity to become a subscriber, and in that you will get those free pay-per-views. You get to watch all of the undercards and the main cards. It's a great app to have for all things Hard Knocks. You get to watch a lot of great fighting action, and it's a must pick up. You should grab it now.
Now also, those people you mentioned, the pre-pay-per-view fights, if you're watching this fight on pay-per-view, you don't get to see all of those matches. You would have missed everything that's happened so far tonight, including some very entertaining first-round stoppages.
There's been some great fights so far. The Keegan Oliver stoppage, something that we thought that he was going to be able to look to tie Devin Smith for the record of the most wins in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Devin Smith now extending that with a big win over Trenton Rao. We've had some great fights so far, and you can get them if you have that app. You can have access to that pay-per-view for a low subscription cost.
So stay tuned. Our main card is coming up next, including a triple main event. Hard Knocks 43 just getting started. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Calgary, Alberta, Canada, as we get set to bring you Hard Knocks 43, a presentation of the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. I'm Ryan Ballantyne alongside Ari Tobe, the president and CEO of the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship, and have we got an event for you? Hard Knocks with 42 events in the books. Ari, safe to say, the 43rd edition is the best one yet.
This is going to be the best fight we've ever had. We've got a former UFC fighter making a comeback, and we've got several fighters on this main card that are good enough to be in the UFC right now. This is going to be amazing.
2 title fights also on the docket tonight, both the welterweight and light heavyweight straps on the line.
Hey, watch out for these guys. This is going to be amazing.
So we'll bring in Jeremy Ballantyne now. Jeremy, both of these title fights featuring 4 very talented fighters.
Well, first off, let's start with our champion at the light heavyweight division. That's Misha Serkinov, won with a big knockout head kick to Rodney Wallace, former UFC veteran Rodney Wallace, and he's taking on Sean Asher, a very tough opponent from the United States. In our welterweight fight, Sergey Juskevich, fresh off his win over Joel Powell by leg lock. Of course, if it's Sergey, it's always almost by leg lock. He's taking on Laurent T. Nelson. These guys are all UFC caliber fighters. I can't wait for this card. Triple main event. I can't hold my excitement in.
Well, let's not keep anyone waiting any longer. Let's learn more about our first 2 fighters right now.
My opponent's Aaron Gallant. He's 6'6". I know he's got heavy hands. He likes to go for knockout. He's training out of a gym called Smash MMA.
My opponent's name is Mike O'Neill. What I know about him is he's from Ontario. He trains with a good group of guys. He's a grinder. He likes to get in there and scrap. He's a caveman bully, so it should be a good fight.
My plan for this fight is to win, and I'm going to do what I can to pull that off.
My strategy for this fight is just to come out and just play my game and go in there, hit fast, hit hard, and don't let up. I'm going to be relentless. It's going to be real. He's going to be looking for that cage to get opened. So he can get out of there.
I find it bad luck or smug to say you're going to beat the other guy without even having to fight against him. I'm just going to do what I do, and we'll see if I'll have a good, fun fight. I always put on an entertaining fight, and so watch out for the slam.
As far as I see this fight going, just don't blink. I'm coming in fast and nasty. I've won all my fights in Hard Knocks, and I plan on winning this one. Gorilla's coming out.
This Hard Knocks fight is a professional bout in the 155-pound division and is brought to you by Advantage Ford. Now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage, Mike O'Neill, coming to us out of Ontario. Mike, a very well-known Hard Knocks fighter and a very exciting fighter as well, Jeremy.
He's exciting. Every single one of his fights is exciting. You see him on our opening video with that big soccer head kick to the head of Jesse Arnett, something that he still says gives him a little bit of a nightmare. He doesn't like that highlight being up there, but it is incredible. He puts on entertaining fights. The last time we saw him, Hard Knocks 38 against Craig Shintani, was on the receiving end of perhaps what would be considered a low blow that wasn't caught by the official, and it ended up costing him the fight, Ryan. But Mike O'Neill, game, ready to step in.
Yeah, you also see former UFC fighter Jesse the Water Bongfeld in the corner of Mike O'Neill. Jesse trains a lot of fighters here for Hard Knocks out of Ontario, always happy to bring his fighters out west to fight for us.
Jesse Bongfeld, if you have that guy in your corner, you have got the experience of just under 40 MMA fights, including UFC fights, and this guy always prepares his athletes, including Mike O'Neill, to come in and put on a show, and a show we have here at Hard Knocks 43.
Now, speaking of the UFC, of course, Nick Ring returns to MMA here in the Hard Knocks cage tonight after an 18-month layoff in our main event.
Yeah, he had a knee injury that it prevented him from being able to compete, and we're happy to have Calgary's native son back here, that he wants to put on a show for this Calgary crowd. But before we get to that, we have Mike O'Neill and Aaron Gallant.
Mike O'Neill about to step into the Hard Knocks cage, 4-3 in his MMA career, and 3 girls at home said it certainly helps him keep up with the cardio, as the youngest one has learned to walk and now has learned to run, and Mike spends his time chasing her around the house.
Well, he's a very committed father. We talked about the balance between being a parent and being a professional mixed martial artist, and he said, being a parent is my #1 priority. I do this because I'm trying to get a sustained future for my family.
So Mike O'Neill is in the cage and in the blue corner as we await his opponent.
And his opponent.
So now we see Aaron Gallant coming down to the cage. Jeremy, Aaron was a guy that started off his MMA career with a couple of losses, rebounded to have a couple of wins as a 500 fighter at 6-6, very experienced, and again, likes to entertain the fans.
He's a very entertaining guy. You can see him giving hugs. I believe that is Max Marin, somebody who he has done some training with, and we have got these two fighters, Aaron Gallant and Mike O'Neill, that are both known for putting on shows for the crowds. Their fights are always entertaining. I can't think of a fight, a Mike O'Neill fight or an Aaron Gallant fight that I haven't gone after. Wow, that was a heck of one that I'm going to remember.
Took a year off to focus his game and develop his training before coming back here. Trains out of MMA University and Smash Combat. And Aaron coming down to us tonight, looking to, again, reinvigorate his career at 6-6. Knows he needs to start putting some wins together if he wants to take his career to the next level.
And he has all the tools to do it. Aaron Gallant is able to be effective on his feet. He's able to be effective on the ground, and where he really has the strength is the tenacity to always keep moving forward, always push forward, always push the pace. You'll never see a passive Aaron Gallant.
Yeah, Aaron Gallant, they call him the gorilla because he likes to keep coming forward and try and tear your arms off. Aaron Gallant is a very tough customer and thinks that that might be an advantage in this fight because he says Mike O'Neill is a nice guy. I'm meaner than Mike, and therefore I can beat Mike, and thinks that that demeanor will help. Now, I know there are guys that have fought Mike O'Neill, known as the caveman bully, who will suggest that once the cage door closes, nice Mike is no longer in existence.
Well, and the funny thing with both these guys is they're both nice. Aaron Gallant gives credit to Mike O'Neill, but they do have a habit of talking to us at our broadcast position during the fight. We take a look at the tail of the tape here, 5'10" for Aaron Gallant, a little bit taller than Mike O'Neill, both 30 years old. Very experienced records for both of these guys. Gallant with a little bit of an edge, but this is going to be an exciting fight. A great way to kick off our main card.
Now for the official fighter introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official Hard Knock fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Code Coatings, he's 4-3 as a professional, 30 years old, and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in at 155 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of the Fight Center from Thunder Bay, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Mike, the Caveman Bully O'Neill. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's 6'6" as a professional, 30 years old, and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Smash Combat from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Aaron Gorilla Gallant. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Andy Social.
Andy Social, our referee. Of course, Doug Denance filling in for Jay Denance tonight, who's out with a bit of knee surgery. All the best wishes to Jay in his recovery. Aaron Gallant will come out of the red corner in the gray trunks, the black trunks for Mike O'Neill out of the blue corner. We are underway here at Hard Knocks 43.
An accidental eye poke, and you saw from the pre-fight video that these guys don't hold animosity towards each other, but they are going to come out and throw some big punches. Nice kick there from Mike O'Neill early, and a good push kick as well.
And Mike O'Neill really using the kicks early on, getting into the clinch. Aaron Gallant landing some punches. O'Neill trying to take him to the ground. Gallant just throwing Mike O'Neill up against the cage. Lands a couple of punches for his trouble.
Well, it's a new aspect of the game that we don't really see in Mike O'Neill is the kicking, and that's something that is new that perhaps caught Aaron Gallant off guard, but he says, look, I'm going to be able to counter that, and here's a nice head and arm throw from Mike O'Neill, and I actually saw him working this with Jesse Bongfeld right before this fight. So he was in his locker room working this position right before the fight. Nice wall walk from Aaron Gallant.
Yeah, O'Neill earlier in the cage and during the warm-up was working that position as well, trying to pin the arm so that a modified crucifix, if you will, allowing him to really shut down. But Aaron Gallant able to squirm out of that position, and as a result, back on his feet, and now again has Mike O'Neill up against the cage.
Over a minute gone by so far, and Aaron Gallant now pressuring up Mike O'Neill against the cage, but throwing knees, both fighters. And again, this just shows the quality of these fighters. The knees are expert in landing, and that's a big right hand for Mike O'Neill that lands to the side of Aaron Gallant's face.
Yeah, that backed off Gallant momentarily as he stepped back to take his bearings. O'Neill throwing a jab and then using that to secure a takedown, but is unable to do so and is eating punches for his trouble. Now finally does get the trip takedown and may have the back of Aaron Gallant here.
He does, and he's got some hooks in, so a dangerous position here for Mike O'Neill as he's trying to work, and you'll see he's going to try and soften him up. He's going to try and land some punches with both of his hands. Good work by Aaron Gallant, isolating the one hand to be able to get himself out of a dangerous position. Mike O'Neill being patient here. You'll see he's going to try and throw in this choke, but then the punches will come left, right, and eventually one's going to go under the neck, and that's going to be dangerous.
Trying to squeeze in now, getting a little further under the neck. You can see Aaron Gallant going 2-on-1 to pull that choke off, but Aaron Gallant in trouble here with 2:34 to go. Mike O'Neill just waiting for the opportunity to tighten that choke, get under the chin. Aaron Gallant doing a good job, Jeremy, of attacking the one hand, and getting it away and surviving the choke, and hears it from the crowd.
Well, we have a very intelligent crowd. They've come to all of these Hard Knocks events, and they know good technique when they see it, and that's a very good rear naked choke. Now switching to a gable grip is Mike O'Neill underneath the chin of Aaron Gallant.
And again, trying to get that choke in. There's the tap, and Aaron Gallant falls to 6 and 7. Mike O'Neill victorious with a rear naked choke victory.
Big win by Mike O'Neill, and I know that he's happy for that one. Mike O'Neill coming to our broadcast position to talk to us as we knew that he would. A very entertaining guy, and he wants to
already calling out to his kids at home to make sure that they know he's all right. Mike O'Neill, I don't think a fight has gone by with Mike where he hasn't talked to us. Typically, though, it's during the fight.
During the fight is normally
fight
what he
over
does.
here. He secures a takedown, and then he just starts chatting with us like we're able to talk to him at that point. But again, a very successful fight for Mike O'Neill here. A first-round victory over Aaron Gallant, and he secures the win.
Wait.
Now our official decision will head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by Advantage 4. The winner by tap out due to rear naked choke at 2 minutes 55 seconds of the second round. In the blue corner, Mike the Caveman O'Neill.
So Mike O'Neill is your winner. We'll head inside the cage now to Jeremy.
Mike, I'll get you center of the cage here. I'm going to just let you get it out of the way early. Who do you want to talk to at home? And just tell them that Daddy's okay.
You're going to make me cry on TV? My oldest daughter, Audie, Farron, Cameron. Shut up and stop laughing.
Now, Mike, an emotional win for you here. When you were coming in, a little bit of back and forth action, a lot of strikes back and forth, the knees, the control. You were able to get the takedown, working the position you worked just before you came out here. What is it like to have a coach like Jesse Bongfeld helping you through these fights?
Beating up on someone like Jesse on a daily basis definitely makes you better. I'm kidding. He kicks the shit out of me when we do go against each other.
Well, Mike, you always put on a good show for us. Anyone you want to talk to at home, anyone you want to thank?
Kaylin, I'll be home soon. Mom, Dad, you're watching at home? I got it. Thanks, Jesse.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your winner, Mike the Caveman Bully O'Neill.
An emotional victory for Mike O'Neill tonight over Aaron Gallant. Ari took him down to the ground a couple times before securing the rear naked choke and was very patient with the choke before finally sinking it in.
Look, what wrestlers are world class at is they have body control and body feel. He's on the cage, gets a takedown, he's on top, and he doesn't let go of the hold. He'll keep going, he'll keep moving, he'll keep his body weight on his opponent, and he'll finally sink in a choke or another submission, and he'll win. That's what wrestlers do.
Now on the other side, Aaron Gallant losing for the first time in the Hard Knocks cage. His Hard Knocks win streak comes to an end.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, Gallant's going to come back. He's way better than he was. Every time he trains and prepares for a fight, he gets better, and that's what we do. We get fighters better every time.
So, Mike O'Neill, your winner in this fight. We'll learn more about the two fighters in our next fight right now.
My opponent's name is Ryan Connor. I know he's a very well-rounded fighter. He's never been finished, and I look forward to finishing him.
My opponent's name is Owen Carr. I know he trains down in the States with Team Alpha Male and Uriah Faber, so it should be a good fight. We're both pretty evenly matched, but can't wait.
My strategy is to go up there and perform as a martial artist and react to the situations that come. I'm ready for all areas of the fight, whether it be standing and banging, wrestling, or ground and pound.
My plan for this fight is to apply a lot of pressure and just rake him and see what openings he gives me and take advantage of them and put them away.
My whole life I've been training for this fight. Calgary, I hope you're ready for a UFC caliber fight. I've been in martial arts my whole life, and I'm bringing the fireworks tonight. Don't blink.
My opponent might think I'm cocky. I know my teammates know I'm confident, and I'll be ruthless in the cage. Owen, I hope you're ready, but you're just another stepping stone to where I'm about to go.
Is a professional bout in the 135-pound division and is brought to you by the Calgary Sun. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage for this fight, Ryan Connor. And Jeremy comes to us out of Fit Plus Martial Arts and has been training for 7 years, a record of 5-2 as a professional, a very exciting fighter, a dynamic fighter, one that we're happy to have here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship.
There's no word that it rhymes with boring that could be used to describe Ryan Connor's fights. It's he's a guy that always brings the pace. He's very fast. He's dynamic. His kicks and his punches when he's in the top position are always done. When they land, they have a snap and you hear a crowd go, ooh, and that's the type of guy he is. However, he's the type of guy who also wins most of his fights by submissions because people are so afraid of his striking that they just get involved in grappling, and he said he's happy to be there.
Yeah, I asked him about Owen Carr, and he said, well, I know he trains with killers every single day at Team Alpha Male, but he said that he might have a striking style that will combat that nicely, switching stances, a broken rhythm style that they work with at Team Alpha Male that might work very well against the striking of Owen Carr.
And Ryan Connor says, look, I'm going to keep pressuring him over and over and over again. He might train with these tough guys. Obviously, Alpha Male has these top fighters in the world training there, but Ryan Connor can compete with those guys. He is a top-level fighter. He is one of those fighters that comes along that has all the tools to make it in the UFC and beyond.
Now, historically, as far as Ryan Connor is concerned, the longer the fight goes, the worse it may be for him. He's only got 2 losses on his professional record, both of those coming via decision.
Never leave it in the judges' hands. That's one thing that's been said from day one when it comes to mixed martial arts, really all combative sports. If you leave it in the judges' hands, it doesn't matter if you were the most dominant person in the fight. If you were just dominant at certain angles, and the judges from their angle don't see you landing, they don't see you being effective, you're going to lose the fight. So Ryan Connor says the lesson to be learned, never, ever, ever let it go to a decision.
So Ryan Connor steps into the Hard Knocks cage for the very first time. He will settle into the blue corner, and we get set to meet his opponent.
And his opponent,
back at Hard Knocks 43 for this fight between Ryan Connor and Owen Carr, as we see Owen Carr coming down to the cage now with a record of 5-3-1. He's been training in martial arts since he was 5 years old, Jeremy. This is a lifelong martial artist training out of Team Alpha Male, and moved down to Sacramento to train and to take his career to the next level.
Iron sharpens iron, and that's why he moves to a place where he's not the best guy in the room. The important thing is, if you're ever the best guy in the room, you need to find a new room. You need to go to a place where you're the worst, because that's how you're going to get better. You're going to train against guys who beat you up, and that is going to make you the best fighter you can be.
Says his fighting style isn't much more than just trying to win the fight and trying to take the other guy out, and knows, though, that his opponent, Ryan Connor, is going to be a very tough guy to finish. Nobody's done it yet.
The one thing about Owen Carr and what he guess prides himself on is when he steps into the cage, he's no longer Owen Carr. He is a person who is just trying to say, hey, that guy across the cage for me is trying to hurt me, trying to stop me, trying to end me. And that's the mindset he puts him in. He thinks it's a life or death situation when he steps into the cage. It's a strategy that can be both useful and detrimental. When you're in that mode, sometimes your emotions can get the better of you and they can take over in the fight, as happened in his fight with Mike O'Neill a couple years ago, where a lot of the emotional stuff that he has happened in the cage took over the fight and ended up turning that fight into a no contest, even though he was doing very well in it. But if he can stay calm, if he can channel that energy, he has everything that he needs to combat against Ryan Connor.
Getting a final look over from our official Andy Social outside the ring. Owen Carr getting ready to step into the Hard Knocks cage for the first time. And now some more conferring by our officials. Owen Carr ready to step in the Hard Knocks cage. And here he comes, getting set to face off against Ryan Connor, a man who's won most of his fights via submission.
We take a look at the tail of the tape. Both of them have 5 wins on their career. Owen Carr a few more losses, including that one no contest that I was talking about. They both weighed in at the 135-pound weight class. Connor will have a little bit of a reach advantage and is 2 years younger.
Now for our official fighter introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Code Coatings, he's 5 feet 2 inches tall, 5'2" as a professional, 26 years old and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in at 135 pounds, fighting out of Fit Plus Martial Arts from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Ryan Connor! And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's 6'3" as a professional, 28 years old and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 135 pounds, fighting out of Team Alpha Male from Sacramento, California. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Owen the Body Carr. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Adam Cheadle, our referee for this fight, as Owen Carr coming out for some last-minute instructions, but all of those were given in the locker room, ready to fight. Owen Carr coming out of the red corner in the red trunks, the black trunks out of the blue corner for Ryan Connor, as both of these guys look to take the next step up the ladder in their MMA world.
Nice high kick by Owen Carr.
Nice catch, and then a nice kick to the face from Owen Carr. Very quick pace for both of these fighters.
And Owen Carr able to come out on top of a butterfly guard in here for Ryan Connor. And you're going to look to try any time that Owen Carr looks to rotate or pass, Ryan Connor is going to launch that butterfly grip up, or butterfly guard up, and try and come through. Big swing and a miss from Owen Carr.
Carr on top of Connor, as you mentioned, in the butterfly guard. Now transitioning to a more traditional guard. Still got the one leg in. Carr trying to swarm out a punch, but quickly gathered up again by Ryan Connor.
Yeah, Ryan Connor is doing an excellent job of neutralizing the offense of Owen Carr. Now Owen Carr is grinding his head, and he's getting a warning from the official. That's again what we talked about, that urgency that Owen Carr has, that he wants to do everything he can to damage his opponent.
Carr on top of Connor, continuing to look for an opening. Connor again very effective in this guard of not allowing Carr to fire really any offense at this point beyond a punch or two. But so far, Ryan Connor doing a good job of limiting the damage, but you can't just limit the damage, Jeremy. Being on top is valuable in the judge's eyes.
Well, and especially if you can spend 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which is what's remaining in this round, on top. But it looks like Ryan Connor able to create some space, but Owen Carr again right back on top of him and keeping the pressure down. And now we see an attempt at a submission there. Owen Carr was able to catch that one. Whoa, that was a kick normally reserved for when you let your opponent up, but that's another takedown by Owen Carr.
Yeah, another takedown there, trying to time that kick and catch Connor coming up off the mat, but Carr missing his target on that one.
2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this first round of 3 professional rounds. And again, you see Owen Carr in this top position. And Ryan Connor really has to have a solution for the swarming attack of Owen Carr, because as every time he swarms him and he gets in tight, Owen Carr is able to secure a takedown, and now he has a top position guillotine. Doesn't have it locked in tight, but it is a dangerous position that Ryan Connor has to deal with.
Owen Carr continuing to work from the top. Again, just grinding his opponent down, staying tenacious. And Jeremy, it really looks like he's working this ground position. Connor trying to kind of take that leg out, take away any of the leverage he might have.
Well, anything that you can do to limit the damage that your opponent lands, but these are very damaging elbows. And again, you hear the crowds crying for up, and you got to watch those elbows because they're locating right near the back of the head of Ryan Connor, and that's the one place that you are not allowed to land an elbow.
Nice elbow there. And again, Connor trying to pop out the back here of Owen Carr. And now Carr landing a hammer fist to the side. Connor in a dangerous position there for hammer fist, but Owen Carr kind of off balance, not really able to drop a lot of weight there.
Well, you talk about the strategies. Owen Carr, it's not a very conventional position that he's in, but what he is doing is, first off, now he's isolating an arm, but secondly, what he's doing is he's making Ryan Connor carry his weight. And if you're carrying the weight of your opponent for the entirety of a round, it's going to tire you out. It slows you down, and that just is an advantage for Owen Carr. Big shots being landed now by Owen Carr. Referee right on top of the action. Ryan Connor still defending intelligently, trying to come through and maybe attack a single leg there just to stem the tide that Owen Carr is laying down right on his face.
Yeah, again, 40 seconds left in the very first round of 3. And Owen Carr doing a lot of damage here in the late stages of round 1 since this second takedown. Ryan Connor hasn't had much in the way of defense. Unlike the earlier position where he was limiting the damage from Owen Carr, this time Owen Carr doing a very good job of landing elbows, landing punches from unorthodox places, and doing a good job of getting him done.
It's always important to keep busy, and Owen Carr has kept busy the entire first round. This round's going to look very good in the eyes of the judges. Owen Carr trying to finish this one here with just short time remaining, trying to get the referee to step in, but the time is going to come right there, and Ryan Connor is going to survive this opening round onslaught, and you can see again Owen Carr right on top of his opponent.
So a rough round for that man, Ryan Connor, as he found himself on the bottom and facing some damage. Also a cut on the back of his head. Mike Short, our excellent cut man, in there to take care of that for Ryan Connor. One of the best guys in the business, Mike Short. Often he'll close up a cut and it'll be like it never happened in the first place. But Ryan O'Connor is going to need some work to do here, Jeremy, in the second round.
Ryan Connor really needs to keep this fight standing. If he lets Owen Carr take him down again, it might be the end of the fight. But again, you look at Owen Carr, he's very intense, and he needs to, again, he had a calming from his coaches, he needs to stay calm.
Round 2 action between Owen Carr and Ryan Connor about to get underway from Hard Knocks 43 in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And these two fighters, a dominant round 1 performance from Owen Carr. Ryan Connor going to have to change up the game plan. Can't really do much on the ground, but it looks, Jeremy, like he wants to go for the takedown right away.
Well, if he can end up in top position, he can do what Owen Carr did to him in round 1, which is just lay on top, obviously do some damage with some striking, but make your opponent carry your weight, tire him out. Now landing some knees to the inside thighs, Owen Carr holding onto this guillotine, not trying to finish it, but more trying to just stop and make Ryan Connor think about, if you take me down, you're going to be in a bad position.
Connor trying to pop out, trying to work towards the back of Owen Carr. Eventually now does get him to the ground, but winds up in the full guard and now pops his head out of that guillotine position, but some big elbows coming from Carr from the bottom.
Well, and Carr, one of those guys who does not stop even if he's on the bottom, so you'll see a lot of elbows being thrown. He's going to be very aggressive. The danger in throwing an elbow like that is because your opponent couldn't isolate an arm. So Owen Carr, a veteran here in the Hard Knocks cage, he's going to make sure that he's being safe if he's going to throw these elbows.
So on top now is Ryan Connor, but Owen Carr landing the better part of the damage here in round 2 from the bottom with those elbows. Connor hasn't really landed much since securing this position, but as a guy who's won all of his 5 fights by submission, it could come any time where Carr is punching or throwing elbows and finds himself submitted.
Ryan Carr moves forward, trying to get to a good position, trying to posture up, but every time he does, he's eating an elbow or a back fist from Owen Carr. So Owen Carr doing an excellent job defending by being offensive in this fight. And now you see Ryan Carr pull out of the position because he doesn't want to be there. Gets the side control, but eats an up kick for his measure.
Yeah, that's the second up kick that Carr has landed here. Last time he used it to transition into a position on top on the ground, but this time it's Connor continuing to hold that superior position inside control now, although the one arm is a little trapped underneath the head of Owen Carr. No danger of a choke here yet, but Connor again looking to advance the position, looking to find a home. And you can see the blood pouring from the side of his head.
Watch out, the anaconda choke is there. The anaconda choke is up. It's a position where you're basically now on top with that same choke position, and this is a little bit of danger. Now the grip is released, so the danger is at least gone for the moment. But Ryan Connor, swarming on top, was being sneaky. He was eating a few punches to try and secure himself a choke, and you could see the side of Ryan Connor's face is leaking pretty heavily.
So again, another elbow from the bottom, but Connor remains on top. And this often, Jeremy, I find is a troublesome position for judges, because they often reward position over work. And I'd suggest that since this fight got to this position, Owen Carr has definitely been the busier fighter, landing more damage, but still the position belongs to Ryan O'Connor, and the judges are normally quick to reward that.
And another up kick, and Owen Carr has to watch out because that was down, and Ryan Connor has a point here. That's the second time that he's been kicked in the head or in the face while he's actually a downed opponent. He got a heel in the side of the head earlier on that when he was down, and the referee didn't see it. That time he saw it, and we're going to get a replay of it right now. Here's the up kick as it comes through. His knee is still down, and there is basically a straight up kick to the head of a downed opponent, and Ryan Connor has every reason to be upset here, as he's going to get 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to recover from the position.
Yeah, and you can see Andy Social taking a point away, and that could potentially be a massive result here in this fight, because of course Owen Carr rather, won round 1 by our scorecards, but that takes that win away. That now moves that round into a draw, and now with Ryan O'Connor having spent the better part of round, or Ryan Connor rather, trying to make him more Irish. Ryan Connor rather, trying to be is coming in at this point, and the referee going to put him back on the ground.
That's an excellent job by the referee. Sorry to step in there, Ryan, but that's an excellent job because he's actually putting them back in the position that they were. Many times you'll see fights will be stopped and then they'll get back standing, and you'll take away the advantage that Ryan Connor had at being on top. And now we see some good punches. That's a good first punch landed by Ryan Connor to do some damage to Owen Carr. Now a triangle position. This is very dangerous. Ryan Connor must deal with this or Owen Carr is going to lock it in.
The one knee's not as far back on the neck as you would like, and now it's really tightened in here Ryan Connor could be in trouble. Owen Carr with a triangle. Connor trying to roll out of it, but is unable to do so far. And now from a top position, trying to work that triangle. Connor flipping out of it, doing a good job of surviving. And here's some congratulations from the fans.
Well, now a guillotine being thrown on by Owen Carr, and he's trying to put the pressure down, attacking the legs is Ryan Connor, but from one submission to another, and he's able to get free. And I think Ryan Connor got some extra fans when that illegal kick to the head happened.
So again, now trying to stack up as Owen Carr looks to find an armbar submission. 3 submission attempts since restarting this fight just 45 seconds ago.
The continuity of Owen Carr is excellent. He's going from one technique to another, and every time his opponent stops a technique, he opens himself up for another. And what Owen Carr is doing here is, even if he got a point docked from him, he could technically still have an advantage, because if he wins this round would be considered the draw as the 9-9, and he still has a lead. But Ryan Connor needs to find some way to mount an offense against Owen Carr.
So Ryan Carr was on top for the better, or Ryan Connor rather, was on top for the better part of this round, Jeremy, but Owen Carr definitely the busier fighter from the bottom. So a very intriguing decision from the judges. Do they award busyness? Do they award attempts to finish the fight? Or are they going to award position? It's something we've seen go in both directions here in Calgary.
The other thing that comes into play is, as we take a look at the replay, here's that up kick again, and again, Ryan Connor was down. Stop having similar names, gentlemen. Ryan Connor was down when that kick happened. Here's another look at the triangle from top position. Excellent defense by Ryan Connor, going from position to position, trying to escape this triangle. But the other thing that happens is sometimes when a point gets deducted, some judges will give a straight up 10-8 score. So even though Owen Carr was busier and was more effective, sometimes that goes the other way. So that's why those penalty points are so dangerous. And you can see Owen Carr just pacing in the corner.
Ryan Connor being sent back to his corner by the official. As we get ready for the third and final round, they come out. And Ryan Connor calls for some applause from the fans, but turns down the opportunity to touch gloves with Owen Carr.
Well, sometimes when a guy kicks you in the face illegally, you don't necessarily want to touch gloves. And Ryan Connor right now has to feel that he's trailing this fight, even though Owen Carr had the point taken away. So he must be offensive. He must win this round to force a draw. And so far so good as Ryan Connor pushing Owen Carr up against the cage.
Connor driving forward, trying to find a hole in the defense of Owen Carr, which has been very good to this point, Jeremy, of keeping Ryan Connor from doing much damage. Again, Connor 5 submission wins as a professional, and his 2 losses coming via decision.
Good single leg takedown there. He is in top position. Watch that foot in the hip of Ryan Connor, but Ryan Connor able to push through that. Now what Ryan Connor needs to do is he needs to get an offense going. He cannot let Owen Carr dictate the bottom. But for Owen Carr, he has to watch out that the dangerous submission game. He has to stay busy because he doesn't want to be in this position. However, he has to be careful about the submissions that Ryan Connor offers.
Another elbow from the bottom as Ryan Carr looks to find an arm for an arm bar. It does have one arm isolated. It's whether or not he can stretch it out or whether Connor can get it free.
Connor does get it free now, and he is on top of Owen Carr, where he spent the majority of the last now 2 rounds, but Owen Carr, the busier of the 2 fighters, like you mentioned, Ryan, the more causing more damage of the 2 fighters.
Reminds me back of a fight early in Hard Knocks between Keegan Oliver and his opponent Kennedy, Oliver was on top, Kennedy was the busier fighter, and Oliver won the fight by decision, just purely for having the better position. We'll see if that duplicates itself here tonight with Ryan O'Connor and Owen Carr. Again, looking for a triangle. Carr fires it on, big elbow, coming to try and soften him up, maybe try and find that arm isolated, but is unable to do so. And again, good defense from Ryan Connor.
Ryan Connor now trying to get to work, trying to get some offense. He has half a round to try and erase in the minds the position of Owen Carr for doing so much damage from the back. He's doing well here as he's isolating an arm. An arm is now trapped underneath the leg, but equally it pops up just as quickly as it was put underneath there.
Again, Carr trying to find an opening, trying to find an escape, but may have given up his back here. Jeremy rolled into Ryan Connor, who immediately throws on the body triangle and is going to try and spin in and get the back. Owen Carr, though, doing a nice job of getting away from it, but may have an arm in here. Ryan Connor looking for the arm bar. Owen Carr trying to dig out of it. He's got his other arm locked across it. It's just whether or not he can stretch him out.
And you look at the face of Owen Carr, he's in a lot of pain here. There's a lot of pressure being put on there, trying to put his mind somewhere else. Nice deep breaths. Ryan Connor still working, has both the arms in there. So at any time, if Owen Carr pulls one of the arms out, he's going to be in a lot of danger. So even though there's a lot of pain here for Owen Carr, he knows he has to keep both his arms in or he's in trouble.
Minute 23 to go. Ryan Connor has Owen Carr's arms in an armbar position. The pain relieving. Jeremy, you can see a little more of the forearm from Owen Carr has come out. The top of his arm has come out, so maybe not as much pressure as you might think. Some knees now to the back of Ryan Connor, trying to loosen that grip, loosen that position, and allow his arm to be free.
Still pressuring down. But look at Owen Carr landing from really strange positions, still landing from the side, dropping those knees to the side of Ryan Connor. And for Connor, it's almost like he has to give up this position to try and find a new one to be able to pull out the fight. But if Owen Carr can stay busy like this, it's really going to be one of those, it's going to be a very interesting decision for the judges.
The pain evident on the face of Owen Carr from this angle as he tries desperately to free his arms from an armbar position. One is now out, and the other one now not in danger of that armbar, as now he will drop elbows and try and put an emphasis on this fight with just 10 seconds to go in the third and final round, trying to maybe find an arm submission of his own. No, just opening him up and trying to find damage, punches and elbows. What a fight between Owen Carr and Ryan Connor. So both fighters put their hands up after this fight. This one could be our most interesting decision of the night, made even more interesting by a point deducted for an up kick to a downed opponent's face in the second round. Owen Carr having a point deducted here, and that could turn out to be the deciding point in a victory or a draw situation for Owen Carr.
We know for a fact that he won round one. We're pretty sure that he won round two. Ryan Connor may have won round three. So even if he won, it is going to be it'll be a draw. But if Ryan Connor was able to sneak out round two, it's going to be a very interesting decision. I don't envy our judges here. Then as we take a look at the replay, here's some of those unorthodox strikes from Owen Carr, and the look on his face when the pressure came from Ryan Connor on that double armbar. He had some great tenacity to be able to fight back and stop himself from tapping out to a dangerous position.
So the judges continue to do the math here at Hard Knocks 43 between Owen Carr and Ryan Connor. A very entertaining fight between what Owen Carr said was a UFC level bout. Hard Knocks 43 between Owen Carr and Ryan Connor. We await the judges' official decision, which should be in momentarily here, as we've got a point deducted from Owen Carr. We'll find out what the judges had to say right now with your official decision. Here's Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by the Calgary Sun. The winner by unanimous decision. In the red corner, Owen, the Body, Carr.
So Owen Carr, obviously the winner of all 3 rounds on the judges' scorecard to get the unanimous decision. He'll be center of the cage with Jeremy.
Owen, I'll get you here to the center of the cage. We'll have a quick chat. Obviously, it was not a purposeful shot in the second round, but you were able to come back and still remain busy while on the bottom. What does that do to a fighter when you get penalized with a point? Did that affect your game at all?
Yeah, man, it messed with me mentally. Like, this is my life. This is all I do. So I gave it out to you guys that came out. And, you know, it sucks getting a point. I'm just fighting my heart out for everyone that paid money to come watch us fight. So, but I'm a fighter, so I just keep fighting till I hear the bell or the ref stops. So thank God I got the win, you know.
You ended up being on the ground for the majority of the second and third rounds, but you stayed busy to the point where all the judges ruled that you were the busier and more dangerous fighter. Is that a staple of you, that you're going to be busy even when you're in a bad position?
Dude, I train at Team Alpha Male. For you, those of you that don't know, I'm getting my ass beat in the gym every day, 3 hours a day. This is just another day for me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Hard Knocks.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for your winner, Owen the Body Carr. Owen Carr, your winner, Ari, in a very entertaining fight. And the thing that really stuck out for me was the tenacity that Owen showed from the bottom, landing punches, landing elbows, and landing knees while in an armbar. A very dedicated, energetic fighter.
Yeah, Owen Carr did not stop moving that entire fight, which was really what won him the fight. He was always going for a strike or a submission. I'd love to see him on the top a little bit more so that those fights aren't quite so close, but he was really amazing tonight.
And really did a good job of preventing Ryan Connor from having any kind of offense while on top.
Yeah, he seemed to be on the ground a lot, but when he was on the ground, he was being more offensive.
Well, next up is our welterweight title fight between Sergey Juskevich and Laurent T. Nelson. We'll learn more about those two fighters right now.
My opponent's name is Sergey Juskevich, and I know he's a Sambo fighter, good fighter, has a lot of fights under his belt. It's going to be a tough fight, and can't wait.
My opponent is Laurent T. Nelson, and he's a striker. That's all what I know about him.
My strategy for this fight is to come out and stay on my feet, a lot of angles, a lot of movement, and keep the fight standing and use my striking as my advantage.
My strategy for this fight, check him out on the feet, and if I see the chance to put him down and tap him, I will do this.
Coming up to Canada here for this victory, I know I'm going to take it home and bring that title back to Colorado. Just because I've been training so hard, and it's my time to show everyone what I'm made of. And Sergey, I'm going to come out there and throw down. It's going to be a fight.
I am a hard knock welterweight champion, and I'm here for defend my title. I am champion, and doesn't matter who is next, Sergey is leglock.
This Hard Knocks fight is a professional title bout and is brought to you by Pro Coat Coatings and is for the Hard Knocks Professional Welterweight Championship. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage for this welterweight title fight, our challenger, Laurent T. Nelson, fighting out of the blue corner out of Colorado. And Jeremy, 6-2 as a pro, most of his wins coming by knockout or TKO. Both of his losses when it got to the judges' scorecards.
Again, another example of never leave it to the judges. Laurent T. Nelson is the real deal. His most recent loss was in Bellator. It was a very close decision loss, and he is an excellent fighter and a very dangerous challenge to our champion, Sergey Juskevich.
Laurent T. Nelson, of course, this his first fight for a title, has gone 5 rounds before, but only in a Muay Thai fight, has never gone 5 rounds in an MMA fight. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does here in this fight tonight against our champion, Sergey Juskevich.
He also took about a year off of fighting to recover from that last defeat that he had, just to make sure that all of the holes that were exposed in that fight, all of those things that he didn't really work so well, that he could go in and say, okay, you are the best guy at this technique, and this is what I had trouble with. I want you to keep going and getting on me until I can stop you, and then moves on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And that's how the best fighters do it. They find their weaknesses, and they get the best guys that they can find to work that weakness over and over and over again. Laurent T. Nelson, a serious title contender for Sergey Juskevich, and this, again, could be the fight of the night.
Yeah, Laurent T. Nelson said he had these extra pressure on him to win this title fight tonight, not just because of the Canada-US rivalry, but also because he knows how many doors that will open when he's got a Hard Knocks title in the picture. Laurent T. Nelson into the Hard Knocks cage for the first time, into the blue corner, and he awaits his opponent.
And his opponent.
Now coming down to the cage, our welterweight champion, Sergey Juskevich, and we see him come down, a very confident fighter, and as they say, Jeremy, Sergey is leg lock.
Well, it was a phrase coined by Elias the Spartan Theodoro, a former former Hard Knocks fighter, now fighting in the UFC. Sergey Juskevich is leg lock.
Sergey Juskevich coming down to the cage, the Hard Knocks welterweight champion, to face Laurent T. Nelson, and he's very adamant that this may be one of the toughest fights he's ever had in his MMA career. He spent 10 years, he tells me, to become a champion, and now that he's a champion, he's not going to give it up very easily.
And you notice that he doesn't have the belt around his waist. That's because he says you're not a champion until you defend your championship, and if you can defend your championship, then you can walk down holding that belt with pride. He won this fight, won his last fight over Joel Powell, who is a top welterweight in this country, and he got him with a leg lock that he's been getting everybody on. He gets it from all different angles, but let's look past the leg lock for now. We know it's great. His striking is excellent. He's got very heavy hands. He can grapple. He can stop people from taking him down. He is one of the best fighters we have ever had here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship, and with no doubt, if he continues on the path that he is on, he will be a world champion for the UFC. I have no doubt.
Yeah, Sergey Juskevich comes into the cage, and again, when you ask him about the leg locks now, he kind of chuckles, but he said it's his Sambo background that really allows him to go for those, and he said, and he told me the first time I met him that North Americans don't train them well enough to prevent them. So we'll see if Laurent T. Nelson, who, by the way, very aware that Sergey likes the leg locks, said to me, I'm going to have to do a very good job of being aware of where my legs are in relation to his hands at all times, because he's going to look for that.
As we take a look at the tail of the tape, the Lithuanian-born Sergey Juskevich taking on the South African-born Laurent T. Nelson. Juskevich, 28 years old. Laurent T. Nelson does not cut weight, does not want to cut down because he wants to remain fresh. You see the big record for Juskevich, but Laurent T. Nelson, a very serious contender.
Now for our official introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knocks Fighters introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 6'2" as a professional, 25 years old, and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in at 154 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Grudge Training Center from Arvada, Colorado. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Laurent T. Smash Nelson. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, He's 14, 7, and 2 as a professional, 28 years old, and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in at 159 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Head Rush Training Center from Toronto, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter and defending title holder, Sergey Eldorado Yuskevich. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Adam Cheadle, our referee, he'll come in with some final instructions for our two title fighters.
Okay, gentlemen, this is for the Hard Knocks Welterweight Championship. Obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Come out ready to fight.
Nice stare down for between the two of those guys.
So Sergey Yuskevich will come out of the red corner in the black and gray trunks. The black trunks with white and green trim for the challenger, Laurent T. Nelson, coming out of the blue corner. Fighters are ready, and we are underway for this welterweight title fight at Hard Knocks 43.
5 5-minute rounds. Nice kick to open it up from Laurent T.
Also came in with a big left hand, just missed. Oh, some big strikes there from the champion.
Nice right hand.
Spinning kick to the midsection, blocked, although the crowd liked it.
Nice leg kick in return from Laurent T.
Always nice when they snap in our headphones here at Cage Side.
Our microphones go out too, just for a split second.
Again, both fighters trying to find their distance, find their range, landing some strikes early on.
If you watch the way Sergey Yuskevich punches, he does counter punch. So anytime he sees the hip movement from Laurent T come forward to where he's going to be in range, Sergey Yuskevich is going to be throwing a punch. So watch that throughout the fight. Anytime that Laurent T is close enough to hit, anytime he throws, Yuskevich is going to throw right back.
Yeah, and almost trying to time the counter punch there was Laurent T looking for the uppercut and just missed that.
Well, Sergey Yuskevich says that he wants to model himself after Fedor Emelianenko, and that's a pretty good guy to model yourself after. And Emelianenko used to do that as they were exchanging back and forth, and Sergey Yuskevich landing the better of the two fighters.
Looking to dive in, a nice sprawl there from Laurent T as Sergey looks for the leg lock and looks to dive in at that one leg, but Laurent T just dropping down on top of him and preventing Sergey from getting to his ankle.
He's got to be closer for that, and I'm sure that his corner is going to be telling him, hey, you got to be closer if you're going to attempt that leg attack. And some unorthodox things, perhaps thinking that Laurent T would sprawl down, and if so, would leave himself open for the leg lock.
Trying to roll forward, not something you see typically in MMA. Nice timed right hand, chasing him across the cage. Sergey Yuskevich now resets as Laurent T regains his feet.
This is the most action we've really seen out of Sergey Yuskevich, and now he has passed all of the time he has spent in the Hard Knocks cage for his two previous fights. The first one ending in 58 seconds, 57, the second landing in 58, so he's well past that right now.
And a nice combination followed by another one from the champion. Both fighters now, again, finding their range. Nice uppercut from Laurent T.
Nice
big snapping leg kick. And you can use Sergey trying to use the striking as a feint for a takedown, and again tries to go in, but a nice sprawl from the challenger.
And you can tell that Laurent T doesn't want to have anything to do with that, not in that he's avoiding it, but he's defending so well to keep this fight on the feet. So that's where he wants this game to happen, and we could just see a 5-minute strike-a-thon here, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Both these fighters very dynamic in their striking. Nice kick there.
Yeah, caught Sergey coming in with all the weight planted on that leg and was able to drive his shin through it. Now a spinning kick of his own. Again, both fighters kind of taking turns stalking forward. In the earlier part of the round, it was Juszkiewicz going forward, and now it is again. Again, both of these guys, very high-level fighters, looking to get to that sports next level and hoping to use the Hard Knocks Championship as a stepping stone to get there.
And on the champion's leg, you can see a welt on his left leg. That's his lead foot. That's a huge welt from the 3 leg kicks that Laurent T landed. And you now see that every time Laurent throws a kick, Juszkiewicz is checking him. So if you're starting to check the kicks when before you weren't, that means that they're starting to have an effect. A good takedown here by Juszkiewicz. Good pursuit as he was able to. Laurent was trying to get space. Juszkiewicz kept coming forward.
And it's also got to be an interesting transition for some guys, Jeremy, because, oh, now a triangle from the top may have an arm isolated. The challenger could be in some trouble here.
This is where Sergey Juszkiewicz is at his most dangerous. And you talk about this top triangle. Look at him isolate an arm. And if nothing else, it is affecting the breathing of Laurent T, slowing him down. Short time remaining, just over 10 seconds.
Now trying to look for an arm submission, but gives it up. Laurent T comes in with a flying knee to try and end the round on a high. What a great first round.
How about
in our
that?
welterweight title fight.
So how about that for a first round here in our first of three main event fights. This is for the welterweight championship. Juszkiewicz and Nelson were back and forth. They were throwing spinning back kicks. They were throwing knees. The speed at which Juszkiewicz, once he got that takedown, went to a submission, and then the toughness of Laurent T. Nelson to hold on. Here's a look again at the takedown. Juszkiewicz in here, and immediately he transitions, steps through over top of the head of Laurent T. Nelson, and he's going to secure himself that top triangle, and that is high-level jiu-jitsu, Ryan.
Hard Knocks 43 action from the Mark and McPhail Center in Calgary, Alberta, continuing here with round 2 between Sergey Juszkiewicz and Laurent T. Nelson. Nelson, the challenger for Juszkiewicz's title, coming out of the blue corner in the green, black and white trunks with green trim, the black shorts for Juszkiewicz. A furious pace first round, Jeremy, with both fighters really kind of going at it and taking turns with dominance. Some high-level jiu-jitsu from our champion, but unable to put the challenger away.
And you look here at the challenger dropping some head fakes, some arm movement, some shoulder movement. What he's trying to do is to get Sergey Juszkiewicz to throw first as he lands a nice body combination. And with him throwing first, Laurent a little bit of a longer fighter, so when he throws first, Laurent will be able to counter straight ahead. And that's why the movement there. This has been a very entertaining fight so far, Ryan.
I was going to say in the first round, Jeremy, when Sergey got the takedown, it's got to be an interesting problem for a fighter, because no longer can you worry about a guy just coming up for a submission. You also have to worry about Sergey going down for a submission onto the leg lock, which is something you don't typically see with most MMA fighters.
And another body shot there from Laurent T, and perhaps something in the corner talked about that says, hey, his body is open, so let's leave some shots in there. And he's landed 2 big right hands to the body of our champion, Sergey Juszkiewicz.
Also a big welt from leg kicks from both fighters onto the lead leg of each other, as some leg kicks certainly landed there in round number 1. Little more of a feeling out process here in round 2. Both of them looking to find their range, and both of them landing a punch on that exchange.
A nice uppercut from Laurent T and a swinging right hand from champion Juszkiewicz.
Looking for the push kick. Follows that up with a head kick that lands.
And that's that 2-stage kick where your knee comes up and then your foot comes out. It's not a straight up from the ground. He's putting his knee up and then the foot up. And the reason you do that is because when you put the knee up and foot up a couple times, then you can start putting the knee up and then chest kick with a teep in the chest. So it creates options for you later on.
Again, a nice leg kick to the challenger, followed up by a combination. Looking for the spinning back fist was the champion. Out of the way, Laurent T. Nelson.
Wow, nice elbow there by Laurenti. It was partially blocked, but still did some damage. Nice takedown by Juszkiewicz. And now he's going to be in a good position right up here in our faces at the broadcast position. And now let's see what Juszkiewicz can do with a little more time. And he's on the leg now.
Leg lock already. And, oh, a rough stoppage there. A rough stoppage there for Laurenti Nelson, as it looks like he had one tap, but not more than one tap. A tough stoppage, but credit the referee for getting in. Yeah, credit the referee for getting in there as quick as he could. A tough stoppage there for the challenger.
Well, and I'm sure we'll have a replay on it, and the challenger is very upset. And again, he didn't think he tapped, but we'll have a look at the at how it goes here.
So as we discussed, Jeremy, about Sergey going down for the submission, you see him roll over, you see the heel turning, you see one tap.
You see the one tap, but I think that it was one of those things where he went to tap. And I can understand the frustration for Laurenti Nelson, because as he looked down, as he was going to tap out, perhaps his hand was moving twice for the tap and missed. But again, nobody's perfect, and it could have been a tap. It looked like a tap, the pain on the face. Juszkiewicz obviously happy, but no matter what the result of the tap, you hear the crowd kind of giving it to him. But, you know, that man is your champion, has defended his welterweight strap.
Yeah, I've got no problem with Sergey celebrating the victory, obviously, because the referee does step in and get a stoppage. It did maybe look like on the one roll through, you'll see here as we go through the replay, as he rolls through, that might have looked like the first tap, and then a second swing, and his arm went up. I mean, as it rolls through, it might have been not enough for a second tap, but nevertheless, Sergey Juszkiewicz, your winner, your champion in the welterweight division. And Laurenti Nelson obviously upset. We have seen situations like this in the past where Hard Knocks has facilitated a rematch. However, of course, both fighters have to be amenable to that. Laurenti Nelson is a little upset. But the official decision is in. We'll head inside the cage to Doug Danez.
And now, the official decision brought to you by Pro Coat Coatings. The winner by tap out due to inverted heel lock at 2 minutes and 43 seconds of the second round. In the red corner, and still Hard Knocks welterweight champion, Sergey El Dorado Juszkiewicz.
Sergey Juszkiewicz, your winner and still champion. He'll be center of the cage with Jeremy.
Sergey, I know the audience out here doesn't necessarily think that there was a tap there.
Yeah.
But to boo you for the performance you put on, the continuity in the first round, the great takedowns, the striking back and forth, you really proved that you have what it takes to be a champion.
Yeah, I'm champion, and I approve this. Belt is mine, and wherever, I don't care. If you want to take this belt, come and take this belt. Fight! Fight for belt.
Now, Sergey, I know that a lot of people, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that are going to wonder whether it was a tap or not.
I didn't see the tap. I didn't feel that, but I see the referee. I listen to the referee. Referee, come and stop the fight. I have to listen to referee.
Would you have a rematch with Laurenti if he asked for one?
For sure, wherever.
No problem. So, Sergey Juszkiewicz, you're the champion now. You've defended your belt. What does it mean to you now that not only to have won your belt, but defended your belt?
I want to fight with top guys because my life is competition. I'm fighting 10 years in professional sport. I have a goal. I want to compete in UFC. One day I'm going to be there, for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your welterweight champion, Sergey Juszkiewicz.
Sergey Juskevich defends his welterweight title, Ari, in controversial fashion. As you see here on the replay, he reaches over, one hand looks like it might have tapped once. Laurentine Nelson a little upset with the result here.
Yeah, I think it's a very close call. I don't know whether it was a tap or not. I'd have to look at it a bunch of times on the replay.
Now, of course, the referee going to err on the side of safety for the fighter. The last thing you want to see in that position is a guy's knee or ankle get torn to pieces, which could happen in that spot.
Yeah, I think Sergey has a reputation for hurting guys' knees, and that's a dangerous move, and the referee acted in the best interest of the fighter's safety.
So Sergey Juskevich is your winner and retains his welterweight title. Next up, a light heavyweight title fight, and we'll meet more about our champion and challenger right now.
My opponent is Misha Serkinov. Pretty much what we know about him, he's a big, strong, aggressive guy. He likes to push the pace. We want to take him a little bit in deeper waters. We think he's pretty much walked through everybody up here. We want to come up and make a statement.
My opponent for this fight is Sean Asher. He's a very physical fighter who's very, very strong, has good wrestling skills, and he throws bombs.
My strategy against Misha, I'm going to try to put the pressure on him, put him in a little bit of different circumstances, make him work off his back, see how he likes it, be the underdog for a little while.
My strategy for this fight is definitely going to be to win, is to try and see the weaknesses that my opponent will have in our fight and slowly try to expose his weakness and capitalize on it.
We're here to take that belt back to the United States with us. We're here to make a statement. We're going to give you guys a little bit what us American fighters are all about.
I'm 205-pound champion for Hard Knocks Fighting Championships. Whoever wants to take this belt from me, they will have to step out the game. I'm coming in hot.
This Hard Knocks fight is a professional title bout and is brought to you by Courtesy Chrysler and is for the Hard Knocks Professional Light Heavyweight Championship. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Our light heavyweight title is on the line, and Sean Asher is going to try and take it from our champion, Misha Serkinov. Asher comes to the cage with a record of 9-1-1, and this is a lifelong athlete and a grinder fighter, and he's looking to add another belt to his championship stable.
Two things that don't normally go together is fighting and basketball, but this guy used to play professional basketball in Germany, so you not only is he a grinder in the way that he fights, but that's the way he played basketball too. He always played with an edge and was an excellent athlete ever since he was a kid. And that's the type of people that make the best fighters. The best athletes make the best fighters. Not necessarily if you're a great wrestler, that's fantastic. But if you were an all-around athlete, and it doesn't matter what sport you play, when you come into fighting and you learn all these techniques, you're going to turn into an excellent fighter.
Now, I mentioned his championship stable. Sean Asher, currently the 185 Midwest Alliance title holder, the 205 Spartan Fighting Championship holder. This guy is a guy with championship pedigree, and he's looking to add another strap.
Well, the one thing that you don't hear a lot about is because Sean Asher tried out for the Ultimate Fighter, and he went there. They liked him. They liked the things that he had, but he had a knee injury that he was going to come back into the house. When he moved to the house, he was going to come back, perhaps not 100%, and so he was passed over for the Ultimate Fighter, but he still has that capability, that quality, and he said, look, a lot of the guys that went into the house, I think that I could destroy, and so we're going to see what he does against our champion, Misha Serkinov.
Yeah, again, 9-1-1. Sean Asher is a very effective fighter and said that he expects and knows that Misha is a well-rounded, big, strong, powerful fighter, but he said the way he can beat him is by continuing to put pressure on and not allowing the champion room to breathe.
Well, and if he can take him down, that takes away a lot of the power that Misha Serkinov has with those dynamic strikes. And we'll see whether Sean Asher can neutralize Misha Serkinov, something that not many people have been able to do.
Sean Asher, a newcomer to the Hard Knocks cage, as we await his opponent.
And his opponent,
our champion in the light heavyweight division, Misha Serkinov, comes down to the cage to meet Sean Asher with a record of 8-2, and very effective is Misha Serkinov, a highlight reel knockout for the title victory against Rodney Wallace just a few months ago.
He split Rodney Wallace's lip open all the way down to his chin. Basically, the lip was split all the way till there is no more lip, and that's how hard the kick was. And Rodney Wallace is not a guy who gets stopped, and Misha stopped him in the first round. Misha is an excellent all-around athlete. He started in judo at his home in Latvia. When he moved to Canada, he said the thing that got him through the move was when he stepped into a combative's gym for the very first time, and he took a breath in, and he said, that's the smell I remember. It doesn't matter whether I'm in Latvia or I'm in Canada. I know this feeling of being a fighter, and fighting is, and wrestling specifically, as he was growing up, really were the base of his success in life here in Canada, because he was able to transition from being a shy person who didn't really understand the culture of Canada to being a guy who is well liked by everybody that he's ever trained with, and his mastery of the English language is excellent. He often, not rudely of course, corrects me if I say things incorrectly.
Misha Serkinov, our champion in the light heavyweight division, has not lost since 2012, is riding a 3-fight win streak, and said that it's more training and more training since becoming the champion, because opportunities are arising for him to continue his career in MMA and move to the top level promotions like Bellator, like the UFC, and those opportunities are coming because he's the Hard Knocks champion, and he's looking to continue his win streak tonight with a victory over Sean Asher.
We take a look at the tail of the tape. Our champion, 29 years old, 6 years the junior of Sean Asher, but he has a 3-inch height advantage and turns into an incredible reach advantage. He weighed in 204 pounds. Asher a little bit underweight at 201.5. The record's pretty much identical. This is going to be a fantastic fight for the light heavyweight championship.
So both fighters are ready in the cage. We'll head inside the cage now for our official introductions. Here's Doug Denance.
and now the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 9-1-1 as a professional. 25 years old, he stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in at 201.5 pounds. Fighting out of Alliance MMA from Cincinnati, Ohio, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter Sean the Bully Asher. And in the red corner for Courtesy Chrysler, he's 8-2 as a professional. 28 years old and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 204 pounds. Fighting out of Extreme Couture from Toronto, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter and defending title holder, Misha Serkinov. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Adam Cheadle, our referee. He'll have some last-minute instructions for our
this
fighters.
is for the light heavyweight Hard Knocks Championship. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Come out ready to fight.
So both fighters are ready as Misha Serkinov, our champion, comes out of the red corner in the black trunks, the white trunks for the challenger, Sean Asher, coming out of the blue corner.
Both fighters agreed to touch gloves in the corner as well, so good show of respect here for a first round of 5 title rounds.
Again, a notable size difference between Asher and Serkinov. Serkinov also standing straighter, though, Jeremy. That helps lead to that illusion.
similar to what he did with Rodney Wallace. He stayed in the center and he just had those hands out ready to see what could come forward, and he's doing the same thing with Sean Asher, cutting off the middle of the ring. Asher rushes forward on a double leg, and Serkinov giving space with that front head pinch, and now landing's a good knee here, another good knee, and continuing to land these massive knees is Misha Serkinov, and Sean Asher has to pull guard to escape the onslaught that Misha Serkinov was giving.
Yeah, what a barrage of knees up against the cage. Serkinov now landing punches. Asher holding on as Serkinov continues to do damage here up against the cage. Misha Serkinov, a very dangerous fighter, and Sean Asher in trouble here now as Serkinov has his back.
Serkinov in a very good position on the back. You'll see that he'll be patient. He won't try and rush. Now onto the top, isolating an arm, and now going for an arm bar. And lots of pressure and a tap out. And perhaps Sean Asher his shoulder was out, but Misha Serkinov is your defending champion now. He has defended that belt and is your light heavyweight champion, and that was a dominant performance, Ryan.
No question on that tap. Sean Asher taps out to Misha Serkinov, who bows to him in the center of the cage. The champion proving why as he rolls them over, and immediately the tap came. Asher knew that there was no getting out of that, and our champion retains his belt in the light heavyweight division. So Misha Serkinov, your winner here, and retaining his light heavyweight champion with a first-round victory over Sean Asher, who loses for just the second time in his mixed martial arts career. A tough loss for Asher, but Misha Serkinov certainly looks like he's on his way to becoming one of the next UFC fighters here. A very impressive performance from the champion.
Well, that's a performance that really is one of those ones that if they show that tape and they show the way and the quickness that he has at the 205-pound division, I don't see any way that you keep him out of there. And you can see that Misha is showing all of his sponsors, so good for him. But the one thing that I love about Misha Serkinov is he said the same thing he said after the last fight to Ari Tobe. He says, "I'll fight anybody. You get me? Anybody, and I will fight them."
So Misha Serkinov, your winner here tonight over Sean Asher, again defending his title with a very clear armbar victory. And if you want to see that again, make sure you download our app on both the Apple and Android devices. The app is available. Look for Hard Knocks Fighting. Lots of backstage stuff as well. Hard Knocks 43 light heavyweight title fight is in the books. Now with our official decision, here's Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by Courtesy Chrysler. The winner by tap out due to armbar at 1 minute 20 seconds of the first round. Ladies and gentlemen, he is still the Hard Knocks light heavyweight champion. Out of the red corner, Misha Serkinov.
Misha Serkinov is your winner and defending champion. He'll be center of the cage with Jeremy.
Misha, I love the opportunity to chat with you after you defend your belt. The quickness that you showed, you're weighing in around 205 pounds. You look like a lightweight with how fast you were able to transfer from that takedown defense to the armbar.
That's exactly it. You know, I have power. I'm very flexible. I can box, I can kickbox, I can grapple, I can wrestle. And you know what? This is just a little sample. You know, I represent Canada, I have the belt. If somebody wants to take this belt from me, I'm coming in hot. You know what I mean? Like, I'll fight anybody. I represent Canada, Hard Knocks fighting champion.
Now, when you came here, when you were a young man, you came over from your home country in Latvia. You credit mixed martial arts, the martial arts that you did here, as your stepping stone into coming into the culture of Canada. How much does this mean to you for the sport?
This means, people just see the end result, you know, but I train so hard, people have no idea. So if somebody wants to challenge me, you better step up your game. I train out of Extreme Couture Toronto. I teach there every day. I spar 3-4 times a week. I'm ready to fight anybody, anybody.
So the champion, Misha Serkinov, throwing out the challenge to anyone at 205 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your champion, Misha Serkinov. Holds on to his light heavyweight title in an entertaining fight. Ari, very quick is our light heavyweight champion.
Look, he is just so good in every area of the game. I love watching him fight.
And no question there on the tap. As soon as the armbar went in, Sean Asher tapped, and Misha Serkinov still our champion.
Look, that thing was locked in. There was no question about that.
Next up, we're going to show you a fight from an earlier fight from tonight on our undercard. Will Woo versus Murray Hunter, a very entertaining matchup between two young up-and-coming fighters. And when you look here at the tail of the tape, the biggest difference, of course, the height advantage for Will Woo, 6'8" against Murray Hunter, 6 feet, and Murray Hunter, 14 years, the senior. More of a Hawk and Lube Woo. But nevertheless, Will Woo gets set to take on Murray Hunter, and immediately a kick to the midsection. Will Woo trying to cut off the cage and use that length early. A big punch here. Murray Hunter could be in trouble, drops down to his knee, cannot swarm with more punches, but Will Woo now looking for a guillotine. Well, Will Woo's got it deep, and it looks like he's going for the Cody McKenzie guillotine. He switched the grip, but now Murray Hunter's able to get out, and right now Murray Hunter is blinking pretty heavily. He might be seeing some stars. Again, Woo throwing punches, has Hunter up against the cage, and he's social right in the middle of it. He takes him down to the ground now, a knockdown, and Will Woo knows what's working and gets him to stand right back up. And again, Woo with using this length. That's a big shot back from Murray Hunter, so they're showing he's got some fight now, some body shots. That's a pretty bad knee, though, from Will Woo. 2 knockdowns for Will Woo early in this round, but Murray Hunter continues to come forward. Not even a minute in, Jeremy. Murray Hunter's been knocked down twice, but now a nice takedown, slams the big man down to the ground. Will Woo immediately back to his feet. Entertaining fights here in the amateur 205-pound division, and now Will Woo with that arm-in guillotine and such length. He's actually reached across and is in his arm there. He's kind of got a forearm across the neck, so interesting technique. And again, you have to have your own different set of skills and move set when you're that tall. Taking now, trying to take the back of Murray Hunter. Hunter getting a little bit of time to recover here up against the cage. Woo with, again, a knee to the midsection, and those don't have to travel very far, so there can be a lot of power on that. Again, more punches, big punches from both men now as Woo is staggering, and he gets in on Murray Hunter. He's not sure where he is right now, Jeremy. He's swinging wildly. Hunter is firing punches and landing. This one, both fighters rocked in round number 1. This is fantastic. Now Will Woo in, looking, trying to get a head and arm throw, but Murray Hunter landing these nice shots, and now a good throw takedown, and perhaps showing that toughness that you get from all the work that Murray Hunter has done, and he survived those 2 big early shots and now is the aggressor, and both fighters taking an extra breath, and why not? That was a very busy first half of the round. Hunter bleeding from somewhere, in trouble here as Woo looks to lock in a triangle. Those big legs finding a home. He's got a triangle in, but there might still be room, Jeremy, because of the length of Woo's legs, to get some air in there for Murray Hunter as the triangle choke gets a little deeper, pulling it down. And here's this fight is over. Murray Hunter upset with the official, didn't think he tapped, but nevertheless, this fight is called. Will Woo wins, and here's it from the Calgary crowd. Well, and again, this is a lesson. You can see all the blood from Murray Hunter's nose that has collected on the chest of Will Woo. But one of those things that when you are in a triangle position and you're in the top and you feel that triangle, you feel that one arm and head in, you need to deal with it immediately. You need to abandon all other techniques and deal with that triangle. And what happened was Murray Hunter felt comfortable in there. He felt comfortable, and then Will Woo locked it down. And as soon as it was locked down, all she wrote.
Yeah, you could see just a moment ago on the face of Murray Hunter a big smile, not upset at the result, an amateur fight. So he knows that the consequences of that mean nothing when you turn professional. But nevertheless, both fighters rocked in that fight. Both fighters showing power. Murray Hunter showing resiliency to get back in it. Once he got down to the ground and Will Woo was able to find his bearings, he was able to then to again secure the victory. So Will Woo continues to get worked over as he wins his amateur debut here tonight at Hard Knocks 43, and again survived a bit of a stumbling attack, Jeremy. He was throwing punches out on instinct more than style, more than skill, more than training, but nevertheless he comes away with a winner. Now with our official decision, here's Doug Denance.
And now the official decision brought to you by Triple Fox Medical. The winner by referee stoppage due to triangle choke in the very first round. In the red corner, Will Woo.
So Will Woo is your winner, and
So it's time for the main event, the third main event of the evening. 2 title fights already in the books, and now the title fight for the event, which is Nick Ring versus Jason Zentgraf.
Well, Jason Zentgraf and Nick Ring fighting a 3-round fight, but Nick Ring obviously has a big hometown advantage, makes his home here in Calgary, Alberta, trying to get the comeback to get back into the UFC, and I'm excited for this fight. Zentgraf and Ring, it's going to be a good one.
Well, we'll learn more about our main event fighters right now.
My opponent's name is Nick Ring. He's a UFC vet. He's a good kickboxer. He's had boxing experience, Muay Thai experience, predominantly a kickboxer, but he's got good wrestling defense. His game plan is probably going to be to stand up with me.
My opponent for this fight is Jason Zentgraf. He's a young up-and-comer from Montana. Good, strong record of 8-2. He seems to be a submission specialist.
So my strategy is go out there and stand up with him. If I don't like that, I'll work the clinch. If I don't like that, I'll go to the ground. Regardless, I'm better than him in a couple areas, and I'm going to exploit him either way.
To win this fight, I'm just going to use my speed and my experience. I think I'm going to catch him. I'm going to get him with a good few punches and put him down.
I'm very confident I'm going to win this fight. I've been training for 9 weeks with a lot of really tough training partners. Nick, let's get in there, buddy, and throw down. Let's get a good show for the Canadian crowd. Thanks for having me.
Jason Zentgraf might be an up-and-comer, but I'm no stepping stone for anybody. I'm going to be the brick wall that stops him. He's fighting in front of my hometown. This is my city. Calgary, I'm home, and I'm ready to put on a show for you.
This Hard Knocks fight is a professional bout in the 185-pound division and is brought to you by Tequila Cazadoras and is the main event of the evening. And now, let's meet the fighters.
Coming down to the cage now for our main event, Jason Zentgraf wearing the Hard Knocks hoodie. A nice little throw to the home fans, 8-2, and you can bet he'll hear it from the home fans as almost everybody in the building going to be very familiar with his opponent.
Well, Nick Ring obviously makes his home in Calgary, has called Calgary home a long time, active in the community, and a source of pride for the Calgarians that we had one of our own fighters in the UFC and that he did as well as he did. But Jason Zentgraf, no slouch. All of his professional wins are by submission, so he's a very dangerous submission fighter. He's won 5 out of his last 6 fights, so a tough test for Nick Ring coming off of an injury.
Yeah, Jason Zentgraf, of course, all of his wins by submission. He's won 5 of his last 6 fights, so it should be an interesting battle here for him, and he said he's expecting a sprawl and brawl defense from Nick Ring, and says that he's hoping to use him, Jeremy, as a stepping stone to the next level.
Well, if you can beat a UFC guy with the name recognition of Nick Ring, it's obviously going to draw some attention to you. But Nick Ring, obviously, in his pre-fight package, said, look, I'm not a stepping stone, I'm a brick wall. So we're going to see what Zentgraf can do. Zentgraf, a very personable guy, loves to chat. We'll sit and talk MMA with you all day long if you want to. And he's looking really forward to this one here, and just a little bit of a show for the crowd there. And like I said, he's very personable.
So Jason Zentgraf steps into the Hard Knocks cage for the very first time, steps into the blue corner as we get set to meet his opponent.
And his opponent.
And now we see the return of Nick Ring to the Calgary MMA scene. The last time Calgary fans got to see him fight MMA was at UFC 149, panned as one of the worst UFC cards in history. Nevertheless, it was the main card that was the problem. It was Nick Ring on the undercard providing a win in front of his hometown fans.
Well, and it was a big win over Court McGee that he... This side, I got stuff on. Yeah. The last time we saw Nick fight, he was in Calgary. He was fighting against Court McGee, a fight that he already had in the Ultimate Fighter house. He beat Court McGee, then had to leave due to an injury. The fight was so close that Dana White brings Court McGee back into the house. Court McGee ends up winning the whole thing, so Nick tried to avenge that, I guess, not necessarily injustice because he had to pull out to protect his knee, but really did avenge it and show that he was a class fighter in that year. And now trying to make a comeback after having a knee surgery that had been plaguing his career for years. He's a much better fighter than 13-3, and that's an impressive record. So to say you're better than a 13-3 record is saying something.
Yeah, when you look at Nick Ring, count them, 5 knee surgeries for this 33 or 34-year-old fighter who's coming into the cage looking, and he said his latest knee surgery has left him feeling better than ever. And he said all of his doctors that have done his various surgeries were collaborating on how to fix his knee properly, and he said that this is the best he's felt in a long, long time on the knee. He said he needs to reconnect with what made him successful in the first place, and we'll see what he's able to do here tonight.
What might not be known is Nick just recently got his black belt in jiu-jitsu, so he has an advantage. 36 for Nick Ring, 27 for Zentgraf, the much younger fighter. The record's impressive on both sides, and both fighters obviously made weight. You'll see the reach advantage for Zentgraf, but that's never been a problem for Nick Ring before.
So it's Nick Ring versus Jason Zentgraf in this main event of Hard Knocks 43. Now for our official introductions, we'll head inside the cage to Doug Denance.
And now, the official Hard Knocks fighter introductions. In the blue corner, for Pro Coat Coatings, he's 8-3 as a professional, 27 years old, and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 185 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Dog Pound Fight Team from Missoula, Montana. Please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Jason Savage Zentgraf. And in the red corner, courtesy Chrysler. He's 13-3 as a professional, 36 years old, and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in at 183 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Champions Creed MMA from Calgary, please welcome Hard Knocks fighter, Nick the Promise Ring. This bout will be contested under professional rules. The referee in charge of the Hard Knocks action is Mr. Adam Cheadle.
Adam Cheadle, our referee for this main event. Nick Ring versus Jason Zentgraf. Ring coming out of the red corner in the black trunks. The white trunks with black trim out of the blue corner for Jason Zentgraf. And we are underway, the first of 3 possible rounds here in the main event.
Nice quick head kick there from Zentgraf. Again, Ring is normally the longer opponent. Even though he's shorter, he still has the good reach.
Both fighters exchanging kicks.
There's that snap. Again, knee up and then the snap out.
Makes it harder to place that kick when it comes in. And that's why it clipped the chin. Nice teep there from Nick.
Ring cutting off the cage, catching the kick, and landing a good right hand to Jason Zentgraf. Now some knees as Zentgraf pushes him up against the cage.
Zentgraf has Ring up against the cage. Ring reverses position and puts the younger fighter up against the cage, but Zentgraf doing some good jobs landing some knees, some dirty boxing in there. Got the elbow. Ring looking for the takedown. 2 hands under and does get it. A guillotine attempt from Zentgraf given up though.
Zentgraf's going to try and work his hand in and get those hands locked, and it looks like the hands are locked underneath.
The arm in guillotine attempt on Nick Ring. Right here in front of our broadcast position, Jason Zentgraf trying to find a hole. Ring, though, doing a good job. Jeremy is stacking the weight up and releasing the pressure. Now Zentgraf giving up the hold.
Well, I'm giving up the hold because he doesn't want to burn his arms out. There's no point in squeezing too tough and then not having the ability to do it later on in the night. And Nick Ring with a top position, and this is where Nick Ring is very dangerous because he likes to posture up and then come down with good, solid, short elbows.
Again, up against the cage, Nick Ring on top. Zentgraf trying to spin out of it. Ring holding that position, trying to find an opening. Landing a couple punches here from the top.
These are big punches coming from Nick Ring. They're not landing clean, but they are doing some damage. Again, good half guard for Nick Ring, trying to get out to the side, but Zentgraf doing an excellent job of getting him back into full guard.
Zentgraf has Ring in the guard, but Ring on top looking to continue to do damage. Snuck a right hand through a moment ago. Again, trying to posture up, trying to find room. 2 more rights. Now coming back with elbow, Zentgraf. Ring continuing to work from the top here, Jeremy, trying to find an opening. And as it says there, make sure you check out our app for lots of behind-the-scenes action, as well as fight replays and photos that you won't get anywhere else, available on both Apple and Android devices.
Good continuity here from Nick Ring. Every time that Zentgraf tries a way to defend him, Nick Ring is stopping him, and now a little bit of a can-opener position. This puts a lot of pressure on the neck, and what it does is opens it up for those elbows. But again, a nice dangerous position here for Zentgraf, throwing those feet up, trying to isolate an arm. But Nick Ring, the newly minted black belt in jiu-jitsu, is able to stuff it now, a front hand and arm position, and Zentgraf able to get standing. Good work by Zentgraf to get away from the dangerous position that Nick Ring was going in. Wow, that kick just missed.
Yeah, looking for the front kick, Jason Zentgraf, and Nick Ring dodging it again and coming back and punishing Zentgraf for the second attempt at that big front kick.
That was a good left hand from Nick Ring.
Ring's hands down, almost daring Zentgraf to come in. But again, still landing punches.
In on the legs is Nick Ring. Again, going to try and finish. He switched over to a single leg to get good position. Got to get the head out because he recognizes the danger. And there's a nice double by Nick Ring. Again, locking the hands in behind the butt of Jason Zentgraf and then getting good solid position on the young fighter. 8-2 is Jason Zentgraf. Nick Ring has been in a good dominant position for most of this first round.
Yeah, Ring continuing to work on top as he has for the better part of round number 1. Also landing the better of the striking. Jason Zentgraf getting a taste of what a UFC veteran will bring to the cage, as Nick Ring has certainly won round 1 here with short time left. And that is the end of the first round here, as Nick Ring will head back to his corner. Nick Ring returning to the MMA cage for the first time in 18 months since injuring his knee in a fight in the UFC. And Jeremy, the ring rust certainly doesn't seem to be that thick on Nick Ring.
Well, Nick Ring has been an athlete his whole life. As we take a look at the replay, here's the nice takedown. Gets the hands locked, and like we said earlier, he has to land when the guillotine is threatened. He must land in side control, and Nick Ring did an excellent job of doing that. Good work by the veteran, and as he continues to work in this fight, he has to be aware of Jason Zentgraf's kicks, because a couple of his kicks went up high, and they're the type of kicks that if they land, they end fights. Here's the weird thing, though. Nick Ring has never been finished in a fight.
Round 2 action here in the Hard Knocks cage between Nick Ring and Jason Zentgraf. Hard Knocks 43 main event, 2 of a possible 3 rounds, as the former UFC fighter Nick Ring looking to get his way back there. Jason Zentgraf looking to use him as a stepping stone on his own way to the sport's highest level. And Nick Ring now answering a high head kick with a leg kick of his own. Zentgraf, Jeremy, has tried the head kick 5 times so far, landing 2, but none with any danger.
Well, and again, Nick Ring, as tough as they come in regards to not getting finished in fights, and there's another double leg. And one of the criticisms of Ring earlier in his UFC career was his inability to be able to take his opponents down. Excellent jiu-jitsu and excellent striking, but the inability to take them down. It seems that he's really worked on that, committed to the wrestling, and has done an excellent job of taking Jason Zentgraf down so far in this fight.
Well, it's interesting, Jeremy, when we talked to Jason Zentgraf before, he said he expected Nick Ring to be a sprawl and brawl finish based on the fact that all of Zentgraf's wins as a professional have come via submission. It's been exactly the opposite. It's been Ring pushing the action and getting the takedowns and working the ground on the ground game to his effectiveness.
There's some more short elbows being landed by Nick Ring. He's swarming up. He's going to try and step over and get a mount position, but the position that Zentgraf is in, it makes it so that Nick can't make the big step, but content to stay in half guard right now and land some short elbows. Zentgraf has been doing a great job of avoiding the main damage. He hasn't really been hit by anything, but Nick has been dominating most of the fight so far.
So Nick Ring continues to work from the top position. And again, still working here on the top, containing the younger Jason Zentgraf. And again, it's similar, Jeremy, to round 1, where Nick Ring was on top for the vast majority of the round and was able to just find strikes as they opened up in the defenses of Zentgraf.
Still trying to work those short elbows is Nick Ring, and again, that's something he's been known for, and he has the ability with those elbows. They're very sharp, so they do induce cuts quite easily, and this is a position that he wants to be in right now, where he can posture up and lay down shots. But now an arm isolated from Zentgraf with all of his wins coming by submission. Nick Ring must be aware of this position if he wants to continue being dominant in this fight. And now landing 2 good shots is Nick Ring as he avoids the danger of Zentgraf's armbar.
Nick Ring continuing to try and find an opening here against Jason Zentgraf, maybe looking for a submission win of his own. And 13-3 on his professional career, including fights in the UFC. And Nick Ring is continuing here to show that veteran poise on top of Jason Zentgraf.
Good positioning by Ring. And it's not necessarily about landing everything all at once. If you can take your time, position so that when you do land, you land 3 or 4 really good shots, and then back to neutral, back to resetting yourself so that you're never in danger, especially with a dangerous fighter like Zentgraf. Zentgraf still trying to work and isolate an arm, but has eaten some big elbows, and you can see a mouse underneath the right eye of Zentgraf now.
And again, another big elbow. And it looks like Nick Ring so far is just picking his spots, waiting for the opportunity, and then landing a big strike. Short time left in round number 2 of 3. Under a minute to go here, and it's been all Ring in this fight so far. Jason Zentgraf has been on the bottom and has been taking punishment to this point in the fight.
They're doing an okay job. The punishment that he's taken is Nick Ring has had to work very hard, and he's only really landing 1 out of every 4 or 5 shots that he takes. Zentgraf now back up against the wall, but Ring immediately tries to go for the takedown. Needs to keep this dangerous fighter down because he sees the kicks. Now has the back of Jason Zentgraf and eating some elbows for good measure.
Responds with knees. Does Ring. And again, Zentgraf is up against the cage. Nick Ring really, Jeremy, seems to be using his weight to his advantage, really out-wrestling Zentgraf to this point, holding him down, laying on top of him, making him carry the weight. And so far, so good for the return of Nick Ring.
Well, and if you can make your opponent carry the weight the entirety of the fight, you are going to be successful because your opponent is going to get worn out. These guys are not 185 pounds anymore, even though that's what they weighed in yesterday. So imagine about 200 pounds on top of you and holding on top of you for such a long time that you have to carry that weight. And you see in the corner of Nick, Brian Bird working just to calm the breathing down and slow Nick down. Here's some of those short elbows that Nick Ring landed. Again, keeping the swarming attack. Anytime that Zentgraf tries to move away, Nick Ring right back on top, gets back to that good position.
So Jason Zentgraf, likely down 2 rounds to none at this point, is going to have to come out and finish this fight to get a victory here against the UFC veteran Nick Ring, who steps into the cage looking again, returning to MMA after an 18-month layoff and a 5th knee surgery. This guy is showing tons of heart and tenacity to even come back to the sport at age 36 after that kind of surgery. Jeremy, says something about the heart of Nick Ring.
It also looks like the conditioning of Nick Ring is very good. That was something that was really troubling in his couple decision losses. It just ran out of energy, but he looks very fresh, looks as fresh as he did at the beginning of the fight.
As Zentgraf again looking for that high head kick and was unable to connect. Ring at this point has got to be looking at just not wanting to make that fatal decision or a fatal error and find himself on the wrong end of one of those head kicks or walking into a strike and getting himself knocked out. While he's never been finished to this point in his MMA career, every guy that has that about them is just 1 punch away from having that not be the case anymore.
Nick is doing an excellent job of countering Zentgraf anytime he comes close, and like you mentioned, doesn't look to be rushing in there. Good job avoiding that kick. Just a simple back step, avoids that kick, and he's keeping it range. Anytime that Zentgraf comes in, that's when Nick is starting to engage and counterpunch. But Zentgraf, for knowing he's down 2, is continuing to push forward. So no quit in this young man.
Yeah, it seems like Nick Ring has stepped into a counterpuncher's role at this point, just waiting back for Zentgraf to throw a punch and then finding a hole to answer. And you see a counterpunch there as, again, Zentgraf trying to move forward, trying to find a hole in the defenses of Nick Ring. And Ring, Jeremy, just standing there with his hands down, and Zentgraf unable to connect. Big elbows here coming to the side of Nick Ring's head, and trying for the trip. Zentgraf doing a good job of using those long legs to prevent the takedown. So Ring has both hands. He had them both under the bus, if you will, but having to give that up. Now he's locked him back under. We'll see if he can secure the takedown.
And leaning on his opponent, making sure that Jason Zentgraf eats the weight. And these elbows, although they are kind of annoying, they're not hitting with the point, but those ones are. Now Ring switching to the other side, and Zentgraf trying to jump off the cage and land himself in a guillotine position, and he finds himself there right now, but the arm in is going to make it very tough for him to tap out Nick Ring.
And arm in guillotine here for Jason Zentgraf. Ring again very patient, 2.5 minutes to go in this third and final round.
Nick Ring's head pops out, and now he's back on top like he was the majority of round 1 and round 2, and trying to look to finish this fight. Some welts on the back of Jason Zentgraf where those big left hands of Nick Ring have been landing. And there's another one right there, right to the midsection of Zentgraf.
And again, Ring continuing to push forward on the ground, trying to find an opening. Zentgraf will be looking for the submission here. Again, 8 wins by submission in his pro career, but Nick Ring doing a good job now of trying to pass. And Jeremy, it looks like he's in the half guard, and it looked like he tried to get to the side control, but Zentgraf doing a good job of holding that leg in and preventing that move.
It's very important for Jason Zentgraf for the remainder of this fight. If he's to have a chance in this fight, he cannot let Nick Ring get to side control. If Nick Ring is in side control, he's extremely dangerous because he will neutralize an arm and then land short elbows onto the chin of Jason Zentgraf. Zentgraf now with an open guard on Nick Ring. Nick Ring pressuring in, pushing his head up against the face of Zentgraf and pushing Zentgraf's head into the cage, making it so that Zentgraf has very limited options on how to deal with this situation.
So again, no power from the bottom from Zentgraf, not going to finish the fight with a knockout from that position, is looking to finish the fight with a submission, but Nick Ring not offering him any opportunities to do so. And with a minute left in round number 3, Nick Ring looking to finish this one off and succeed in his comeback fight here in the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship.
Nice rush there from Nick Ring. He's going to land a couple of shots. Zentgraf trying to remain busy from the bottom, perhaps stealing a round or stealing some points or two away from this good position by Nick Ring. Zentgraf trying everything to be able to get out and work one of those submissions, including throwing a leg up. Now he has a triangle position. Dangerous, but Nick Ring able to get out of that position and dealt with the position before anything else.
Yeah, just short time now left in the third and final round. Again, trying to push out, trying to find a hole. Jason Zentgraf unable to do so. And now just very short time on the clock. Nick Ring looks to have succeeded in his comeback fight and win here. We'll see what the judges say, though, in just a moment. So Nick Ring likely victorious here in his comeback fight for the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. Jason Zentgraf throwing his mouthpiece in disgust with how that fight went for him as he walked away. No better indicator, Jeremy, than a fighter thinks he lost the fight than when he chucks his mouthpiece in frustration.
Well, and one of those things when you see a fighter, get dominated for 3 rounds and then they put up their hands in the air like they're victorious. I don't know who they're trying to fool in that case, and I think I credit Jason Zentgraf for understanding that he just was not on the positive end of that fight and that Nick Ring dominated him all 3 rounds. But a lot to take here from Zentgraf. He hung in with Nick Ring. Many have not done that before, and he just goes back to the drawing board and says, hey, I just kept getting taken down and taken down and taken down. I need to get in the best wrestlers and to keep taking me down until I can stop them.
Yeah, very effective performance from Nick Ring tonight. Just a smothering attack. He didn't allow Jason Zentgraf any room to lock on one of the submissions. Again, 8-3 now likely for Jason Zentgraf. Still all of his wins coming via submission. So no surprise here that he was looking for that once the fight went to the ground, but he was unable to find it. Nevertheless, Nick Ring, your likely winner here in this fight, in his first fight for the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship. The judges' decisions are in for our main event of the evening at Hard Knocks 43, Nick Ring versus Jason Zentgraf. Here's Doug Denance with the results.
And now, the official decision, brought to you by Tequila Cazadores. The winner by unanimous decision. In the red corner, Nick Ring!
Nick Ring victorious in his return to MMA. He'll be center of the cage momentarily with Jeremy.
Nick, you fight in front of your hometown. That's got to be something for you. I know you're a proud Calgarian. What's it like to fight in front of a whole bunch of Calgary faithful?
I love my Calgary fans. Thank you guys for coming out. You know, I'm glad to be back fighting MMA, and I hope to see you next time.
Now, a career that has been marred, unfortunately, with some knee injuries. This last knee surgery that you said makes you feel the best you've ever felt. Do you feel 100%, and are you ready to keep fighting against the toughest guys around?
My knee is good, yes. You know, I'm ready to, I'll just keep taking matches here from here on.
Now, is there anybody that you're going to be fighting in the June card coming up here in just a month? Tell us how you're going to prepare for that just a month away to your next fight.
Oh, no, that's my secret. That's for you to find out.
All right, Nick Ring keeping all of his training secrets there. One more time, Calgary, for your winner, Nick Ring.
Nick Ring victorious in his return to the cage after an 18-month layoff. Ari, a very impressive performance. I know you love cage control. You've got to love what Ring did in this fight.
I want to talk about two things that I really thought were impressive. The first is he managed to not have ring rust coming off of 18 months. His training camp was great and his preparation was great, and it shows maturity and competition level that all fighters need to aspire to. The other thing is, a couple of years ago, he needed to work on his wrestling. He's now worked on it, and we saw a dominant wrestling performance out of a guy that comes from a striking and a jiu-jitsu background, which was great.
Yeah, his opponent, Jason Zentgraf, had 8 wins by submission coming into this fight. Did not stop Nick from attacking him and going to the ground and fighting the takedowns, real confident in his ground game.
Yeah, I think it was clear that Zentgraf wanted to win by submission, and Nick did not avoid that. He went right into it, and he fought through it, and he dominated on every facet of the game.
Well, that's it for Hard Knocks 43 from the Markin McPhail Center in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. We want to thank everybody for watching tonight on what was Hard Knocks' greatest card to this point. And no surprise, we'll be looking for another great card coming up in June. Make sure you check us out online, Hard Knocks Fighting on Facebook, at HK Fighting on Twitter, hardknocksfighting.com, and you can also download our app, available on both Apple and Android devices for everyone here at the Hard Knocks Fighting Championship, including Ari Tobe, Jeremy Ballantyne, and myself. We want to thank you all for watching tonight as we had 2 champions defend, and we had Nick Ring return to the MMA cage for the first time in 18 months on his path back to the UFC. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again soon.
The School of Hard Knocks.
Are we clear?
Take the baseline out.